Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Mr. Monroe by Raylin Marks, narrated by Stephanie Rose and Jeremy York. Introduction. Nat. I sat across the table from Bree, my happily married best friend, and smirked. I watched as she pushed a caramelized carrot around her plate, her mind far from the dinner I'd dragged her to with a colleague from my real estate firm. Polly had invited me to talk shop, I was sure, so I asked Bree to come and serve as a buffer, which she was happy to oblige. I wasn't the type to suffer through a work dinner on a Friday night. No, thank you. I feel sorry for you, I nearly whispered with a smile. Her head snapped up, and then she glanced over to Polly, who was caught up in a conversation with a friend who'd stopped by our table 5 minutes ago. The two were going on about a missed dinner date, or some such nonsense. And since I'd never met this Diane character before, I couldn't care less. I was getting mildly impatient, since we'd all faked our way through the meal, Polly acting as if she enjoyed working in the same real estate firm as me, even though I was her most formidable competitor. She'd been dying to take my #1 spot for years, but I was far too good at my job to let that happen. I was the best agent around, and everyone in Southern California knew it. That wasn't going to change now or ever, especially not at the hands of Polly fucking Coker. I'd been invited to this dinner for a reason, however, and my patience was growing thin while I waited to find out why. My guess was that this was about the Kirby deal, but I wasn't going to find that out if goddamn Diane didn't stop bitching about her missed connection. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything interesting, and you've not been caught sulking by anyone but me. I smirked and winked knowingly at Bree. I guess I'm just not in the mood to be out on a Friday night after all, you know? Bree answered, trying not to show her irritation. Oh, do I ever know these things with you, Bree Grayson, I said, leaning over the table toward her. That's why I feel sorry for you. I will never, mark my words, never find myself in your pathetic situation. Pathetic situation? Polly said, bringing her attention back to us now that her friend was gone. Oh dear. She covered her heart while I narrowed my eyes at her fake dramatics. Don't tell me it's about you and Alex. She stopped herself, and I wanted to roll my eyes at her inference. This woman was among many on the long list of women who'd loved for Bree and Alex's marriage to fail, so that the handsome billionaire would be back on the market again. Interesting, I said, eyeing the woman, sipping my cocktail. You act like you almost want this to be about her and Alex, with the way you jump to that conclusion. Nat, I'm not trying to act like I know what Alex would have done to cause Bree to have difficulty being out tonight, Polly offered. Bree went to respond, but I reached across the table, patted her hand, and gave my girl a knowing smile, pleading with her to go along with this for me. Polly was not only a snake in business, but whenever it came to money, she would sink her venomous fangs into you and try to destroy you from the inside out. I know you're not trying to act like you know, darling, I simply stated. But I would be ashamed if I were the one acting like I didn't know what you were getting at. I suppose you are right, though. Alex is the reason why Bree is sulking tonight, completely disenchanted with us and our dinner. What's going on? Polly urged, brushing her copper hair over her shoulder and leaning forward to hear better. It's embarrassing, really. Bree played along, knowing Polly couldn't care less about her problems. Women like Polly only cared about whether Alex Grayson was going back on the auction block. I wouldn't have been surprised if that was why I'd been invited to dinner, and not because of the Kirby deal. But I think this was about Polly wanting to keep friends close and enemies closer. She and I were in a bidding war to land a massive commission for a developer. Bree and Alex's company was in the mix, too. And with their world-renowned architecture firm in my back pocket, Polly knew my chances of landing this deal were almost unbeatable. "Is that Alex?" Polly questioned after Bree was interrupted by a text. Could anyone possibly be so desperate? The woman had to have been drunk. "Sorry, and no, it wasn't Alex," Bree answered. Her eyes told me she was thinking the same thing I was, that this woman was practically begging for Alex and Bree to split. So pathetic. "This is all kind of embarrassing," she said, mainly to me now. "I would be embarrassed," I said, sipping my appletini. "It's just not right. Thus, no one will ever catch me in your shoes. I refuse to let marriage ruin one single night of my life. I can't even imagine what you go through, honey." "That's you, though, Nat." Polly paused, and a tight-lipped smirk kissed the corner of her mouth as she looked at Bree and sighed. "And poor Brienne. You, dear, are just a hopeless romantic, and these things happen to people like you. Sometimes it's too good to be true." She sat back in her chair smugly. "Thank God you decided to come out tonight. I can't imagine you sitting at home alone like this." "You're so right," Bree responded, nodding her head as if she'd been imparted with wisdom. "I can't imagine myself at home alone either." "Especially in that 20,000 square foot home?" I said, as if the size of the house offended me. But in reality, it impressed me beyond imagination. "Well, if it helps, I'm sort of going through the same thing." Polly sighed, and now my attention was stolen, and my curiosity piqued. "Well, it's just a touch different." "You?" I hung on to the word, not meaning to sound too dramatic, but I failed at covering my surprise. "You're in a relationship that has lasted for more than one night?" "You're one to talk, Nat," she answered dryly. "I am one to talk. And hey, I'm not ashamed that the idea of having one man in my life for an extended amount of time gives me panic attacks. It's who I am. You, however, are not me." My admittedly dysfunctional view of relationships was not news here. The interesting subject matter was that Polly had admitted to being in a relationship and feeling connected to Bree's fake heartache. "What's going on, Polly?" Bree asked. Polly exhaled. "Mr. Kirby. You know, the developer." "Mr. Kirby? You mean Dick?" I said, a little too high-pitched and excited at this conversation turn. "His name is Richard," Polly snapped at me. "I know him as Dick, and he knows exactly why," I said in my usual sexy voice, prompting Bree to cover her laugh. "Oh?" Polly's voice cracked like ice, and the woman's darker side began to show. Alcohol was in play here, so I didn't want to burn bridges over this deal and make enemies, so I backed off a little. "You wish," Bree said, saving me before I could save myself. "True," I conceded. "I just call him Dick. But rest assured, I've never been anywhere near his." "Well," Polly's smile crept back with a vengeance. "He allowed me plenty of time near his, and if that man weren't married, I'd happily settle down with him in a snap." Bree and I nearly simultaneously choked on our cocktails at what Polly had openly confessed. "Good God," I said, unashamed of my tone. "Honey, you know the platinum rule, don't you? Everyone knows. You don't fuck with the married ones." My tone wasn't judgmental, condescending, or meant to be harsh. On the contrary, it was a very justified warning, reminding Polly of the unwanted karma attached to moving into another woman's domain, not to mention the misery of being with an indecisive fucker. Being single was supposed to be fun, not miserable. "Listen," Polly said, her sudden humility somewhat disturbing me. "I know that, I just see it as more of one woman's trash is another woman's treasure situation. What the fuck does that mean? I answered. It's a term some people say for getting rid of their junk in yard sales. She answered. Yeah, I know that. You can't compare a woman's marriage to a yard sale, Polly, I returned. Not only for the sake of this woman, who I'm confident has no idea her man is fucking you, but for yourself above all. Richard says they're miserable, and she hates him, she answered. He assumes she's probably cheating on him. And you saw this as your green light to fuck a married guy? I mean, I understand that there are irreparable marriages out there and a multitude of miserable couples who need to call it quits. My parents being ranked highest among them. And perhaps, in some rare cases, it takes meeting someone new to break that toxic cycle. So they take steps to dissolve the marriage. But none of that makes it a yard sale situation, sweetheart. You have no idea what kind of a situation it is, she said, growing flustered. Oh, but I do. It doesn't take a genius mind like mine to recognize that this is bad news for you. The mere idea of succumbing to a married man's charms, a man on business while the wife is in another country, makes me shudder. The words, I'm married, raise a red flag, and I don't hear anything else after that. Nothing about how sad or lonely they are or how mean their wife is. It's a load of shit they need to tell their therapist about. And last I checked, I don't have a degree in psychology. You don't have to be a bitch. It's none of your business what I do personally, Nat. Yes, you're right. It is none of my business. But somehow, you made it my business since I'm trying to land a deal with this philanderer. And land this deal I will, regardless of whether he is using you as his fuck buddy while in the States. I watched tears pool in her eyes. She was already in too deep, listening to charming words from a weasel and a coward, using her as some side chick while not attempting to dissolve his so-called miserable marriage. I ordinarily wouldn't have given half a fuck about any of this, but I wanted this deal and my monumental commission. Deep down, something else drove me to be a saint for a minute. Apparently, I needed to make up for some bad behavior so as not to burn in hell. And here I was, acting like Oprah and trying to impart wisdom about not fucking around with a married man. He won't break my heart, she said after we grew quiet. I know he loves me. He said he and I met for a reason and that I was an answer to his prayers. Classic words to keep a vulnerable soul around. Of course he told you that, or you wouldn't believe his chicken shit lies, telling you he is miserable with the wife he never plans on leaving. Dear God, Bree said, and rubbed her forehead. Polly, everyone knows that married men always return to their wives. Your relationship is probably even what's making him appreciate her more. Don't do this to yourself. Bree's right, I added. Dick has a lot of wealth and power. Do you honestly think he will give up his image because he wants to settle down with some hot American real estate agent? It would expose him as the dirtbag he is. People like that don't soil their reputation with divorce. I didn't need to get started on my views of spouses doing spiteful shit like this to each other, and my prejudices of married men being predators, looking for the next piece of ass because they were too chicken shit to just end their marriages. I couldn't go too hard on Polly, though. I saw the look in her eye that said she'd already given this liar her heart, because he told her exactly what she needed to hear. It was heartless and brutal, if you asked me. But the best part was that I could be just as vicious with these cowards. These men, like my father, ruined everyone's lives they touched. And somehow, they could still look at themselves in the mirror every morning. You fell for him, didn't you? I wanted to hear it from her mouth. She shook her head. You guys don't understand. None of the men I've been with have treated me as well as he has. I love him, and I'll appreciate it if we can end this conversation here and now. You don't know who he is or anything about his feelings for me. He's not some random cheating husband. He's in love with me, even if he is stuck in that miserable marriage for now. This is the horror of marriage, I bluntly stated, possibly a little too loud. Whether this man truly loves you or not, if he hasn't ended things with his wife, he's not planning on doing so anytime soon. Or ever. You don't know that, Polly returned lethally. This shit was hopeless. I was done with the conversation, but not with Dick Kirby. I guess it was easy to see that I hated married men who played like they were single just to get attention. Fine, I said, sipping my cocktail. Your love for this man won't stop me from landing this deal and burying him. Forgive me if I'm not so gentle with men who play games on a personal level. Burying him? Polly arched an eyebrow at me, warning me as she protected that cheating motherfucker. I won't let you do that. I smiled at her. Hold tight to his neck, honey, because you gave me all the motivation I need to use Alex and Bree to spike this bid well over what Dick wants to pay. And he will pay it, because I've never met a desperate and lonely man who would turn my sexy ass down. So, after everything I confided in you, you're going to use it to sleep with him? She said, more insecurely than angrily, to my surprise. You believe you're in love with this man, who will soon leave his wife, yet there is already zero trust in him, I said. You're a whore, she snapped. I've been called worse, but I'm not allowing that man within inches of my body. However, a little heavy flirting will get me the deal I want and send him back to the wife he was never planning to leave in the first place. Trust me, you're in too deep already, and you'll thank me for this later. Married men never leave their wives. Bree rose with me as I grabbed my clutch in preparation to leave. And don't call women whores. There's no shame in a woman getting around as much as she goddamn well pleases. It really is the laziest insult. I finished with a hint of pride for saving this woman a lot of grief and heartache, knowing I'd be rewarded by nailing this fucker with a hefty bid he couldn't refuse. I suddenly felt renewed and restored, knowing my time tonight was not wasted. We stood outside the restaurant, waiting for the valet to bring the car, when I heard a deep, sexy voice utter my name.
If it isn't the elusive Natalia Hoover.
I couldn't spin around fast enough to get an eyeful of whoever wanted a piece of... fuck. Dear God. Why? Now I was face to face with him, and the glaring reminder that there were a lot more Dicks in the world beyond Dick Kirby. Spencer Monroe, I acknowledged the sexy billionaire, who was uncatchable and untouchable. Polly could have used this man to get over that married asshole, but Spence was just as toxic, in my opinion. We were in a stare-off as Bree caught up and smiled at her husband's friend and business partner. "Hey, Spence," Bree said, trying to cut through the sudden tension that crackled in the air between us. "I truly feel that if I never saw you again, it would be far too soon," I said, before he could answer Bree's cheerful greeting.
You insult me every time you see me. This is not war, you know,
he responded, unashamed as always and making me angry with his flirty grin. Aside from our insulting sexual experience, which I was certain I would never get over, he was devastatingly handsome. Unfortunately, and much to my dismay, the chill running down my spine confirmed what the heat between my legs was begging for. I wanted this man. Perhaps it was the alcohol that was evoking my horniness, because I usually wasn't so reactive to any man, especially Spencer Monroe.
Good evening, Brienne. How's Alex?
Spencer finally managed to return Bree's greeting. He's good. At home with the twins while I'm out. She smiled.
And from the conversation I overheard at your table, I'm assuming Polly Coker is not sleeping with your married man, then?
I rolled my eyes. Do I look like I would sit casually at a table with anyone who would dare to hurt one of my friends? I said, irritated with myself that I felt the need to respond. And when I did, my response sounded quite dumb.
You couldn't hurt a fly, Miss Hoover.
Spence taunted, while Bree checked her phone again. How would you know, Mr. Monroe? You obviously couldn't nail an orgasm with me without being distracted enough to answer your phone, so you have no idea what I am capable of. Bree dropped her phone after I said that too loud, and because I was in this stupid standoff with this dreadful asshole, I ignored that her case had popped off and gone one way while her phone went the other. Spencer broke the stare, and in true gentleman fashion, he walked to the right and snatched up her phone while Bree fumbled for the case on the floor. My night had turned on me, and I was over this place and everyone in it. I think Nat's had one too many tonight. Bree covered for me, seeing my expression and knowing it was time to dip out of here.
Seems so,
Spencer responded, while my eyes narrowed at him. The truth was, I wished I'd had one too many tonight, so I could shrug this asshole off. Spencer Monroe had insulted me in the worst way possible, by answering his goddamn phone mid-thrust, right when I was about to climax. I couldn't think of a bigger insult from a man. Maybe I was just that simple of a woman, or maybe I wasn't. I didn't know, nor did I care. I also didn't ask for this run-in and reminder of that hopeless sexual experience again. Bree, you were missing Alex and the twins at dinner, and suddenly, all I want is to relax at your place with one of your chick flicks. I'm ready when you are.
It was lovely to see you again, Nat,
Spencer said with that sexy smile. All you want is another opportunity to prove yourself, and I will be the first to tell you that your business schemes may work on others, but they don't work on me. So, save your charms for someone else.
Lovely to see you tonight, too, Brienne. Tell Alex we can catch up when I return from business in London.
He walked over to the valet stand and handed them his ticket. God, that man irritates the shit out of me, I said, moving my shoulders as if I were shrugging off a nasty disease. I do not lie when I say I can't stand these ridiculous, unexpected run-ins with him. Oh, Nat, Bree rubbed my arm. Of all the men you've been with, you're the hardest on him. He's part of our friend group, and you'll eventually have to sit in the same room with him without sparring. No, I don't have to do anything that involves being in the same room with that man. I have boundaries. I smiled at her. Bree shook her head. Does this sudden crappy mood mean we can go home and eat ice cream? Bree, darling, whatever will I do with you and this sappy married life? I know you love it, she said. I love it because I love you and the family. But is this in my future? Absolutely not. I will not be a part of all the stresses that come with marriage. As I said, I enjoy my freedom. Then you shall die a lonely maid, she teased with her usual dramatics. Me, a maid? Never. And lonely. Do you even know who I am? We laughed, and the evening's drama-filled events slowly slipped to the back of my mind. But there was one thing that didn't, and that was ensuring I never came face to face with Spencer unexpectedly again. No man insulted me and got away with it, and they certainly never got a second chance.
Chapter 1. Spencer. I tilted my seat back and shut my eyes to enjoy my first minute of peace since I'd boarded the jet in London. I had 9 more minutes of silence to indulge in before I went back to my computer and continued going through the background checks I'd requested for the companies I'd gone on this latest trip to investigate. All in all, the week had gone as predictably well as every other trip I took to London these days. But for some reason, I was more drained than usual as I took the transatlantic flight back home on the luxurious company jet. I'd started frequenting the Beaufort bar at the Savoy back when I'd graduated from Oxford, and it had been in that very bar where Jim Mitchell had given me the job offer that had changed everything for me. I would be the first to admit that it was a change for the better, but these trips to the UK had become more draining whenever I went. If I hadn't seen her text the week before, I would have assumed that Heidi had died without letting me know and was now haunting the city where she'd grown up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I opened one eye and glared down at the phone vibrating on the polished mahogany table where all my work was spread out in the usual "a bomb just went off" pattern that my friends always gave me shit for. I had to admit that they might have a point, but my way of working had gotten me to the top of my class at Oxford University, an honor also held by the one and only Jim Mitchell, who'd graduated 2 years ahead of me. The very same son of a bitch who was calling me now. I picked up the phone with a sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose as I sighed. This had better be an emergency. A throaty chuckle that sounded like a mix between thunder and a jungle cat rumbled down the line. "I'm sorry, have I interrupted one of your sweet naps, little Monroe?" "Actually, yes, you twat, and they're more precious than sweet. Get it straight." "Twat? Why is it that whenever you go to the UK, you come back sounding more and more like Gordon fucking Ramsay?" "First off, leave my man out of this. Ramsay comes correct, whether anyone likes it or not. Second, I have no idea where that word came from. Who knows, call it the class factor, something you've never managed to grasp, despite your massively impressive education and even more massive ego." I knew nothing I said made any sense. I needed sleep, but there was no rest for the wicked. "Ignore my rambling. I'm too exhausted for this shit." I heard Jim laugh. He knew my ass was fried. I never explained myself to anyone. I was a man who was steady on his course, and I didn't care what the next motherfucker thought of me. I handled shit and lit fucks on fire as I walked away. It's just who I was. "What's up?" I finally questioned, irritated because I had shown some weakness to Jim. "I got the files on the Leadenhouse acquisition," Jim said, his voice becoming more serious and subdued. "They came with an interesting email from Wendy herself, with some fascinating new demands for the expansion of the galleries. I just forwarded it to you." As usual, I could be dead-ass tired, but once shit started getting real, I woke the fuck up and was ready to handle it like I'd just had 20 hours of sleep. "I'm curious as to why I wasn't CC'd on that email, but fuck me, right?" I answered, opening my laptop in annoyance. As I pulled up my email, I heard a door open on the other end of the phone and a sweet little voice say, "Daddy, can we go to the movies today?" "What did Mommy say?" Jim answered the voice. "She said to ask you. She said there's a problem at the center that she's working on, but Izzy and I want to see the new Minions movie." "Let me finish talking to Uncle Spence, honey, because I'm having a problem with work. Do you want to call Auntie Ash? Maybe you could go with her, John, and Kaylee." Throwing Ash under the bus, huh? I'm sure she'd love to go to the movies with 4 kids, Jim, I said with a chuckle, my mind happily absorbed in this conversation. "But we want to go with you, Daddy." "How about this?" Jim said, ignoring me. "Uncle Spence and I will finish this phone call as fast as possible, and then we'll watch the movie and go get mac and cheese for dinner.
Okay.
You're adorable, I said as I heard the door shut. Father of the fucking year, Mitch. Yeah, he said. Wait till you have kids. I chuckled, not bothering to remind him that would never happen. As much as I enjoyed being Uncle Spencer to Jim's and the others' kids, hell might have to reach an ungodly level of cold before I considered procreating. I was too much of a cold-hearted bastard. Seriously, honey badgers probably had more of a conscience than I did. Jesus, I said, looking over the email Jim forwarded me. What the hell is Wendy Leeden thinking? How does she believe she can demand this? I'm not sure, but somehow she thinks that even though she's keeping her job, creative control, and getting a massive payout, she can maintain control over the books and the financial expansion. Do you think she has some kind of financial kink? No idea, but it wouldn't surprise me. He groaned, and I heard his chair creak as he leaned back. I wouldn't be surprised if he were putting his feet up on his immaculate wooden desk. Listen, he said. Can you pull up the financials on Leeden House? We need a closer look at how they were bleeding money before we decided to acquire them. Abso-fucking-lutely, I said, pulling up the financials and beginning to draft the email in question, running the encryption to ensure that none of the delicate financial information leaked. It was a firm policy that any time we sent e-communication with sensitive information, it was encrypted. Do you want to meet at the office to debrief about London? No, Alex and Bree are having a barbecue, so come straight there, all right? Wendy should have gotten back to us by then anyway, so it'll all be figured out. I did my best to ignore the familiar swooping in my stomach at the notion of who I'd be seeing at the friend's house whose job I'd taken over. They're having a barbecue? Yep, something for the twins. Don't worry, it's nothing formal, but their godparents will definitely be there, sexy Spence. I groaned when I practically heard the smile in his voice at the nickname that Natalia Hoover had given me years ago at the time of our unfortunate hookup. I'd not thought about Nat since I ran into her at Cornerstones in Los Angeles after she'd given an earful to Polly Coker. I'd dismissed images of her svelte figure and any passionate ideas about her directly after her sexy ass left my presence that night. Natalia was hot, to be sure, but a catch I wasn't willing to exhaust myself over. She had her ways, and I had mine. It was unfortunate because I'd like a second try at proving myself to her in bed, but those weren't points I cared to score for my confidence. I didn't need to prove shit to Nat, or anyone lucky enough to land my ass in bed. So, of course, it irritated me when anyone had to bring up my failures between the sheets, even as a joke that should be dead and buried by now. Do you have to? Yes, Jim said, not letting me finish. I've had to ever since I first heard about your fuck-up in bed. I am probably not going to make it, I answered truthfully, not wanting to take risks with my ego around the stunning woman. I did fine with quick interactions and small talk, which made it easy to dismiss any fantasies. But hanging at some backyard barbecue with her sexy ass, likely wearing a bikini, I'd be fucked all day. That was a fact, and I wasn't about to put myself in a vulnerable position like that. Before you try to weasel out of this, don't. We're all going to be there, and the kids have been told about it already, so just be a fucking adult. You and Nat need to find a way past this game you're both playing. There are no games between her and me, I assure you of that, I answered, feeling my dick throbbing at the image that flashed into my head just now of Nat in a skimpy bikini. I'm not going. You need to level with me. What does this woman have over you? I know it's not your fucking dignity. So, as one of your best friends, tell me what she's done to make you dodge her and her dodge you. I only know this stupid nickname, and I still have no idea what the hell it means. If you have to fucking know, I walked in the same bridal party as her. And it had taken everything in me not to continuously look over my shoulder to stare at her stunning body draped in swaths of emerald green silk, making me think of the curves I'd seen and touched only once, too briefly. And, like a fucking idiot, I'd pulled out of her in the middle of our mind-blowing sex to pick up a business call? Jesus. Now that I was resurrecting this shit, I had to admit I could be a fucking dumbass. But I'd especially been a dumbass who couldn't have predicted that the woman's best friend would melt the only heart colder and deader than mine, that of one of my best friends, Alex Grayson. If Natalia Hoover weren't best friends with Alex's wife, I probably would have never seen the woman again. "And that's how you got this name?" he asked, confused. Yep. I wasn't giving this shit up. I'd dwelt on this shit for too long in the last 10 minutes. It was time to shut this door and move on to a better subject. "Then you won't have a problem showing up. That is, unless the woman is mocking you or something." Either Jim was fucking with me or he really didn't know. His wife and all those women talk, and I knew Nat wasn't keeping jack shit a secret. Who gives a fuck? I'm done with this conversation and revisiting failures in my past. Time to concede and just show up so Jim will shut up and I can get back to this damn email. Okay. I checked the Patek Philippe watch that had belonged to my father, which I always wore. "I'll see you at Alex and Bree's house in 5 hours. I'm tired as fuck and jet-lagged, but whatever, right? Make sure you get that beauty sleep, sexy Spence. Right after I send you the email you just put my ass to work on, Jimbo. See you there. We'll discuss additional details about London while everyone is entertaining themselves. And I'll be entertained as I watch Avery kick your ass for working at a family shindig." Jim laughed. "She'll be happier that you showed up. I'll see you in a bit." We hung up at the same time, and I hurriedly put the thoughts of Nat Hoover out of my mind for approximately the 100,000th time over the last few years. I'd done it so often that it had practically become second nature. If I let the memories of her stay there as often as they entered, I'd never get anything done. So I hurried to think of other things, cracking my neck as I wrote my email to Wendy Leedon, barely hiding my identity as Mitchell and Associates attack dog.
Chapter 2. Nat. No matter how many Malibu sunsets I took in, the experience never seemed to get old. The colors blazing their way across the sky, the fresh, briny smell of the ocean, and the sound of the waves were somewhat diminished, however, by the sounds of 7 young children and the single teenager running around the pool deck, screaming their heads off in delight. It wasn't that I was explicitly opposed to the kids themselves, though. On the contrary, I truly loved them and enjoyed being around them much more than I thought I would. Before Bree got together with Alex, my life had been entirely consumed by work, friends, and the sex that relieved the stress of my days way more than yoga, which my short-lived therapist had suggested I try, ever had. I suppose the yoga had been helpful, at least in part, but nothing could ever be as good for my mental health as a good, old-fashioned, toe-curling orgasm. So, one could easily understand that when I was around a horde of screaming children, I was less than zen. Still, the shrill sounds of some happy kids were worth it if I got to hang out with Bree, Alex, and the rest. I had to admit, I loved the bachelorette life. But I also loved the entertainment of being around healthy family relationships and watching them constantly blossom. It was lovely. But don't get me wrong, I could only do these gatherings with children running around screaming in small doses. I loved them, but when my time was up, it was up, and I needed some peace and quiet. A soft little groan from the warm, sleeping bundle in my arms got my attention, and I looked down at where little 1-year-old Albert's head was squirming around on my shoulder, making its way down to my chest in search of a snack. I chuckled, bringing my hand up to rub my godson's back. "Nothing there for you, buddy." He gave a little baby yowl and rubbed his forehead against my shoulder as he blinked his dark green eyes up at me. "I know. Damn shame, isn't it?" I pressed a kiss to the soft skin of his forehead, closing my eyes as I basked in his delicious baby smell. This was one kid I could see myself getting used to having around. Him and his identical twin, Logan.
"What the hell are you telling my kid, Nat?"
I turned to face my best friend's husband, whose smile matched mine, the expression lighting up his handsome face. "Nothing not universally known and acknowledged," I said, cuddling Albert closer. "I think this gorgeous kiddo is getting hungry. He's been rootling around for something I definitely can't give him."
"Rootling?"
He raised an eyebrow at me. "Rootling," I said.
"Is that even a word?"
"Of course it is," I said. "It's in the Oxford English Dictionary. That comes from your neck of the woods, right?" He chuckled a little bit before reaching his arms out for his son, and I handed the baby over without an argument. I'd gotten used to holding Al's soft baby weight against my hip, but he was getting heavy, and I felt an instant sense of relief as soon as he left my arms.
"Come here, big guy,"
Alex said, rubbing his hand over the back of his son's head.
"Let's go see Mama and give Aunt Nat a break so she can find her main squeeze for the night."
"What the fuck are you telling your kid, Alex?" I said, the corner of my mouth turning up in a curve as I acknowledged the truth of his statement. There certainly had been a part of me thinking about who I would be calling for a tryst later that night, but I had been doing my best to keep my thoughts pure in the vicinity of the baby. He shrugged one shoulder as he bounced the baby in an effort to keep him calm.
"Just trying to make sure he knows exactly who his Aunt Nat is."
I rolled my eyes. "Sure." His smile softened as he turned toward where Bree was sitting on one of the lounge chairs with Logan, the older of the twins.
"Just making sure he loves his godmother for exactly who she is."
I bit down on my lip, swallowing hard to keep from reacting to the emotions his words had brought up in me. I wasn't given to big emotional displays. Never had been. It was one of the reasons why I'd been able to make such an impact as one of the top women working in real estate in California. I had one of the best poker faces on the West Coast, honed through late-night poker games in basements at USC frats and the beautiful, cold house where I'd suffered through my childhood. All this to say that I wasn't here to make a big scene. Ever. The only time I'd ever cried in public had been at Bree's wedding, when I positively lost my shit at how beautiful and happy she looked. The look on Alex's face when he saw her was enough to melt even the iciest heart. It had been such a touching moment that I forgot about the boundary I'd set for myself and accidentally met Spencer's eyes across the aisle. The swooping sensation in my stomach had taken me by surprise, but I don't know why. After all, it wasn't like Spencer Monroe and I had shared more than the typical superficial sexual exchange. Actually, what I'd shared with him had been even less than usual, since no one had ever interrupted sex to get up and answer a phone call. Looking across the beautiful, well-appointed pool on the deck of Bree and Alex's Malibu house, I bit my lip in annoyance when my eyes landed on the dark-haired, dark-eyed man in the bespoke Zegna suit that would have set him back a good 5,000. God, the run-ins I'm forever having with you, Spencer Monroe, I thought, studying the perfection that assaulted me from the man who'd insulted me in every sense of the word. He had to have come straight from work, and it was clearly the most prevalent thing on his mind since he hadn't bothered to set his computer aside for long enough to head upstairs and raid Alex's closet for some swim trunks to at least try and fit in with the rest of us. Bree said that he'd gone to London to work on acquiring a deal, and he probably wouldn't even be at the cookout. So, why the fuck was I looking at this man? Again. God, I'd just gotten his arrogant, insulting ass out of my head from seeing him at that stupid cocktail dinner with Polly Coker. I hadn't asked, but that didn't stop Bree from offering the information the last time I'd gone into the Brooks and Stone offices to meet with their real estate team. We'd taken the twins with us when we'd gone to the Henry for lunch after our meeting. Thankfully, the boys had calmly settled into their double sleeper carriage, curling around each other the way they always did, and allowed us to go over the notes from the meeting and to catch up. I asked her how Alex was treating her and his sons, and the pretty blush that flooded her cheeks told me everything I needed to know. It was just like it was after she and Alex first slept together, and I'd been able to tell from a mile away that she'd been laid better than that asshole ex of hers had ever managed. Still, no matter how much I pressed, she didn't reveal any details. I knew my questions were making her uncomfortable, so she pivoted the conversation in that expert way she'd perfected in the years when she'd been running her dad's business with no help, and without letting any of us know what was going on, and had lost everything while keeping her fierce, stubborn exterior. She was a tough nut to crack sometimes. God love her. "Are you coming to the cookout on Friday night?" she asked, leaning over to make sure the sheet tucked around Logan wasn't obscuring anything important. "We'd love to see you. It's been so long since you've come out to see the others." "I know," I sighed. "I've been trying to acquire this property for another client. It's a huge job with another major commission on the line." "What are they looking to build? Did you land the Kirby deal? Alex said he met with Richard and it seemed promising." "Kirby and I have one last meeting with our broker, but whatever magic Alex used actually worked. The man can't seem to think past this investment of a lifetime." I laughed, knowing that Alex was my guy when it came to turning water into wine with clients. "Well, you know Alex. He makes shit smell like roses sometimes." She laughed. "Do you think Kirby and Polly are still having an affair?" God, who knows? I pulled myself out of that personal nonsense once Alex showed me commission numbers. That's not a fire I want to play with, especially when I reminded myself that I couldn't care less what happens to any of those wretches. I'm more concerned with this new property now, and I think you might be interested in it, like the Kirby deal. There's a lot of good potential here for you and Alex." "Which property? You certainly seem excited about it." She laughed. "A luxury spa," I said, my eyes sparkling as I picked up my glass of Sancerre and took a sip of the crisp, white wine. "I'm guaranteed a lifetime guest pass whenever I want to go once the place is built. Want to come with me? Maybe we can land you that pass, too." I winked, trying to bribe her with the good stuff. "I don't know if I can wait for this spa to be built," she said. "But speaking of a spa day, let's go to Burke Williams next week, okay?" "Deal." "Regardless," she said, "you haven't told me whether you'll be at the cookout." "I guess it depends," I said, resting my chin in my hand. "I have to see whether this deal closes before Friday or if it'll take a few more days." "I think you're avoiding the barbecue because of Spencer," she said. "I couldn't give 2 fucks if Spencer is there. You should know that by now," I answered her. "Well, I can hear the tone in your voice, and it sounds like you're avoiding going for some reason. And that reason could only be Spencer." "I don't want to see the man if I don't have to," I answered truthfully. "But I'm not avoiding him." "Well, I'll set your mind at ease then. Spencer's going to be in London on business, So if that's what you were worried— Brienne, I said with a sigh, annoyed that this was a topic of conversation as if I were in high school. When have you ever known me to be worried about seeing someone I've slept with? Literally never, she said. But even you must admit you've been a little strange around him. That's my point. I've never known you to try to avoid anyone, and yet you've been treating Spencer like he's carrying the plague. It wouldn't be weird for anyone else, but it's weird for you. I rolled my eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, but I haven't been acting any differently around him than I ever have. If he speaks to me, I put him in his place, and then I move on like any other day. You just saw me do that at dinner with Polly. Great! Then you'll be fine coming to the cookout whether or not he's there. I stared hard at my friend, who looked at me with the smile that she'd taken to fixing on me whenever she threw down a challenge. If, I said, eyeing her, I get this deal in time. Exactly, she said. If you get the deal in time. And then it'll be a double celebration. Good God. I wasn't lying about having a massive project I'd been working on. On the contrary, it kept me in the office for 12 hours a day. All of that was worthwhile when I finally got the contract back from my client with a notarized signature. A half hour after that came the basket with Bartlett pears, a bottle of Sangiovese reserve wine, and a few other delicacies I hadn't bothered to investigate yet. I gathered the basket to bring to Bree's house, barely saying goodbye to my colleagues as I took off from my Beverly Hills office as fast as possible. As soon as I'd gotten onto Pacific Coast Highway, I lowered the roof of my car, blasted my music, and belted Fleetwood Mac all the way to my best friend's house. I met her eyes as soon as I'd walked in, and she grinned widely before sending me to change into my bathing suit. Now, as the sun began to set fully and the breeze started coming in colder over the Pacific, my wine-red bikini was feeling less like a fashion statement and more like death by exposure. I unknotted the sarong around my waist and wrapped it around my shoulders before sitting on the lounge chair where I'd placed my margarita and pulled out my phone. The ice in my margarita had melted, but it still had the perfect amount of tequila, so I sipped at it as I scrolled through the texts I'd received over the last few hours. Some of them were from coworkers asking if I could look over some of their contracts. At 5 on a Friday? Idiot. There was also a congratulatory message from my boss about the deal I'd closed, and a few were from some of the conquests I'd been ignoring over the last week to focus on work. I contemplated the names as they popped up, thinking of each of them in turn, and debating the merits of giving them each another go. I was too tired to go out tonight and find someone new, but it went against the grain to give any of the people I hooked up with the impression that I was overly attached. Aunt Nat? I hurriedly shut down the screen on my phone and looked up at John, Jake and Ash's little 4-year-old. He was just as handsome and charming as his dad, with his mom's open heart, and it had taken no time at all for me to fall in love with the kid. Yeah, honey? Jackson and Addie went to watch a movie, and they said we're too little to watch with them. Tell them we're big kids. I bit down on my lip, trying not to laugh at the little boy's indignation. What will Mom and Dad say? They'll say we're too little. You want to know what I think? I leaned in, smiling like I was going to tell him a grand secret. I think you, Izzy, and Kaylee should watch a different movie and make the bigger kids jealous. What do you think? The way John's big brown eyes lit up told me he'd inherited his dad's sense of mischief, which was legendary. As I watched him shuffle away, I thought that maybe I should have felt bad about the glint of vengeance I'd unleashed. but I just couldn't bring myself to.
What kind of monster did you just create?
I looked around, feeling everything in me curling at the sound of the rich, smoke-filled voice approaching me, and I looked up at Spencer. The kind that gets what they need, I said, raising my eyebrow as I stood from the chair and looked at my phone again. I opened a new text, focusing all my attention on my reply. The need to make a quick choice had pushed me to decide on Connor. We'd met about 2 weeks before at Perch, and his rich, bronze-colored skin and stunning teal eyes had drawn me to him. It had been one of the better nights I'd had in a while, and as far as last-minute choices went, he was a really good one.
You're pretty attached to that phone, aren't you?
I raised my eyes to him, narrowing my gaze to a focused point. Seriously? You're going to call me out for an unhealthy attachment to my phone? Shall we revisit your extremely unhealthy attachment to your phone, Casanova?
Are you going to hold that over me for the rest of my life?
He asked, leaning back and crossing one leg over the other in such a way that it drew my eye like a magnet to that spot between his legs where, unfortunately, I knew exactly what he was packing. I crossed my arms and let my fingers settle on my biceps as my other hand cradled my phone. I think I will. That was an entirely unique experience. At least, it was for me. Who knows? Maybe you answer the phone in the middle of fucking every girl you get into bed. I turned away from him, thinking I would just walk away and be done with this whole thing.
Nat, wait.
I hadn't been expecting him to reach out and make a grab for my arm. Unfortunately, it was a true miscalculation on his behalf, since he'd grabbed a hold of the arm holding my phone. Fuck! I yelled as I watched my phone go flying in a spectacular arc before it made a splash, landing in the pool. Chapter 3. Nat. Shit, I said, hurrying to the edge of the pool. God damn it! Fucking motherfucker! Thankfully, no one had appeared from the corners of the deck to tell me to watch my language around the children. I would have let off a round of swears that'd make a sailor blush if they tried to tell me not to cuss when my phone had been destroyed by Spencer, acting like his usual dumb fuck self with me. This was another prime example of why I hated interacting with this man. Stupid shit always happened. And now, my fucking phone was paying the price. I felt myself beginning to seethe as I raised my eyes from the pool. Are you kidding? I didn't manage to get the rest of the words out before Spencer suddenly disappeared from my line of sight. I blinked, thinking that maybe he'd vanished when he realized that he'd knocked my phone into the pool like a buffoon. But the sudden, enormous splash pulled my attention back to the pool, where the last thing I would have expected to see was unfolding in front of me. I couldn't pull my eyes away from where Spencer, VP of Mitchell and Associates, whose dark, espresso eyes could instantly freeze anyone trying to pull one over him, had dove into the Graysons' saltwater pool in a Zegna suit. Aunt Nat? John came over to me, tugging his baby sister by the hand. Baby Kaylee looked even more confused than her brother, and she grabbed onto my leg as she watched the events transpiring in front of us. "What you doing, Unca Spencer?" Kaylee asked as she wrapped her little hands in my bathing suit strap. "Uncle Spencer accidentally knocked my phone in the pool, so he's getting it out for me." "He's in his work clothes," said John, holding onto my leg. I reached down and ran my fingers through his silky, soft curls. "He is," I said, unable to take my eyes off the scene before me. "That's silly," Kaylee said. "It is," I replied. But don't forget, Kaylee, that the good ones will jump in a pool for you whether they're wearing swim shorts or not." She looked at me in confusion. "You silly too, Aunt Nat." "I can't argue with you there, honey," I said, kissing her forehead. I was momentarily touched by the sentiment of how Spencer had reacted. What a bizarre feeling of fascination I was experiencing. It was so unlike me to get caught up in a moment, especially with the man I deemed the biggest asshole of them all.
"Got it."
Spencer rose out of the water, holding my phone over his head, splashing a bunch of water around the beautiful terracotta tiled floor surrounding the pool. He ran his hand over his face and pushed his fingers through his hair, shaking out the water like a chocolate lab.
"I got it."
He made his way to the side of the pool and put the phone down before setting his hands on the edge and effortlessly lifting himself out in one fluid motion. I felt my mouth dry out as I saw him unbutton the navy blue suit jacket, which was a soaking wet mess, and drape it over the lounge chair I'd been sitting on, leaving his perfectly cut abs on full display in the white button-down that had become transparent. I immediately started thinking filthy thoughts about how he wasn't the only one dripping wet, and how it was extremely indecent for anyone to look this good while they were getting out of a pool. I set Kaylee down on the ground next to her brother. "Go to Dad, guys," I said, gently pushing them toward where their parents, along with most of the other adults, had gathered at the other end of the pool to take in the scene. My eyes sought out my best friend and saw her under her usual cabana. A small modesty sheet was draped over her chest to protect her and whichever twin she was currently feeding, and her eyes were wide as she watched Spencer and me at the other end of the pool. I looked at her as she waggled her eyebrows at me, nodding over at Spencer and mouthing the words, "Oh, yeah." I rolled my eyes. I wasn't so easily won over. And since when were eyes on me to be desperate for a man who fucked it up in bed the first time? Bree most likely caught me while staring at Spence becoming a hero, trying to rescue my damn phone. I shook the sentiments away, knowing these emotions and I didn't operate well together. I was not setting myself up in some emotional place to be insulted in bed again. In the graceful art of pulling myself together, I smirked at Spence while appreciating his robust frame and flawless appearance, which would have sent any helpless woman into a hormonal frenzy. I, however, was far from helpless. This man could free-dive 1,000 feet to the ocean floor to gain my attention, and it wouldn't impress me. The walls that I had up to guard my heart against all men would never be penetrated, and that was the end of it. Spencer handed me the phone, a look of concern on his face.
"Did I save it?"
"You mean after you drowned it?" I said dryly. He flashed a fucking gorgeous smile at my response as he began loosening his soaking necktie and undoing the top button of his shirt. I ripped my eyes away from him and examined my phone, pushing aggressively on the power button. Nothing. No matter how many times I tried to press the side buttons or tap the screen as hard as I could, not one single blink from the screen. "Nothing," I said, biting down hard on the inside of my cheek. Now my heart was fucking racing. My phone was my lifeline. It was how I maintained the quality of my work when I was away from my desk, and how I'd been able to rise in my industry since I graduated from college. Being able and willing to take calls from my clients at every hour, doing everything possible to make sure that they could close on the homes of their dreams, had set me apart. Even if my phone chained me to my job, it was also the thing that freed me from it and linked me to all my connections to the outside world. It was also the only thing that connected me to my brother Shane and my sister Liz, whenever she felt inclined to get in touch, which was almost never.
Hey.
A soft voice came over my head, and I looked up.
Are you okay?
Yeah, fine. I cleared my throat, nodding at Spencer as I blinked quite a few times to refocus. I was nothing if not a problem solver, and thanks to technology, phones were easily replaced. Of course, drowning the man who'd ruined the phone and ending up in a lengthy murder trial wasn't a problem so easily solved, so homicide was out of the question. I suppose I just had to deal with the phone then. I have an encrypted iCloud account, I said, reassuring myself more than informing Spencer. Everything on this phone would have been uploaded to the cloud. It's just a matter of getting a new phone. I shut my eyes as I groaned internally, thinking about the time and how none of the nearby Apple stores were likely to be open.
Listen,
He said.
my place is 2 houses up the beach, and it's just past 7. The Apple store in Topanga closes at 9. So, if you come with me and give me a minute to change, we can go straight from there. I'll take you to the store and replace the phone for you.
I heaved a sigh as I shut my eyes tight, debating the wisdom of this plan. Biting my bottom lip, I tried to measure the pros and cons of going to Spencer's house while he was dripping wet. I needed to put a cork in my irritation and plans for premeditated murder and go into damage control mode to fix this issue, square away my phone, and get my ass back on the grid as soon as possible.
Time's a ticking, Nat.
That sealed the deal. You're goddamn right you'll replace the phone for me, I answered, feeling my no-bullshit mood surface and take over. He grinned at me.
Glad you see it my way.
He reached out and took the phone from me, tucking it into his pocket. I only see shit my way. I leaned down to pick up my pale blue Longchamp bag from where it sat in front of the lounge chair before I turned back to Spence. And don't get cocky on me, Monroe. My mood is not to be borne, I said, with a threatening arch of my eyebrow. Spencer's eyes bore through mine in this standoff between two powerful minds that never bent to anyone's will or protest. I didn't give a fuck what he said, thought, or did, and his flirty yet challenging grin no longer amused me.
You are a mystery,
he said, and if anyone on this deck was trying to get our attention, neither Spence nor I could hear them. To be sure, I answered. Now, let's get my phone fixed. I paused and cocked my head to the side, eyeing him. What the fuck is your deal with phones anyway?
Huh?
He asked, his stern expression replaced with a look of confusion. Yeah, I arched my eyebrow. You know, answering calls whilst fucking and finding a way to destroy mine in less than a hot second?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Natalia,
he said, scraping his nails through his hair.
Let that shit go.
How can I when all I seem to experience is a fucking disaster with you and fucking cell phones? I said.
One day,
he smiled and softened up with his flirty eyes.
I'll prove why you should really be pissed off that I was distracted by my cell phone ringing while fucking you.
Wouldn't you love that opportunity? I teased. Let's just go get the replacement phone before I end up in prison. The look on his face, not having the first clue what I was talking about, was priceless and enough to shut me up. For now. The two of us walked to the other side of the deck, and I did my best not to pay attention to the others as we headed for the steps that led down to the beach.
Hold up, Spence!
We both looked up to see Alex approach, holding Spencer's laptop bag. Spencer sighed in relief, and his face broke into a grin as he reached out for the bag. He took a minute to look back and forth between us, and then a wicked grin spread fully across his face.
Have fun, kids.
He ran back up the stairs before I could say anything in response. So instead, I sighed and shouldered my bag, holding my sandals in my hand and allowing my feet to shuffle through the soft, white Malibu sand as I walked down the beach, Spencer at my side. We didn't say anything for a while, simply taking in the beauty of our surroundings as the waves continued to come in, filling the silence with a soothing sound. This was nice. Who knew I could use a lovely stroll on the beach this evening? I was nearly fully immersed in the splendor of this, but the distraction of Spencer and me being alone for the first time since he insulted me during sex was what pulled me back to the reality of taking an unexpected walk on the beach. Fuck. God only knew where this would all lead. I tried not to think about anything but getting the replacement phone and heading home soon after to do updates and transfers all night. Jesus, I did not have time for this crap. While pitying myself, I heard the squelching of Spencer's feet in his expensive, likely destroyed leather shoes. "Are you okay?" I asked, breaking the silence between us. "You must be miserable in those wet pants and shoes."
"I'll be fine until we get to the house,"
he said, smiling charmingly at me.
"I'd take off my shoes, but I don't feel like carrying any more stuff."
Fair enough. Strangely, the feeling of being at war with this man had temporarily faded. My tone and his both had changed. It was as if, for the first time since he fucked up, I was possibly willing to finally let this shit go. If I were honest, the grudge I'd been holding onto with this sexy as sin on a Sunday man was pointless and truthfully served no purpose.
"I really am sorry,"
Spencer said, tucking one of his hands into his pocket as he reached his other hand to the back of his head.
"I didn't do it on purpose."
"Are you sure?" I looked to the side, biting down on my lip as I took in the gorgeous man and his wet clothes. "I figured you were jealous about me making plans for tonight and decided to overreact by destroying my property." My mood had changed entirely. Burdens lifted, and my daring, challenging, and flirty nature returned gloriously.
"You were making plans with someone for tonight?"
Spence asked curiously. "Yep," I said with a smack of my lips. "Nice guy. You'd like him. Really knows how to be present. You know what I'm saying?" I may be letting shit slide internally about Spence insulting me in bed, but there was no way in hell I'd let that show on the surface. Spencer would hear about this until I decided I would allow him to make it right. You know, the second chance stuff. He blinked at me a few times.
"So, you're saying this guy never has—"
"Checked his phone while fucking me?" I tilted my head to the side, giving him one of the half-smiles I'd fixed on him the night we met. "Nope. To date, you're the only one who's had that dubious honor."
"You realize that I was trying to close a deal you were asking me about, right?"
"And you had to do it at that exact moment? Mid-thrust?"
"God, you're annoying,"
he said with a sigh, and I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped me as we came up to the little door that sat on the beach, preventing passers-by from walking up the steps onto his private property. Walking up to the back door, he typed in the code on the keypad and held up his thumb, which he pressed onto a little panel to be scanned. "High tech," I murmured as he held open the little door for me, letting me walk up the steps ahead of him.
"Thanks,"
he said.
"Security was important for me when I bought this place, given that it had beach access."
"I'd imagine that it would be a concern for many residents," I said, my real estate mind already turning and thinking about how I could make security into a high selling point for the homes that ran up the coast. I was so lost in thought that I'd barely noticed Spencer had paused at the glass sliding door that led to his pool deck and was taking off his wet shoes and socks. As soon as he'd rid himself of the footwear, he gave a sigh of relief as he flexed his toes back and forth and then proceeded to take off the soaking wet shirt. I opened my mouth to tell him something before I lost complete control of my thoughts, watching Spencer unbutton his pants and shuck them off, draping them over the lounge chair that sat closest to the back door. I had to take a second to gather my thoughts as I took him in, doing my best to swallow as I scoped out the perfectly cut frame that stood in front of me, clothed in nothing but a pair of slate gray boxer briefs. I might have done my best not to think about him since we'd hooked up, but there was definitely a reason why I'd nicknamed him Sexy Spence and referred to him as such ever since. Insult or not, he was sexy as fuck. All the guys in this little group, otherwise known as the Billionaires Club, were gorgeous. And when I said gorgeous, I meant legitimate showstoppers. Every single one of them looked like they could have either been a movie star or on the cover of a romance novel. But there was something about Spencer that managed to kick my hormones into overdrive every time I saw him. It was something I'd done my best to ignore since the last time I was thrust into his presence. My policy was always to maintain a standard of self-respect and to never fuck anyone who showed me less respect than I showed myself, which eliminated the possibility of us fucking again. It might not be as big an insult to other people, but it had been enough for me to say never again. Fuck. Why was I being so wishy-washy with this asshole? 1 minute I'm down for giving second fucking chances, and now I'm standing my ground again? Jesus, what the hell was going on with me? I was spinning out, losing my grip. And why? I knew exactly why. I was alone with this man, and I was practically being thrown into menopause with constant, unexpected emotional hormone swings. Is it warm out here? I thought, feeling a hot flash coming on while the crisp, beachy air blew against my face.
You okay there?
I blinked a few times, looking up at Spencer. He was watching me from a wooden cabinet beside the pool, where he'd pulled out a towel and started running it all over himself. I'm so fucked, I thought, feeling like I was freezing. Is this shit normal? Am I fucking dying or something? Stop thinking, Nat, I ordered myself, while working on getting a stronghold on my emotions. Yes? I'm great, I lied, knowing that I was falling apart from the inside out. This is precisely what I get for thinking I could hold my own. I do give him credit, though. It only took his ass stripping in front of me to drive me into a frenzy. I would never forgive myself if I didn't hang on just a little to my last shred of dignity with this guy. Spence held my stare over the few feet that separated us before walking slowly to where I stood in front of the door.
Are you cold?
No, I said, despite the goosebumps that had risen all over my arms. No, I'm fine. Pull it together, Nat, I demanded, as my hormones officially conquered the last of my will. He saw right through me, and it was like the devil himself winked at me as I fell to the mercy of this man.
Uh-huh.
He grinned at me wickedly. Yep, I was fucked.
Come on inside,
he said, nearly sounding like the big bad wolf.
I'll show you where you can grab something to drink.
He slid the door open, and I followed him inside after wiping my feet carefully on the mat and setting my bag down beside the sliding door next to my shoes.
Kitchen's through here,
he said, draping the towel over one of the stools beside the bar as he led me through the beautiful, open floor plan loft that made up the ground floor of his house. I had to suck in a breath when I saw the back wall of the house, which was entirely made of glass, and looked out across the ocean.
"What does the expert think?" he said from behind me. "Did I choose a decent property?"
Referring to this property as decent would be an understatement, I said, exhaling softly as I admired the extraordinary view. This house is incredible. I meant every word I said. If I could have, I would have bid on the property myself. I turned around and looked at him once again, where he stood taking me in, wearing nothing but the designer briefs that were still wet, his hair dripping with water from Bree's pool onto his shoulders. The trickling of the water reminded me of the train of thought I'd taken earlier when I'd first seen him climbing out of the pool. This time I managed to balance and appreciate these feelings instead of fighting them off.
"Seriously, are you okay?"
he asked, raising his eyebrow while he grinned mischievously at me.
"You keep looking like you're about to have a seizure."
I eyed him. Your sexy ass is standing in front of me half naked, so what the fuck do you expect me to do?
Appreciate it, want it, and of course, give me a second chance at proving I'm the best fuck you'll ever have.
He answered, his eyes darkening with the same sudden desire I was feeling. I should have never been left alone with this man, especially with him standing in front of me with soaking wet boxers, reminding me of his length and size. You're very confident, I said, eyeing him provocatively.
I get what I want.
He crossed the small area in his kitchen and instantly closed the space between him and me.
And I want you,
he said, his hand snaking up and fingers caressing the side of my neck. My head instantly rocked to the side as his hands cradled my neck. My opening was throbbing and growing wet with extreme desire to have him inside me again. Here and fucking now. No regrets. Just a beautiful specimen of a man inside of me.
Give me another chance, Nat.
His deep voice nearly growled, with his lips inches from mine. I softly moaned. Wouldn't you love that? His eyes met mine like he could see straight into my soul.
More than you know,
he answered, his lips pulling up on one side as he withdrew some to beg me for permission and access to my body. His other hand came up, and with a firm yet gentle grip, he pulled me against his hard cock. There was no turning back or making this man suffer any longer. I wanted the second chance he was after more than he wanted to prove what kind of fuck he was. You answer a damn call this time? I reached into his boxers and firmly gripped his hard shaft. I'll rip your dick off. Without any kind of warning, I was in Spencer's arms as he marched up the steps to the second floor of this home. His lips crashed into mine while I ran my fingers through his thick, dark hair. Just by the force of this man's kiss, I knew I was about to get fucked in the best way possible, and I wouldn't regret 1 second of it.
Chapter 4. Spencer. Usually I would curse the ground I walked on for entertaining the idea of someone thinking they were giving me a second chance or allowing someone to think they had me in a position to prove myself to them. I knew that's what Natalia was after. No connections, no strings attached, no behavior that naturally would put me on high alert to run in the other direction. No, this was her testing me. And I didn't bend the knee to any woman when it came to sex. I never felt the need to prove myself to anyone. I already knew how good I was. More than that, I knew they were the fortunate ones to be in my arms and for me to pleasure them. Something was different about Natalia Hoover, though. Everything about me seemed to crave this woman on some other level. Shit. Could people have sexual soulmates? Was that even a thing? Who knew? I didn't care. I was just driven to desire after being alone with her in my beach house, and I was taking advantage of her softening up for the first time. Having her in my arms, I had to admit that I fucking craved this woman. Everything about her seduced my senses. The honey blonde of her hair and the rich, floral, salty scent of her skin was even more intoxicating than I remembered, and my memories were impeccable. The feeling of those velvet soft lips against mine, moving in a rhythm that felt like we'd done this 1,000 perfect times, rather than just the one I'd fucked up. I dragged my hand up the delicate column of her neck and threaded my fingers into the twist she'd tucked her long, soft honey hair into, fucking up the perfectly pinned-up locks. She groaned as I gave her hair a sharp tug, pulling her head back so I could get better access to her mouth, which I opened with a few teasing maneuvers of my tongue. God, she was. You taste even better than I remember, I said, my words muffled against the lips that opened to me with none of the hesitations I expected. I have to wonder whether you still taste that good all over. Did you even get around to that part last time? She asked, sucking in a deep breath as I moved my lips down the silky skin of her neck. I don't remember if you did. I paused mid-kiss, pulling my lips back from her and raising my eyebrow. Seriously? I think after 2 Cosmos, all I was thinking about was riding your dick into the next century. It's not like I was opposed to the idea of you tasting me. Good, I said, holding the stare of her clear sapphire eyes as I backed her up to the dresser that sat flush against the glass wall of my room. I brought her hands up so that they framed her head, and then threaded my fingers through hers as I dragged my mouth down her neck again. I allowed my mouth to linger over the perfect skin that I'd barely even allowed myself to fantasize about in memory, thinking it would be too painful to think about her in that way if I couldn't have her again. Are you planning on keeping it rated PG all night? She asked, as my hands drifted down to her waist, playing over the delicate curves of her breasts and hips, relearning the body that had turned me on so much that night. You're wearing too much, I said, as I slipped my finger under the strap of her bikini top, which she wore with a sexy skirt that had tempted me from the moment I arrived at the barbecue. You're probably the first person who's ever said that when I've worn this bathing suit, she said on a rich exhale, the breaths beginning to come harder and faster as my lips latched onto the warm swells of flesh, pausing now and then to luxuriate in the sun-touched flavor of her skin. Something about her reminded me of the mesmerizing blossoms that covered all the lemon trees near my family estate in northern Italy, where I'd spent my childhood. Every fall, when I'd gotten sick of the shit that accumulated in the house, I'd run out to the orchard, where the trees would be covered in so many flowers that it looked like snow had come early. I would tuck myself under one of the trees and hide until my brother, Stephen, or my dad came to find me. It was never my mom. The soft warmth that clung to Nat's skin, smelling of sunshine and white flowers, and the warmth that came from limoncello, reminded me of the freedom of those moments, rather than the loneliness. These intoxicating sensations spurred me on in the desire to spend hours losing myself in the secret nooks and crannies of this woman's body. Fuck, I growled, feeling a hunger for more. I slid my hands down to cup the full, perfect halves of her ass and lifted her in a quick, fluid motion, swallowing the shocked gasp that escaped from her in another kiss as I placed her on the long credenza that sat flush against the glass wall. Interesting that you've been taking your sweet time with this for about 15 minutes, and I'm not any more naked than I was when we started. I backed away a little to look into her face, and couldn't help the laugh that came out at the sight of her expression. It was a mixture of arousal and annoyance that I'd never seen. It pulled me out of the trance I'd fallen into and back onto my game. Shit, I forgot how sexually challenging this woman could be. If you want to be naked, I can make you more naked, gorgeous. I'm just trying to give you some idea of what you've been missing out on the past couple of years. You have no idea how much I've wanted you. I could tell she hadn't meant to say the words when she bit down hard on that perfect bottom lip. They'd slipped out of their own volition. Figuring the least I could do was ignore her embarrassment and the admission that she clearly hadn't meant for my ears, I slipped my hands to her back and undid the clasp of her bikini top, peeling it off her and tossing it to the side without another word. I sucked in my breath at the sight of her perfect tits, and how the round fullness would soon fill my large hands. Regardless, I said, doing my best not to come just at the sight of them and feeling my cock straining uncomfortably against the silky fabric of my briefs. Now that I have you here, I'm finally going to make up for that damn phone interrupting me the last time. She groaned as I let my mouth draw a careful line down her center, never letting my lips leave her skin for more than a second as I made my way to a very specific goal. Then, without my prompting, she parted her legs, offering me access to that sweet center of hers that I'd been aiming for. I removed her bikini bottom in one quick tug, tossing it aside to join her top on the floor, and kneeling in front of her so I could drink in that rich scent of hers from where it was most concentrated. Pressing a kiss to the soft skin of her inner thigh by her knee, I dragged my lips up the length of her leg so that they stopped just south of her perfectly groomed pussy, which had begun to glisten with obvious arousal. Moving my finger up to the cleft between her legs, I slid my finger up the damp slit there, feeling my heart start to race at the sound of her sharper gasp. I looked up at her face, gratified to see how the blush had risen and how she was biting down hard on her lip. You're at my mercy now, my fucking sex goddess, I stated. We'll see about that, she challenged back in a delicious moan. I raised my eyebrow before slipping my finger inside her, tilting it up on instinct and groaning with her as I found that delicate spot on the front wall of her pussy and pressed in. She was so incredibly tight that I couldn't resist inserting another finger as I braced my other hand against her other knee and leaned in. Fuck my fingers, I said, in almost an order. Fuck, she whined and held on to the word as I slowly pulled down on her G-spot. Fucking hell! Her hips moved with my hands pumping into her and pulling hard into her spot. That's it, I whispered, my dick throbbing and dripping, kneading her tight, wet pussy around it. Damn, you are so fucking sexy. I stated that fact while I watched her body fall to whatever I wanted. Her eyes glazed over in ecstasy, and nothing but moans fell from her lips. I licked my dry lips, watching her with utter desire, and knowing I would fuck this woman into paradise after she gave me the orgasm I neglected to achieve on our first and only night together. Just when I thought I had the upper hand on this woman, I swiftly fell under the same sexual spell I'd placed her under. I'd had enough. I needed to taste her, and now. Her thighs quivered at the first swipe of my tongue up her drenched center. The little sigh that she gave at first contact gave me all the encouragement I needed to continue. You taste, I said, not lifting my mouth away from her swollen sex. Even better than I thought you would. Stop talking, she said with a sharp inhale. She laced her fingers through my hair and gained the control that I thought I once had. How this switched, I had no idea, but she tasted so fucking amazing that I moved my tongue and then surrounded all of her entrance with my lips. My entire mouth was twisting and pulling at her clit, while Nat's firm hand guided my face hard to please her in the exact way she wanted. With Nat in control, I delved deeper into the rich taste of her, hitching her leg up over my shoulder so that I could get better access. While my tongue worked, practically drinking down the taste of her, my fingers kept their steady rhythm, encouraged by the fluttering of the delicate, powerful muscles that were now working even harder against my fingers. "Don't stop," she said, the words pitched higher and sweeter than before. "Don't stop." "Wasn't planning on it," I said, pausing only to press a kiss to her clit before continuing the steady, circular motion of my tongue. "Spencer," she said, and the sound of my name on her sigh of arousal made me even harder. "That's right, Natalia," I said. "Come all over my tongue." Taking back my control, I watched her fall mercy to my instruction. "Come on, kitten," I coerced and teased. She writhed and moved while I watched her grip her tits, playing with her nipples and nearly making me come on myself as I watched her ride this into ecstasy. "Spence!" she cried out. I watched her drink in the euphoria her body gave her as she climaxed. Fuck, she was perfect. No other words escaped from her as that beautiful sex of hers constricted around my fingers, gently squeezing down on my knuckles as the groan that signaled her orgasm seemed to emerge from every part. Her legs clenched around my neck as if she wanted to chain me there permanently, a state of being that, to be honest, I wouldn't be opposed to. "Oh, my God," she said, dragging her long, dark red nails through my hair as the tremors in her legs began to subside. "That was—" "Don't get too relaxed," I said, unhooking her legs from around my neck and rising to my feet in one fluid motion. "I'm not done with you yet." I looked into her lovely face. The tension was gone, but there was even more mischief in it than before we'd begun. The power struggle between us and claiming each other's orgasms was intoxicating. I'd never given a fuck to watch a woman come like I just had, but something was different this time. Maybe it was because I'd waited an eternity to prove my point to her, or perhaps she was just a sex goddess that could be my other half when it came to fucking. Who knew, but this night just got fucking started. I wanted more of her, and I would get it too. "I think you have that backward," she said, sliding down from the credenza. "I'm nowhere near done with you." "Fuck yes," I said, biting my bottom lip and meeting her smile with a challenging one of my own. She pulled me down to her, pressing her mouth to mine as she dragged her fingers down my chest. She practically drank herself off my bottom lip as she pulled it between her own. "My turn," she said, grinning as she ran her tongue over her full lips. She pressed her teeth into my neck while my body shuddered in response. I closed my eyes in anticipation of what Natalia had planned next. I shoved my hands into my hair, doing my best to think of anything but the myriad sensations from the teeth grazing over my chest to the hand that had run down along my ribs, where Nat efficiently removed my briefs without effort. Fuck, she's good. "Jesus," she said, wrapping her hand around my cock as she dropped kisses down my chest. "You're even bigger than I remembered." Suddenly, there was nothing. No contact, no speaking, no soft grip of her fingers that barely reached around me. My eyes snapped open, and I looked down to see her poised on her knees, staring at me like the true goddess she was. "Damn," she said, the breath from her words dancing across my sensitive tip, sending a jolt of energy through me. "Where do I begin?" "You going to do something with those lips, or tease me with words?" I responded, my dick practically jumping in her silky smooth hands. Without another word, I was entirely enveloped in the warmth of Nat's mouth. My eyes drifted down to where I watched her, mesmerized by the look of her mouth around my dick and how she appeared to be devouring me like I was the rarest delicacy. She paused now and then, pulling me out of her mouth to run her tongue up the underside of my cock and carefully lick up every drop of pre-cum like it was a sin to let it go to waste. When she opened her eyes and looked up at me through heavy eyelids, I knew I wouldn't fucking last, and that her mouth wasn't where I wanted to finish. I reached down, pulled her to her feet, and spun her around quickly. "That's not where I'm going to come," I said, climbing up my bed so I could face her. "I'm not going to pump all of myself down your pretty throat." "Not now, at least," she said, pulling me up and catching my lips with hers, and I dove into that kiss, pressing against her body with mine. I reached down and caught her around the knee, bringing it up so that her leg was wrapped around my hip. We both groaned as the adjustment brought us into perfect alignment, and my cockhead slipped up against her perfectly slick entrance. "What do you want, gorgeous?" I asked, leaning down to kiss her delicate neck. "Where do you want me?" "Stop fucking around with me," she said, the annoyance in her voice tempered by her breathlessness. "And fuck me, immediately." I plunged in, almost losing my mind at the perfect tightness of her. I kept going until I was seated to the hilt, reaching down for her hand and bringing it up so I pinned her wrist above her head. I shook from head to toe as I tried my best not to shatter from the initial contact. "Fuck," she said, bringing her foot up so her toes danced along my ass. "Yes," she whispered, turning her head to the side as I moved in deeper. "That's it," I said, emerging from her and plunging forward, satisfied when I saw her eyes roll back. "God damn, Nat. You're so tight." I barely knew what had happened when, all of a sudden, I was on my back, and Nat was moving above me. Her perfect breasts bounced as she moved up and down on my cock, her eyes shut, as she lost herself in the movement. I felt the soft movements of her pussy and knew that she was close, so I moved my thumb down to her clit and began to massage it to help her get where she was going. "Oh, fuck!" Her eyes flew open, and again, there weren't many more words that escaped her as she froze on top of me, the orgasm running through her, her pussy massaging my cock as she came spectacularly. "Nat," I groaned, thrusting up into her. "I'm not going to last much longer." "Then don't," she said, leaning down and letting her nipples brush over my chest. "I want to feel you come inside of me." Those words were my kryptonite, and I reached up into her hair, bringing her mouth down to mine before I flipped her onto her back and thrust into her deeper than I had before. The orgasm broke over my head like a wave, shaking through every muscle. I froze inside her, feeling her pussy fluttering around me in a final, surprising climax as I flooded her. "Holy shit," I said, smiling and allowing myself to linger inside her as I moved to my side. "That was insane," she said, finishing my exact thought and reaching up to run her nails through my hair. "You were good the last time, but I was not expecting that. I think I've lost all the power in my legs." I chuckled. "Well, good thing you don't need your legs to keep doing what we've been doing." "No, but I do need them to go to the Apple store." She turned to look at the clock on my bedside table. "Which we've missed, by the way." "We'll go tomorrow," I said, leaning down and kissing her collarbone. "Tomorrow?" she asked, her voice taking on a playful Marilyn Monroe-like tone as she ran her fingernails through my hair. "I hope you have enough energy to keep this going all night, because I'm not the type to curl up and cuddle." I arched my eyebrow at her. I was just about to say the same, I said, feeling myself harden again, still inside her, as I leaned forward. And I should probably warn you, my cock is ready for round 2. Trying to scare me, handsome? She said with a laugh. More like preparing you for the night ahead, I smirked. Then my lips found hers while we both moaned, knowing this night was just getting kicked into the right gear.
Chapter 5. Nat. When my eyes fluttered open the next morning, it took a moment before I was able to fully comprehend where I was. The stunning, glittering pattern cast over the water reminded me of the diamonds that might be scattered over a jeweler's felt, adding sparkling dimension to the ocean that spread out beyond Spencer's bedroom. Right. Spencer Monroe. I stretched out in the enormous Alaskan king bed, luxuriating in the feeling of the Egyptian cotton sateen against the skin that had been kissed, licked, and touched in every conceivable way the night before. I should say, throughout the whole night the night before. I don't think there was a spare moment where he wasn't touching me, or I wasn't feeling him, or we weren't running our tongues over each other, or some part of him wasn't inside me in some way. I was overly impressed by Spencer's stamina, and because I was highly critical of anyone who attempted to satiate my sexual needs, it wasn't easy to impress me. All that said, that's what I was taking away from this experience: great sex, and the possibility that I wouldn't reject another offer of a night like that with him. Was I going to attach myself emotionally? Fuck no. It was off the charts sex, and that was it. I smiled as I sat up, letting the sheet fall and exposing my skin to the chilly air of the room, indulging in the feeling of goosebumps as they came up all over my body. I wove my fingers together and stretched them out, leaning into the stretch before I thought to check my cell phone. I nearly lunged over to the bedside table, but there was nothing. Shit, that's right. My cell phone was submarined yesterday in the pool, which was why I'd come over here in the first place. Strangely, as my eyes singled on the bedside table, I wasn't nearly as stressed out by the idea of my phone being unusable now as I'd been last night. But that was probably because all the stress had been worked out of me in my favorite way. Hey. I looked up to see Spencer standing in the doorway, looking sexy as fuck, wearing nothing but a pair of dark trousers and holding a tray. Shit. This man had abs of fucking steel that reminded me of feeling and licking every hard ridge of his body. Please tell me that tray has something I can lick off your body, I said with an eyebrow arch. He grinned at me. Just coffee here, but there's Nutella in the kitchen. Would that suit your needs? Perfectly, I said. I hope you know that I'm particular about my coffee and... You like a semi-dry cappuccino with macadamia milk and an extra shot? He said, leaving me to study him in silence. Way ahead of you, my little vixen. First of all, no more silly pet names. They turn me off. He raised his eyebrows. We have rules for fucking now? I met his sexy, challenging gaze with one of my own. When it comes to sex, I pride myself in breaking the rules, Spencer Monroe. Excellent, he answered, walking over to me. I, too, pride myself in breaking the rules, even your petty ones. I realized then that I probably should have never mentioned that the pet names turned me off, mainly because they did, and now this guy would likely use them, believing he was breaking sex rules. Oh, what the fuck ever. How do you know how I like my coffee? I questioned, more concerned about that than goofy names. I have my ways, he said, setting the tray down on the bed and handing the coffee cup to me. Nice try, Casanova. You texted Bree and Alex. I sipped at the coffee, giving a perfectly straight face, refusing to let on that the coffee was perfect. I hope they gave you shit for it, too. I certainly would've.
I'm sure you would've. Oh, speaking of texting.
He held out a small rectangular box.
You're back on the grid,
he said as I took the box from him. I raised my eyebrow before lifting the cover off the plain black box and sucking in a breath. It was a brand new iPhone, so new that I didn't think this model was even commercially available yet, and the back was in a beautiful slate blue that I hadn't seen before.
All your data's already been transferred,
he said.
It needs you to set up your Face ID and a few other incidentals. After that, it should be just like having your old phone back.
And with the added luxury of a new model, I said, pressing the power button and going to the settings. I quickly did the last few personal housekeeping things, and the phone was ready for use. To my surprise, a text from Brienne was already waiting for me. Bri, of all the times you have no phone to communicate, it's when you go home with Spence. Text me when you get this. Winky face. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face at that, and quickly typed back. Nat, back online, sweetheart. It wasn't a second before I saw the 3 dots showing Bri was texting back. Bri, well? Nat, well, we fucked. What did you think would happen? We'd fall in love? Bri, what am I going to do with you? Nat, nothing. Bri, so what now? You guys have been enemies since forever. I'm thinking makeup sex. I rolled my eyes at her adorable, romantic heart. Nat, this conversation can wait until you and I have lunch at the Ivy. Not with Spencer sitting next to me on his bed. Bri, oh shit. Nat, go enjoy your husband and kiddos. I'm just getting my order in for breakfast. I chuckled softly at Bri's eye roll emoji. Then I rolled my own eyes at the thought of what Spencer and I left everyone to discuss at the party when we exited unapologetically. I couldn't give half a fuck about them talking about us fucking, but I drew the line at them expecting it to end in a love story. Don't get me wrong, I loved this group of friends, but their cute little romantic endings weren't my style. They just weren't. And I could guarantee all their little happily ever after asses believed that this would lead somewhere. The thought of that alone irritated me. Good fucking luck getting me to settle down and pop out a handful of kids. Not in a million years.
You work fast,
Spencer said, and I looked up to where he was sipping on his coffee and watching me with an amused look. Extremely, I said. You know, doing the critical work of texting my best friend. He chuckled.
Fair enough.
I set the phone down on the side table, suddenly spotting a problem. I will need a case, and they probably don't sell them in stores yet.
There are a few downstairs for you to choose from whenever you want.
Well, well, well. Look at your spoiled billionaire ass. You think of everything, don't you? I said, pushing off the sheets and doing a quick stretch.
I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't.
His eyes ran down my body with enough force that it felt like a physical touch, grazing every part he'd been the night before. I'm starved and need something to eat, I said, realizing this coffee wouldn't settle well without some food in my system. Spencer's eyes lit up with a fire I'd seen multiple times the night before.
I know what I want to eat,
he said as his tongue teased me, gliding over his bottom lip. I felt myself heat up between my legs in anticipation, and my toes curled as he gently pushed me back into the pillows and began to feast on me like a starving man at a banquet. Breakfast could wait. I don't know what private chef Spencer contacted, or when, but by the time we were done and headed downstairs for food, there was a massive spread of pastries, eggs, bacon, and other breakfast foods. Holy shit, This is exactly how I expect to be treated after pleasuring a man beyond his greatest fantasy, I stated, taking in the 5-star feast in front of us.
I figured you'd need the calories after last night,
he said, slipping his hands into his pockets and looking like a fucking snack on the beach. I won't argue with you on that, I said, snagging a piece of bacon and nibbling on it.
Speaking of which,
he said, looking at me with those fuck-me eyes of his.
I don't know about you, but I've never spent all night fucking like we did. You, Natalia Hoover, are quite the woman to have in bed.
I'd had plenty of nights like last night, but when I thought about it, I'd never had anyone make me feel like Spencer had in more ways than one. Something about the feelings I was uncovering here, with him, was making me intensely uncomfortable suddenly. Since college, I'd managed to keep sex and feelings neatly in separate boxes. After my high school boyfriend, a cute football player who fumbled his way around my pussy clumsily and had absolutely no idea what he was doing, I decided that I would be in control of who I let into my bed. I didn't need any of the damage brought on by feelings. It wasn't to say that there hadn't been anyone who didn't want more with me, or anyone who hadn't made me wonder what it might be like to pursue something beyond a few trysts. However, I inevitably remembered just what kind of a mess could be caused by feelings, and that put an end to those fantasies. I found myself thinking of Spencer in ways I hadn't thought of anyone in years, seeing him in ways I thought I'd dismissed decades ago. Now that I was presented with these feelings, I had no idea what to do with them, or myself, or Spencer, other than simply dismissing them. I'd had a lot of great sex in my life, but I never had anyone quite like Spencer. I was losing my appetite with these thoughts and needed to shake them. Getting away from Spencer for a moment would help clear that energy, so I could reset my mind and get back to what I enjoyed, if we were to play a little longer before I left, which was fantastic sex. But there was no way in hell I was jumping straight to that while seeing this look in his eyes and feeling these emotions. Fuck that shit. This wasn't me, and I needed to clear my mind. "Where's the shower?" I questioned, causing a much-warranted look of confusion on his face.
The best one is in my room. I'll take you to it.
The water in Spencer's shower poured out several jets on the ceiling, coursing over my head and body. I luxuriated in the feeling of the heat as my muscles slowly unkinked, and I rinsed out my hair in the heat of the overhead jet. The floor of the shower was a beautiful, dark marble, and a small window at the back looked out where the tide came in over the rocks. The sounds of the shower seemed to combine with the waves, and all of it relaxed me in the most perfect way. I nearly jumped through the clear glass of the shower when a set of large, tan hands settled over my belly. I looked over my shoulder to see that Spencer was in there with me, aligning his body perfectly with mine. I moaned as his damp hands slid over me, pulling me flush against his perfectly toned chest. "That feels good. Another round, eh?" I said, my mind reset and ready to go again. Spencer picked up a washcloth, soaping it thoroughly before dropping to his knees and running the soapy cloth up between my legs and over the backs of my thighs before spreading me out.
"I want you to stand,"
he said, looking up at me,
"while I make you come."
He used that dominant voice I would only allow if it meant I was getting pleasure from it. "Yeah, you will," I said, meeting his dominance with my own.
"I'm going to bring your gorgeous self."
Spencer leaned forward and applied his tongue in that expert way that he knew would drive me insane.
"To your knees."
I was thankful that he was holding me up, because if his hands hadn't been there, I might have already gone to my knees. I put my hand out to grip the tiled ledge next to me, grasping the cool wall as his tongue began to move in tighter and tighter circles.
"Hang on,"
he said before suddenly lifting my foot and hooking it around his neck, draping my lower leg over my back.
"I need better access."
I almost melted when he dipped his tongue inside me, tasting the very center of me as he stripped me down to my most basic, fundamental parts, and getting me to practically forget my own name, to forget everything but my desire for him. "Holy shit," I said, feeling my breaths coming sharper and sharper. "Spence."
"Come for me, Nat,"
he said, the vibration of his words stimulating me even more.
"Come in my mouth. I want to taste you."
My thighs began to shake as he slipped his finger inside me, pressing it against my G-spot. "Shit, yes." The gasp that emerged from me dissolved into the sounds of my orgasm as I shattered, feeling the tension unspool from the base of my spine and flood from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. I almost collapsed on top of his head. I'd barely been given a second to absorb my orgasm before I was backed toward the slate wall, my hands braced on the ledge, and my legs parted with a gentle nudge of his knee.
"Are you ready for me?"
he asked, pressing his lips gently to the pulse point on my neck as he brought his hand up to wrap around my neck, pulling it gently up.
"I need to be inside you."
"Good," I said, reaching back to thread my fingers through his silky dark hair. "Fuck me." He lined himself up with my entrance and pushed in so slowly that I thought I would go insane, waiting for him to insert himself fully into me. His legs shook as he fit into me so deeply and tightly that I felt myself beginning to clench around him as soon as he was inside.
"God,"
he hissed into my ear, the word coming in low and deep.
"Squeeze my dick with your pussy."
I tightened my pussy in movements that nearly made Spencer's legs buckle.
"You're so fucking tight,"
he groaned. I moaned as he wrapped a gentle hand around my neck and plunged so deeply into me that I thought I'd take him in at the root. I tightened my pussy as if trying to hold him there, massaging his cock with my internal muscles.
"Holy shit, Nat,"
he said with a gasp.
"What the fuck was that?"
"Exactly what you asked for," I said, tilting my head back on his shoulder with a grin and doing it again.
"I don't think I'll be able to hold on,"
he said, starting to pick up his rhythm as he dipped his hand between my legs and made his way steadily down to my clit.
"And I want to get you off one more time before I go."
"Very... Oh, God!" I gasped as a sudden spasm of pleasure flashed through me while he fucked me deeper. "Very generous of you."
"I try."
His teeth grazed against the side of my neck, raising goosebumps all over my body.
"Come on, Nat,"
he said.
"Let me feel that pussy come one more time."
One more flick of his fingers sent me careening over the edge, and the spasms from my previous orgasm rippled through me, extending the pleasure of my climax as I came apart in his arms, practically shattering on his cock. The groan he emitted into my ear was the only clue he gave before his enormous cock plunged even deeper than before, nearly splitting me open before I felt the warm flood of his cum spilling into me. Reaching up, I pulled his face down to mine, dipping my tongue into his mouth as I tasted him once more, luxuriating in his kiss. That evening, as the sun was setting, I was sitting on the couch and thinking about how long it had been since I'd spent a weekend doing no work at all. Even on girls' trips, I'd take a few work calls, answer emails, and do some commission work. But never in my life had I gone an entire 24 hours ignoring my job in favor of sex. This was a new level of decadence for me, and I'd practically written the book on decadent sex adventures. As I contemplated the ocean with wet hair, wearing one of Spencer's button-downs, I thought about how different this was for me, and how this couldn't last beyond tomorrow. There was just no way I'd be able to see this through after this, even though I would definitely be missing this house. And the sex. I would certainly be missing the sex. "Hey," Spencer said, coming over and setting his face by my shoulder. I reached up, threading my fingers through his hair once more as I dipped my tongue into his mouth. Another new thing for me was this cutesy kissing and relaxing together with a man without a drive to just have sex. I would have naturally shoved all this away, but it was so damn comfortable that I would be a fool to run from it. So, I did what I always did when I found things relaxing and agreeable. I indulged myself.
"I hope you're hungry,"
he said, settling in at my side.
"I decided to order Nobu to the house."
"To the house, huh?" I grinned. "You ashamed to be seen with me?"
"If I took you to the restaurant, you'd have to get more dressed than this. And that just wouldn't do for the plans I have about how we'll eat dinner together tonight."
"Well, I have plans before we eat dinner." I smiled as I leaned up on my knees to kiss him again. "How long till the food gets here?"
"About a half hour."
"Plenty of time for a warm-up round," I said, turning and climbing in front of him. Shit, I was enjoying this too much. I never believed I had a sex addiction, but I might have to question that after the last 24 hours. But that was for a different day. There was no way I would let that cloud my mind when I had only a few short hours left in this man's pleasurable company.
Chapter 6. Spencer. I'd always been good at separating my life from my work. When I was back at the office on Monday, I was doing my level best to fall back into my usual way of working, looking over earnings profiles, finding where the flaws in certain businesses were, and ranking the pitches in terms of appeal. For the most part, I was doing a pretty good job, finding the gaps in Mitchell & Associates' crown and earmarking the proposals that I felt would fit in those empty spaces as the jewels we needed. It would be a full slate of meetings for me leading into next year, and I wasn't mad about it. What threw me off, though, was the sudden intrusion into my mind's eye of a perfect pair of tits and the way they looked yesterday in the dawn light. Or the memory of the heavy scent of white flowers and musk, and how it seemed to wrap its seductive tendrils around me. Or a pair of ice-blue eyes staring up at me from where they were poised above my cock, merging a look of innocence and daring that, combined with her skillful mouth and tongue, was undoubtedly more than I expected from Natalia Hoover. I was not, and never had been, the person to lose time thinking of a woman once I'd enjoyed her. Maybe it made me a shit stain, but my life had suited me to the ground so far, so I wasn't sorry for it. I wasn't exactly the type to get chained down to any woman, physically or mentally. Period. That was exhausting to even think about. I still had no idea how my closest friends handed over their freedoms to their wives as they'd done. Alex, Jim, and I had all run together at Oxford, and not one of us had a lasting relationship the whole time we were there. So no one was more surprised than I was when I'd gotten the news about Jim and Avery, but like everyone else, I figured that hell would freeze over before Alex got tied down. He'd always been the first to say that his Johnny Depp look-alike ass was incapable of loving a woman, and then Bree walked her dimpled smile into his life, and his determination to never be able to love another had gone up in smoke. A consequence of Bree and Alex's relationship, that I couldn't decide was unfortunate or not, was Natalia's presence in my life, which had become more or less constant. I'd been prepared to write off our first interaction as an unfortunate blip in two active sex lives and was willing to put it behind me. That was until I discovered that Bree, Alex's business partner at the time, had become his life partner, and that her best friend was the woman I still winced about when I thought of my most cringeworthy sexual experiences. Once I started seeing Nat consistently, the thought entered my head unfailingly that I needed to make the last time up to her, if only she would look at me longer than a second at a time. But if ever there was something to know about Natalia Hoover, it was that once she decided you were a waste of her time, you might as well consider yourself written off. She wasn't one to waste her precious, limited time. That was partially why this whole thing sent me into such a tailspin. That and the fact that I'd had her in my bed all weekend, and my shower, and my couch, and my kitchen island, where I'd licked a series of things off her body, including peanut butter and chocolate ice cream. "Pull yourself together," I told myself sternly, as I reached my hands up and ran them through my hair, practically pulling it up straight. It's not like you haven't spent a weekend fucking the occasional girl here or there before. My phone buzzed, and I looked down to see that a text had come through from Jim with 2 screenshots of emails from Wendy Leedon that made me roll my eyes. I needed this to get my mind off fantasizing about sex with that woman. Shit, if I weren't careful, I'd be chained to Nat mentally and totally fucked. I knew better than this. If I got caught up with her and lost focus of my job, I'd resent her for it. I was not known for breaking hearts because I enjoyed doing it. It was just part of the cold-hearted bastard I was. Jim, I'm confused about why Wendy Leedon is still sending me emails without CCing you, especially regarding things that directly have to do with your expertise. I groaned audibly as I leaned back in my chair, bringing my hand to my chin and scratching along the slight line of scruff that had begun to grow over the weekend. I reread Jim's text and then responded. Spencer. Not sure why I'm not on the email string, but whatever the reason, I'll take care of it. I may just handle this shit in London instead of playing these stupid fucking games. Jim. I'd rather you stay stateside, so I have you on the other deals that I'm not too confident about. Spencer. You'll survive without me. Put Sophie on it if anything goes sideways. She's got enough spirit to keep things in check until I get back. Jim. I guess that'll have to do. I hate to admit it, but sometimes I want the bulldozer around. Spencer. Stop acting like a bitch. I chuckled and leaned back on my chair, setting my feet up on the desk as I rubbed my hands over my face. The day wasn't going horribly, but I didn't have everything as under control as I liked to believe that I did. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I opened my eyes again, wondering who was calling my cell phone in the middle of the workday. Taking my hand away from my eyes, I reached for it, figuring it would likely be Jim having the last word since I'd just teased his ass by calling him a bitch. It wasn't. Shit. What the fuck manifested this phone call? I cleared my throat before swiping my thumb across the bottom of the screen and raising the phone to my ear. Hey, Stephen. Spence, how are you? My brother's smooth Oxbridge accent came down the line, colored with the slight hints of our childhood in Italy. I'm fine. I'm just at work. Where are you in the world right now, Steve? Provence. Nadia and I decided to take a short pre-wedding trip before heading to Sirmione. Right, the wedding. I kept the secondary groan inside this time, trying to make sure my brother didn't get any sense that I'd forgotten that he was getting married. You forgot, didn't you? I forget nothing. Besides, the reminder is glaringly right in front of me on my computer's calendar, I said, which was true. I had added this date to my calendar when my brother told me he was marrying Nadia, whom I'd gotten along with every time I'd met her. I was excited for the two of them. They seemed perfect for each other. I was also thrilled to see my sister and her daughter, both of whom I adored. However, visiting my family estate in Sirmione was a bittersweet thought in my mind, and for good reason. The ghosts of my past were there, and going to this wedding meant I had to face them, Something that, if I could find a good enough excuse, I'd definitely not choose to do. Spence, we're going to be doing a fitting in Milan for the suits the week before, so if you can be there 3 weeks before the day of the wedding, that would be ideal. Fuck my life. This day was coming a lot sooner than later. My heart started to race as if I were a kid again, and my mother calling my boarding school for a spontaneous visit home without telling me. Ah, shit. Listen, I started as I pinched the bridge of my nose. I just can't up and leave to another country for weeks at a time. I have a few critical meetings here that I can't miss, and then I have to head to London on business. Nonna's been asking about you. She says that you haven't called her in a while, and that she's going to die without ever speaking to her favorite grandson again. I chuckled. Nonna invented Italian Catholic guilt, and you're seemingly happy to be her messenger all of a sudden. No, but I did inherit her talent for it. You might have gotten the Italian looks in this family, but I got our matriarch's personality, so I'm here to reinforce that you should come and spend time with your grandmother, sonny boy. I can agree that you certainly didn't inherit the Italian looks, but that's about it, I said, chuckling again. Listen, I really do want to see her, and you, not to mention Sloane and Becca. I've missed them a lot. But you already know what's been keeping me back. It will take a lot more than Nonna missing me to get me to show up. I'm sorry, but it's a fact. Yeah, I know, I guess, he said in defeat. I hated letting my brother down, but he knew why I couldn't be pressed to show up. The knowledge filled the silence between us, the way the distance had for years that had been rooted by the vengeful individual who took responsibility for our upbringing. All 3 of us children had tried to spend the last few years since we'd become adults making up for lost time. Still, the lingering presence of our mother hovering over everything we did had always prevented any real vulnerability. She weighed over us like a vicious phantom, even though she was still alive and kicking. I'd done my best over the last few years to become neutral toward my mother, but there was a part of me that still felt a seething, fiery ripple along my skin at the thought of seeing her again, and I was loath to admit that. I couldn't abide that any person should have that kind of control over me, much less the woman who happened to give me genetic material and then take much, much more, but there we were. Stephen must have known where my mind was, because he said, "So that you know, she disapproves of Nadia. That shouldn't be a surprise to you, though." Why is the woman even going to the wedding, then? Her malice, spite, and diabolical way of doing things will forever be lost on me. The way I see it, it serves her purpose only. She's obviously still trying to wield control over Sloane and Becca, and through them she works to control the 2 of us. How the hell does she manage to control them? I questioned, with annoyance and disdain for our mother. I'm not sure. I think it has something to do with Becca having UK citizenship rather than Italian, but Mum refuses to answer any of my questions about the matter. It's a giant mess. Sounds like her usual bullshit, I sighed, rubbing my forehead. I wasn't looking forward to seeing Heidi, our mother, again, not at all. She'd always enjoyed Stephen's company, though, given that looking at him was like looking in the mirror for her, but she'd barely been able to look at me without a grimace. Everything about being in her presence was negative, and I'd rather not be a part of the misery loves company bullshit. By the way, Stephen said, his voice taking on a more amused tone to counter my silence, I figured you should know, we saved you a spot for a +1 if you want to bring someone. +1? Why the fuck would you do that? I asked, my tone dry as the Malibu hills in the middle of August. When was the last time I ever brought someone home? I can answer that exactly. It was Hillary, the girl who went fully mad over you in university. Mother really bonded with that one. Yeah, of course Mother loved her. She was just as insane as she is. Speaking of which, Mum keeps asking whether you're bringing her to the wedding. She says there's been no one since who comes close to her caliber, and that she'd, and I quote, like to see you happy once more. I burst out laughing. Of course our mother would believe the nutcase would make me happy. What a fucking insult. How unsurprising. The way I see it, though, if you bring Hillary, she'll entertain Mum, so you can enjoy yourself around those you actually want to see. Hillary is nuts, but she's cool enough. I'm not using that woman to avoid our mother. If I show up by myself, if you show up by yourself, you're just asking for more hell than you need. You know very well that if you show up single, Mum will be on a mission. I fucking know that, I said. Frustrated, I was forced into this bizarre corner of insecurity and doubt, all brought on by a woman who damaged me far worse than I gave her credit for. It's honestly not worth it, Stephen pressed, while I went into damage control mode. I hated that my mother was the only person in the world to make me hesitate. Perhaps a shrink could have helped me deal with those issues, but I didn't have time for that shit. Fuck, I didn't have time for this shit. Well, what should I tell her and Nadia about whom you're bringing? Because I can guarantee that if you come alone, she will make a spectacle out of you. It's not worth it. Trust me, I know. I sighed, wondering how I would pull this off, and hoping the woman I had in mind would go for it. There was no way I would completely abandon the idea of showing up for my brother's wedding. Fuck that. I wasn't as horrible a person as my mother, but there was also no fucking way in the world I was showing up weak and vulnerable for her to attack. I was not going to give this woman anything. I stared down at my fingers strumming along the polished surface of my desk and smiled at the idea of Natalia Hoover arriving on my arm, knowing Nat had precisely what it took to deal with an evil bitch like my mother. Nat could hold her own. She was practically the female version of myself, which was highly attractive to a man like me. She was in a separate class from anyone I could think to bring, and if I ever wanted to best my mother, then I needed to play the game on a completely different scale. If she wanted caliber, I'd give the woman caliber. Give Nadia my love, and tell our mother that I'll be there, and I'll be bringing my wife. Probably a bit extreme, but dealing with my mother brought everyone to extremes. The silence went on for long enough that I thought the line had gone dead, and then my brother's rich laugh came down the phone line. Very well, then. This is one phone call I will be happy to make.
Chapter 7. Nat. The blueprints for the new luxury neighborhood going up in some of the protected Malibu hills took my breath away as I went over them. I flipped through one after the other on my iPad, sipping on my second coffee of the morning as I lusted over Brienne's latest designs. My best friend had outdone herself on this latest project, a set of high-profile mansions slated to sell at upwards of $20 million each before they were even built. I couldn't lie. As I looked through the blueprints and the rendered images of the projected three-dimensional depictions, I was positively salivating over the homes. I'd been wanting to make the move to Malibu for years, feeling as though I was outgrowing the condo in Beverly Hills, where I'd spent my 20s and carved out my impeccable reputation over years of sleepless nights and high-dollar deals. Over the last 9 years, my climb had been meteoric, and I was thrilled at the idea of moving out of the city, at least on weekends. I'd built up a substantial enough nest egg that buying property in Malibu was a possibility by now, and I looked forward to being neighbors with my best friend, her husband, who'd become a brother to me, and my little nephews. And yet, even as I went through the different properties, I couldn't settle on any house that felt right for me. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the land or the potential houses. Brienne was a master of her craft, and she never would have let a single detail slip past her notice, at least not within the scope of design or engineering. The girl was on top of her shit, as her father had always insisted she be. She refused to build on flawed land or with shoddy materials, and what she built was as close to structurally perfect as possible. The problem was what I'd seen several clients experience while house hunting, and what Say Yes to the Dress loved to make such a huge deal about. It was the glass slipper effect. That indefinable thing one felt when something was exactly right for the person searching for it. If you didn't feel that thing, then it wasn't the right prospect. What was more, if it wasn't right, it didn't make sense to try to force it. Not with a wedding dress, and certainly not with something as crucial as a house you were planning to drop a $6 million down payment on and likely live in for 60-odd years. Strangely enough, a week before, I would have jumped at the prospect of owning one of these homes. They were stunning, private, and exclusive. Everything I would have picked for myself if I could have. Now, though, when I thought about buying one of them, my mind was filled with thoughts of a stunning home built mostly on the water, made almost entirely of glass and stone in a range of beige and black. Whenever I saw the specs for the beautiful bedrooms with views that overlooked the canyons and eye lines all the way out to the water, all I could think about was that those bedrooms weren't built over the water itself. Whenever I saw the infinity pools built directly into the mountains, I thought of how it would be impossible for me to walk from the pool to the beach. Whenever I looked at the drawings of the living rooms and kitchens, I thought of how none were the ones where I'd been slathered in ice cream and licked all over. This was too much. All of it. Everything from the fact that I clearly was not moving on from the weekend I'd spent with Spencer Monroe, to the point that I was using his house as the barometer to measure my future, told me that I was in serious trouble where this man was concerned. Yesterday had been abnormal enough. I'd woken up in his bed once more, and this time I'd woken up before him, giving me the opportunity to wake him up with my skill below a man's waist. Then, after a few pleasant hours of eating a delightful breakfast, talking, and a last little bit of fucking, I put my bathing suit back on, unable to stomach the prospect of my work clothes and heels again after a weekend of wearing nothing but Spencer's shirt. I pulled my ass quickly out of my fantasy when he offered to walk me back to Alex and Bree's. I was serious as a damn heart attack when I knew I had no business going there with him or with anyone. My first red flag was that I actually liked the feeling of the offer. And then I remembered exactly who was offering it. There was no way I was getting emotionally involved with Spencer Monroe. When Bree and I did get around to talking about him, she only got my humorous side of things. She heard nothing about wearing his button-down shirts or anything to fire up the gossip mill that would land Spencer and me in the next happily ever after episode in the lives of my married friends. I had to repeatedly remind Bree that she had to stop comparing me to her or her married besties. I loved them all, but they were worlds away from the type of person I was. It wasn't going to be a discussion, so I killed it the second I saw the hopeful look in her eye. Sorry to dash everyone's hopes and dreams, but Natalia Hoover was not going to be that woman who found true love on the arm of a man. Instead, I'd find it where I felt I needed it, in myself. And yes, I truly loved myself more than any other person in this world. She and I left the conversation at that, and I was, once again, back where I needed to be after sneaking off with Spencer for the weekend. The sharp sound of my intercom buzzing got my attention, and I gasped as I almost jumped out of my skin. I leaned forward, pressed the response button on the box on my desk, and said, as imperiously as possible, Yes? My door opened, and my assistant, Troy, looked in at me, a bit confused.
Is everything okay with you?
Fine as always, honey, I said, covering my iPad once more and crossing my arms over my chest as I stared him down. I liked Troy. He was intelligent and quick on the uptake, but quite presumptuous. Outside of your random concern for me, is there something I can help you with?
Nothing at all,
he said, the edge of his mouth turning up in a bit of a smirk.
It's just that...
He paused, and I eyed him with concern. It's just that what? I pressed, curious as to why Troy was acting like he was about to announce a surprise birthday party to me. He shook his head, and the smirk became a full-blown smile.
Well,
he sighed in what seemed defeat, then frowned.
Your husband asked me to let you know he's here to see you.
My what?
I know. I was pretty surprised when he told me the happy news, too, though I was more surprised that you hadn't told anyone around the office.
Troy, stop talking. I set my tablet down on the desk, bringing my hand up and rubbing the back of my neck. What does this husband of mine look like?
Kind of like Chris Evans, if Chris Evans had dark hair and brown eyes.
Raising his eyebrow again, he cocked his head to the side.
Honestly, you could do a lot worse. I'd marry him in a second.
God help you, Spencer, I thought with a sharp inhale. Jesus, could this be any more of a Monday? Bring in Dark Captain America, and I'll let you know if he's single when I'm done with him, I said dryly. Troy stepped out, and within seconds a tall, extremely hot snack of a man entered my office. Spencer grinned at me, and his look was cocky enough for me to want to pull off my shoe and throw it at him. But, unfortunately for me, that would be a waste of a good Louboutin.
Hi, darling.
The rich, deep voice with a hint of an Oxbridge accent said, prompting my eyebrow to arch. What did I say about ridiculous pet names? I questioned without a smile.
They turned you off,
he answered, sitting in the chair across from my desk. He propped an ankle up on his knee, fully relaxed and ready for whatever the bastard knew my response would be to him showing up here unannounced. So, why would you use a pet name directly after coming here without an invitation? And, more importantly, stating you're my husband.
Well,
Just what the fuck do you think you're doing, Spencer? I decided to stop playing his games and figure out what had possessed this man. I figured you were an extremely busy businessman, out trying to run the world.
Not the world,
he said.
Just Mitchell and Associates.
Which might as well be the world, I retorted with a sigh. Look, I'm also busy, so let me set the record straight. I had a great time, but the reality is, I'm at work and very well satiated in the sexual department. I do have you to thank for that. So, thank you. And goodbye.
Before you kick my ass out of here,
he said, holding up his hands.
Hear me out, please.
I twisted my Cartier watch on my wrist, glanced down at it, and up to him. You have exactly 1 minute. Go.
What do you think about joining the Mile High Club?
My jaw dropped open. Listen, dick fuck, I said. I may have seemed like a high school girl while riding your cock all weekend, but that doesn't mean I am one. Asking me to join the Mile High Club is like asking me on a date to Chuck E. Cheese. I'm going to need your ass to grow the fuck up and be a little more direct with me about what you want and why the hell you came to my office today proclaiming you're my husband. He smiled.
You are quite the woman, Nat Hoover.
I know, I answered confidently. You've officially wasted 5 minutes of my life asking a ridiculous question. Either leave or get to the point.
Jesus. And Jim thought I was aggressive?
I struggle to understand why. Does he know you like propositioning women to join the Mile High Club so you can fuck them on his private jets? Because I swear if he doesn't fire your ass over that stupid shit alone, there's something wrong with him, too. Spencer's eyes narrowed at me, and suddenly I felt like I had just finished an interview and was hired for the job. What was this sneaky bastard doing? Clock's ticking, I reminded him, hoping he'd spit it out because I needed to get to work. He sighed.
Okay, forget the Mile High Club invite. How about this?
His wicked grin piqued my intrigue.
I'm curious about your bucket list.
My what?
Your sex bucket list,
he said. I swear I will never speak to you again if you ask me another childish question. Are you nervous? Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you and these lame attempts to get me to fuck you on an airplane? His lips pinched together tightly, and his eyes grew darker.
What do you think about going to Italy with me?
I waved my hand out to him. You see, now that is a language I speak. Not saying that I will go to Italy with you, but I appreciate the direct approach. Spencer smeared his hand over his forehead, and now I was more confused than ever, wondering why he was so off. Dear God, man, you're a mess. I'm not sure asking me to go to Italy is quite what you're after now either.
It's not. Well, not entirely.
Well then, what entirely are you trying to ask me?
My brother's getting married, he said, and like most successful men in my particular line of work, we have complicated family issues. Demons from our pasts, so to speak.
If you dare compare your life to Alex Grayson's and his demons, I'll hurl my shoe at your forehead.
I'd never,
he said. Now, he had a bit of sympathy from me because it was clear he seemed pretty disturbed by this wedding.
I'd like to invite you along with me. My mother is quite a singular woman. Well, without saying too much, I don't want to show up as her billionaire bachelor son. I'd prefer to arrive married and for you to be my fake wife.
I swallowed. This sounds like a goddamn romance novel, which I dare say I would not read because it's not my thing. I have no desire to be on the arm of a wealthy man in a suit, faking that I'm married to him because I'm some desperate fool. He rolled his eyes.
Do you insult everything or just things that I suggest?
Both, I said, completely done with this conversation. And no, I'm not going to allow your rich ass to whore me out and pretend to play house for the benefit of your family either.
You're impossible,
he said with rising frustration. Indeed I am, I returned. Honestly, I was more than a little surprised he hadn't left yet. He sat there with a defeated look that made me feel almost bad for him. However, you look like a lost schoolboy in desperate need of a friend, so I might consider this just to prove I have a heart for people I enjoy being around.
Enjoy being around?
He questioned, more hopeful now. The sex was pretty damn good, Mr. Monroe, and I believe a lovely jaunt to the old world would give me just the excuse to indulge myself in it some more.
Well, shit. All I had to do was offer you sex?
You have met me, haven't you? He laughed and let out a breath of what I assumed was relief. Listen, I'm not just doing this for sex. I smiled at him. I'm no fool. I saw a look in your eye at the mention of that mother of yours. His face darkened again. I'm guessing she's a pretty awful woman if her son reacts like this without even being in her presence.
You have no idea. But, to be honest, I wouldn't have you on my arm, pretending to be my wife, if I thought you couldn't handle her.
Oh, honey, you have no idea how well I can handle women who seemingly ruin their families' lives by being a bitch, I stated.
How could you tell she's like that?
Wild guess with the help of a few hints from the spoiled, sex-crazed, heartless, workaholic rich kid sitting in front of me?
This may not be as easy as you think.
The way his mouth tightened whenever he mentioned his mother didn't escape me.
But I know how tough you are, and that you won't take any shit from her.
You're just lucky the sex is good. I winked at him, feeling a bit happy I could join in on some fun to ease the burden. Why the fuck not? I dug shit like this.
Oh, the sex will be worth it. You can trust me on that.
I crossed my legs tightly at the thought of what lay ahead in that department. I expect it will be, I answered, taunting him.
I'd like to fuck your sexy ass all the way to Italy and back.
Now you're just torturing me with the idea. I couldn't help the smile that spread across my face. When is the wedding?
September 25th.
Shit. I shook my head. I'm going to be in London for meetings the week of October 4th. I can't go to Italy right before. Well, damn. All of that just to reject your handsome, desperate ass.
Actually, that happens to work perfectly with my schedule. I'll also be in London for meetings then,
he said, standing up.
Which means I'll be claiming your ass all over London, too.
I clamped my lips together. One last question.
Go.
He looked at his watch, then back at me.
You have less than a minute,
he teased, and I rolled my eyes. Why exactly do we have to be married? His face darkened again.
So my mother won't try to get me to leave you at the risk of her financial stability.
I sat back, studying him. What the fuck was I up against? With the silence filling the room, and Spencer clearly affected by his last statement, he nodded at me, buttoned his jacket, and walked out of my office without another word. Chapter 8. Nat. I hit the buzzer on the intercom for the second time, tapping the toe of my Jimmy Choo heel on the cracked concrete, my arms weighed down under all the Korean barbecue I was holding, and rapidly growing more and more uncomfortable in every way a woman can when wearing a tight skirt and heels, standing south of Olympic Boulevard as she waited for someone who clearly wasn't coming to let her in. God damn it, Shane, I murmured under my breath, wondering if my brother was passed out or screwing some broad and not answering the door. I reached into my purse to pull out my keys, isolating the spare that my little brother had given me to his apartment. It had only been for use in case of emergency, but the last time I used it under the assumption that it was an emergency, I ended up walking in on my brother in the middle of fucking some random girl from one of his programming classes. Seeing my brother's naked ass wasn't an experience I was particularly interested in repeating. Still, we had plans, and I couldn't help feeling worried that something else had happened to keep him from coming to the door.
Oh, hey, sis.
A softly musical voice came from above my head. I looked up to see my brother's handsome face. His beautiful brown eyes, which began taking on more than their share of exhaustion at much too young an age, were just as hazy as I'd expected, with even bigger pupils than usual.
I know you weren't about to use the emergency key without permission, were you?
What the hell do you mean without permission? I retorted. When I'm stuck south of Olympic after 9 and my brother's not answering, I'd say that counts as an emergency, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure. With those shoes, I'd say you have a pretty decent weapon on hand,
he said, holding the door open for me.
What'd you bring for dinner?
Korean barbecue, I said, leading the way up to the second-floor apartment my brother had been living in since he graduated from USC by the skin of his teeth.
Damn it,
he said.
I was hoping for pho.
If you'd wanted pho, you should have answered my text, I said. Aside from the cheap rent, one of the few things I could say about this neighborhood was the fantastic food that could be found nearby. Some of the best restaurants in the city were within a 4-block radius of this apartment, as crappy as it might seem. The only problem was the vast majority of people who ran in my circle had a stick up their asses about any restaurant with less than the $3 signs icon next to the place on Yelp. Then there was my brother and his crowd. I honestly couldn't say much without getting upset or disturbed by his life choices. I'd probably never come here to check on him if I did. Instead, I accepted it all for what it was when it came to Shane. Since he was little, my brother had a different way of responding to stress than me. While my father's bullshit had simply made me shut down and turned me into a human ice sculpture, as he'd often referred to me, it had had the opposite effect on Shane. Unfortunately, our older sister, Liz, had more or less checked out by that point, so I never got a sense of how she responded to Dad's antics. When Shane acted like an asshole, though, I was the only one left to deal with his behaviors, and I quickly discovered that the only way to work with Shane was to make the whole thing into a game. Whenever I made him dinner as a kid, he'd tell me what I'd given him to eat wasn't what he actually wanted. The first few times I tried to appease him, but it didn't take long before one day I snapped and told him that he should have spoken up before I cooked. He blinked at me sheepishly and apologized before picking up his fork and beginning to eat with the best table manners I'd ever seen him use. It was strange how silly things such as that forced us into a sibling bond while living in a highly toxic family. Of course, it was all nonsense. I see that now. But it helped us survive that home.
Damn, you brought enough to feed an entire army,
he said as I spread the food out on the table, going to get the mismatched plates from the kitchen.
I don't know if I'm hungry enough for all of this.
Well, you'll have leftovers then, I said, not looking at him as I felt my stomach drop at the words. My brother had always had a legendary appetite, so hearing him say that he wasn't hungry immediately told me everything I needed to know about his current state of sobriety. Just eat what you're hungry for, and leave the rest for tomorrow.
That doesn't seem very fair. You're the one who got it, so you should take it with you.
If I took it, it would go bad. I'm going out of town tomorrow and won't be back for a few weeks.
A few weeks?
A familiar pang entered my heart at how my little brother's face fell and how disappointed he seemed. He quickly blinked it away, fixing me with another charming smile. But I knew he must have felt many different emotions at the thought of me leaving.
What an exciting life you lead. Where are you going?
London. For work, I said. The company is expanding there, and I need to be on the ground to secure a few deals before anyone else gets their dirty little hands on them.
Oh, shit,
he said, his face lighting up with the usual excitement I associated with Shane.
London is so sick. The music scene out there is wild. I'm jealous as hell. What do you think if I go with you?
Maybe next time, I said, smiling at him as I sipped my tofu soup. But for now, I'm going to be so busy with work that I won't be around, and that will make for a dud trip.
I can entertain myself,
he said with a grin. I rolled my eyes. Sorry, not happening. Only because I have to go to Italy for a wedding before heading to London to work.
Oh, cool.
He spooned some bulgogi onto his plate, and the fragrance of the marinated beef filled my nose and triggered my appetite even more.
That's a high-roller wedding. Is Cass finally getting married? Did Mike finally propose to her?
Nope, I said. I was entertained by the guess. He knew my friends well since they'd been a fixture in my life throughout his adolescence. He'd tried out his clumsiest flirting on Bree, and Cass had changed his wardrobe for the better. Sammy generally made fun of him in good spirits, and he'd been at both Sammy's and Bree's weddings. He was the only member of my family any of them had ever met. You wouldn't know anyone in this particular wedding party. I was merely invited as a +1. He raised his eyebrows at me.
Interesting.
What's so interesting about it? I met a man who invited me to a wedding, and I get a quick vacation in Italy out of the invite. So, it's nothing to brag about.
Right,
he said, digging into the sweet potato noodles he loved so much. Why do you act like there's anything more to this? You'll hurt your brain if you try to dig for something that's not there, Shane, I said, not wanting to explain the bizarre arrangement I'd made with Spencer.
Because there is more to this, Nat. You're attending an event across the ocean with a man. Everyone who knows you knows it isn't your style to lock down like that with a man for any reason.
Lock down with a man? I smirked with confusion. What the hell does that mean?
Put yourself in a situation where a man depends on you for anything. This sounds like there's more to the story to me,
he said, eyeing me and believing he would actually get the whole story out of me.
You're the queen of the term, love them and leave them.
I stared at him. Well, trust me, this one will be left like the rest of them. Just because I'm attending a damn wedding with the man doesn't mean I'm planning on meeting him at the altar.
Am I wrong, though? There's more to this guy if you're doing something like attending a wedding with him.
Meh, I said, tilting my head back to catch the last of the soup in my mouth. Nope, not even a little bit, actually. Nice try, though. How's the bulgogi? He shrugged as he took a bite.
Don't change the subject. Who's this guy that you're going out of your way for? What's his name? What does he do?
Oh my God. You are insufferable, I said. His name is Spencer, if you must know. He shrugged.
All right,
he said.
I guess it's an okay name.
That's a ridiculous metric by which to judge someone, I said.
Well, answer the other questions then. What does he do? Where's he from?
Why? So you can Google him? I asked. No, I'm not going to tell you who he is. All you need to know is that he's nice enough and invited me to a wedding.
God damn,
he said, fixing me with the world's most obnoxious smirk.
The sex must be good if you're sitting there looking like that.
I'm definitely not getting into that with you, I said, looking over the damage he'd done to the plates of takeout in front of us. You know, for someone who said he wasn't very hungry, you sure put a dent in the food. He looked it over before he looked back at his plate.
I guess I was hungrier than I thought.
I guess so. I leaned forward, putting my hand over my brother's. Shane, what exactly did you do all day today? He looked at me and shrugged.
I worked on some clients' websites and did some stuff for that app idea I was telling you about last week.
I do still love that idea, I said, thinking of the composition app for digital music he'd told me about while we'd been at dinner the week before. But you know that's not what I'm asking you about. He gave me a long look before looking into the corner of the room.
Nat.
He drifted off with a look of guilt I was expecting when I pinned him and forced some accountability out of him. What was it this time, Shane? Coke? Ketamine? I know it wasn't heroin or you'd be nodding in and out of this conversation, so...
Natalia, please, just drop it.
He pulled his hand out from under mine and got up, going to the desk in the corner where his computer monitors were set up and hastily organizing the work surface.
You wanted me to let the Spencer thing go, right? And by the way, I do not buy that you don't like him. You have that look in your eye that you always get when you're leaning into a new adventure, obsession, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So if you want to talk about whatever it was that I took today, then we're also going to talk about Spencer Smith or Jones or...
Jesus. Okay, I said, holding my hands up in surrender. If I tell you his last name, will you let it go?
Yes,
he said. And you won't Google him? He shrugged, sitting at the table.
I'm not sure. I'm on something mind-altering, remember?
Have I ever told you how incredibly annoying you are?
Many, many times, actually.
he said with a smirk as he took another forkful of noodles.
So, what's his name?
I sighed, putting my head into my hands. Monroe, I said. Spencer Monroe.
Monroe, eh?
I knew my brother was brilliant, and I saw that brilliance playing out in his mind as he filtered through all the different potential contacts in his mind. I watched as the correct one clicked into place, and his head came out of its tilted position.
Wait a second.
I held a finger up to my lips, shaking my head at him. Not a word, remember? I told you his name, and now we move on.
To what?
I'd like you to stay at the condo while I'm gone. I think it would be good for you to get out of this dreadful space and out of your head for a minute.
You and I already discussed and agreed that you're not my parent or caregiver,
he said. I'm not trying to be either of those, Shane. I'm trying to be your big sister who's always been there for you. I will not find you overdosed one day. I know you're trying, but you live in this place filled with your addiction triggers.
Fuck that shit,
he said, irritated. You know it's true. The 2 previous times you were sober hardly lasted after you came back to this place. I see that you're drowning again, and I want you to at least change your surroundings. Take a breath and try harder than you're doing.
Swear to God, Nat. Every time you come over, it always ends like this. You're not going to fix me, and therapy is not going to fix me.
I know that, I said, my irritation matching my brother's. The only person who can fix you is you. And so long as you keep hiding in this place, you'll never get into the mindset to fix yourself. Damn it. I didn't want to leave him like this. I would spend my entire trip overseas worried about him, and I wasn't about to do that. If I had to go abroad for a while, I wanted to leave on a good note. So, I did what I always had done. I stood and started to clean the place. I'd hopelessly leave this subject alone and deal with the heartache of not knowing how to help my brother break our toxic family cycle.
Chapter 9. Spencer. Go figure, my nerves were shot to shit, and we weren't even wheels up in this private jet. Spencer, where the hell are you? You know that private jets have to keep to a schedule too, right? I looked up at the tarmac from where I stood with my aviators dropping down over my face, thinking about how I would get through the next week of festivities. I was also feeling quite guilty over the fact that I was subjecting Nat to this bullshit, and yet, shockingly, she agreed to be part of this whole charade. My phone buzzed, and I looked down at my hand, where my screen lit up with a text from Nat. Natalia. First of all, LAX can kiss my ass. Second, you and those pilots waiting on me can kiss my ass too. I blinked at the phone, and, surprisingly, a smile spread across my face in response to imagining Nat flustered and pissed off while walking toward the terminal where she would be led out to the private jet. Spencer. I'll let the pilots know they're on Natalia Hoover's clock and no longer answering air traffic control. Natalia. Good. I'll be there in a second. Spencer. Just hurry up. If I was honest, I was irritated to be boarding this aircraft in the first place. Of course, I was thankful for the luxury of being able to fly private, but that wasn't even enough to chill me the fuck out, knowing our destination. What's going on with you? I looked up from my phone screen and felt my brain instantly snap out of the frustrated mood I was in 3 seconds ago and into a much more agreeable one. Damn. I'm glad I practically begged this woman to accompany me on this trip. My breath caught at the sight of Nat standing in front of me, dressed impeccably in a pair of black pants that looked like they'd been molded to her perfect ass. This woman was a fucking smoke show, and would be mine for the taking all weekend, too. Listen, asshole, she said, after she reached where I waited with the captain and his co-pilot for her to board. She greeted both gray-haired men with a smile, then looked at me.
I am merely pretending to be your wife, which takes place once we arrive at this wedding, so up until then, I'd appreciate it if you could keep your shitty mood and stupid demands about me being late off my text messages."
"Thank you," I said, after one of the pilots stepped forward, took her luggage, and walked to load it in the plane's luggage compartment. Then I looked at Natalia. "Sorry if I was abrupt, but seriously, you're almost an hour late."
"Perhaps you'd like someone else to play the role of Spencer Monroe's wife."
"No," I answered, feeling slightly irritated that we were arguing in front of the captain, and hoping he wouldn't bring this gossip back to his crew when they were out together, enjoying their vacation in Italy and London.
"What the fuck is going through your head right now, Spencer?" she questioned, as I started to question sudden insecurities, wondering why I would even give a fuck that these guys thought about me in their spare time. I ran a hand through my hair and pulled her arm to encourage her to board the plane so we could get out of here. "Listen," I started, my tone much lighter than before. "I'm sorry for being a dick. I'm just dreading this entire thing." She patted my arm. "Trust me, you'll dread this much more if you keep taking your frustrations out on me."
She stopped and turned to me as we entered the luxurious aircraft.
"Look, keep me happy, and you'll be well taken care of. But piss me off, and I'll make your mom, whom you're dreading to see, seem like Mary Poppins," she said, as the flight attendant greeted us. We made our way to the heart of this stunning aircraft.
"I promise we will stick to the Happy Wife, Happy Life program," I said with a smile, feeling her luxurious fragrance assault my senses.
"So glad we could get our first fight out of the way, darling."
Then her eyes widened as she took in the newest jet Jim had added to the fleet of aircraft he owned.
"Holy shit, this is like a fucking hotel. I swear you men are more ostentatious than any woman could ever dream of being," she said, as the flight attendant returned with champagne on ice. "Once we're in the air, I'll bring the rest of the food requested for your flight, Mr. Monroe."
"Thank you, Katrina," I answered, and dismissed the woman with a nod. After the flight attendant left us, Nat and I stood there in silence for a few minutes, unsure how to maneuver around each other in this new space. In my beach house, we'd very quickly stripped each other's clothes off after years of dancing around each other, and in Nat's office, the sarcasm had quickly taken hold. Now, in this arena, I didn't know what to do with her or with myself around her. This wasn't like any other relationship or situation I'd ever experienced, and I was more at sea than I'd ever been with a woman.
She looked around. "Where should I sit? There are kind of a lot of options."
"Wherever your dazzling ass desires," I said, gesturing toward all the seats in a sweeping motion. "They're all equally comfortable, and it's really just about what you'd like to spend the flight doing." Thank God, I recovered my momentarily awkward moment and got back to the foundation of what I knew we both were: a man and woman fucking with no strings attached. The side of her mouth quirked up a little bit, and she tilted her head toward the bag.
"I have some work to do, so your horny ass may have to wait."
I gestured toward the small table next to a bay of outlets, the window next to it letting in a reasonable amount of natural light. "Make yourself at home. There's a private Wi-Fi network, and the password is written on the paper taped to the table."
"Okay," she said, setting her laptop bag on the table. "What are you going to do?"
I walked over to the couch across from the table, took my seat, and crossed my legs as I watched her sit. "I thought I'd just sit here and watch you while you work, and imagine bending you over that table, too, of course," I teased.
"You're a little creep, you know that?"
She shook her head as she took her laptop out of her bag and set it on the table, along with a tablet and an Apple Pencil. It was clear that she knew exactly what she needed to be doing on the long flight ahead of her, and I appreciated her extensive organization. I'd never seen her work, but I knew her work was a passion of hers and always had been. So even though I was down for fucking this entire flight, it would be equally as enjoyable to watch this woman handle her business in the way that I knew she could. "Can I ask you something?"
"Green tea is my favorite ice cream flavor," she immediately responded. "Perhaps you can let that doll of a flight attendant know for our return flight home."
I blinked a few times before I started to chuckle. "Seriously?"
"As a heart attack."
"That's weird as fuck."
"What's weird as fuck? Taking advantage of living like James Mitchell on this aircraft? No, that's smart as fuck, and I'm enjoying this entire adventure to its fullest."
"No," I chuckled. "Green tea ice cream?"
She shrugged. "It's my favorite. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm annoyed that I didn't give you a list of my demands for this flight."
"Well, I'm glad that's all straightened out," I answered, as she settled into the leather seat across from where I'd sat on the couch, facing her. "I wasn't planning to ask you about your food preference."
"Well, that was your next mistake of our fake marriage. First an argument, and now you're admitting you didn't give a fuck about making me comfortable on the flight?"
"Oh, for fuck's sake, Nat." She grinned.
"I know," she said, pretending to be serious. "You keep fucking up like this, and we'll be fake divorced before we show up at this wedding that we're fake married for," she finished,
with a sexy arch of her eyebrow. "Well, we're about to be fake divorced because you cut me off, and I didn't get to ask you what I really wanted to know." She shrugged.
"Fair enough. You can ask anything, but I can't guarantee I'll answer."
"Already starting this beautiful relationship the right way. Shitty communication and a wife who's very straightforward about it."
"Fake wife," she reminded me. "Now, what is this question that I may or may not answer, darling?"
I got up from the couch and made my way over to the table. "Why real estate? You're smart and brilliant at business, but there's something about how you approach real estate that's so fascinating."
"Why would you give two shits about why I chose real estate?" she asked.
I could tell she was a bit perplexed, because it was the first time she and I were about to have a substantial conversation. "I'm just curious about what draws people to what they do," I answered truthfully, not wanting her to think that I was interested in getting to know her better in such a way that would result in attachments. She leaned forward, setting her weight onto her elbows and tilting her head so that her long honey-blonde hair fell forward. She caught her chin in her hand as she thought through her answer.
"Part of it is that it's just smart business. Like, there will always be brick-and-mortar businesses for one thing, and for another, people will always need homes."
"Okay, that's a generally decent answer for a college advisor." I leaned forward also, getting a full-faced smell of her usual scent of white flowers, honey, and sunshine. "But I want to know why you do it." She bit down on her lip as the plane began to taxi up the runway, making its way toward its takeoff position.
"My family had a beautiful house when I was growing up. I mean, it was gorgeous. But it was cold, and it always felt empty. Like no good memories were being made in that house, and I hated that. Whenever I went to friends' houses, they always felt warm, fun, and full, and mine was just the opposite. So when I went to college and got into the School of Business, I decided to lean into the real estate track. I could help people find homes that would never be empty. At least not because of me."
As she spoke, I found myself leaning in and paying attention, even as the two of us were thrown back by the G-forces of the plane taking off. "I've never heard anyone talk about selling houses the way you just did," I said. "But you've made it into so much more than that."
"That's what it is at its core," she said. "It's all about home. Whether someone wants to build a luxury hotel, a golf course, or a chain of boutique cafes, it's all about creating an experience where people feel at home. And that's what it's always been about."
I swallowed, leaning back and feeling my heart pound in my chest as I debated whether or not to reveal my truth to her. This thing felt so heavy and real in the face of the truth she had given me. "It sounds like you and I grew up in the same house," I said. "Beautiful, cold, and empty." Well, it was full of expensive stuff that I didn't give a shit about as a kid. She nodded.
Yep, I remember that expensive shit.
I unbuckled and stood up, feeling my heart in my throat as I walked toward her and perched on the side of the table. Speaking of expensive shit, I said, reaching into my pocket, I have something I was hoping you'd wear, and I think it'll go well with your sweater. I set the box down on the table and saw her eyes pop again at the sight of the small black velvet box.
Holy shit, she said. You're really serious about this.
Open it, I responded, smiling at her. She did and gasped, holding her hand up to her mouth. In the box was a stunning emerald-cut diamond mounted on a delicate thin band, surrounded on both sides by small clusters of tiny diamonds. It was nestled into a wedding set that went with it perfectly, the diamond-encrusted band creating a perfect little nest for the engagement ring. It was stunning, and the moment I'd seen it, I'd known that Nat had to have it. I didn't know why. I'd simply known that that was the ring she would wear in Italy. Is something wrong? I asked, when she sat there staring at the ring, saying nothing.
No,
she said.
It's just...
What? I asked, picking up her tiny hand in mine and pulling the ring out of the box.
It's the ring I would have picked for myself if I had the choice, and that... It just took me by surprise, that's all, she said, putting her hand up to her throat.
Oh, I said, blinking a little bit as I reached for her hand. Well, it's yours, even after this event is over. It seems I already know you more than I should, I finished with a wink. She stared up at me for a moment, and I held a flirty expression while I knew both of us were trying to ignore what emotions were trying to take over. Emotions that we were both foreign to. Emotions that could get in the way and fuck this entire show up if we weren't careful.
Chapter 10. Nat. This fake engagement ring was one of the most stunning things I'd ever seen, and far from being fake in everything but the department of why I had it on my ring finger in the first place. After Spencer slid it on, I couldn't help but feel something, even if it was superficial. I honestly didn't care about these sudden sentimental feels that had slapped me in the face. I was rolling with it and enjoying it for the moment. Who knew? It was probably the damn ring, combined with the luxurious nature of flying in Jim Mitchell's private jet, that had me acting like this. But again, I wasn't pushing these feelings away. I stood up ever so slowly and walked back around the table, standing in front of Spencer so that we were practically nose to nose. In my tall Gucci boots, I was just a few inches shorter than him, and if I tilted my head up, I could brush my teeth against the ridge of his jaw by barely trying. I didn't know why I expected to be able to do any work on this flight. After all, I'd known ahead of time that I'd be alone in a confined space with Spencer for the first time since our weekend-long fuckfest. Before we go any further, I said, without removing my mouth from his jaw, I'd just like to know one thing.
What's that?
His voice was hoarse, and I looked down at his hands. I couldn't help my smirk when I saw that they were clenched into fists, his nails pressed so tightly into his palms that they could very well be cutting into the skin. Which of the surfaces of this plane would you like to take your fake wife on first? His eyes popped open, and he grinned widely. He leaned forward and pressed me into the edge of the table so hard that it pushed achingly into my thighs. He chuckled throatily before reaching out and running his thumb over my collarbone. I shuddered as the goosebumps erupted all over my skin in a single, rippling wave, as though I were getting a preview of the pleasure to follow.
I mean,
he said, reaching up to slip his fingers under the hem of my sweater.
I will gladly take your sexy ass anywhere on this jet. But—"
"No," I said, reaching to hook my fingers through his belt loops, pulling him forward and pressing him against me, indulging in the hardness I felt straining against his pants. "No buts. Where are you going to fuck me, Spence?"
"Well, this is Jim's personal jet,"
he said through his teeth, and I couldn't help but grin as I heard the strain in his voice, as I moved my hands over the muscles in his jaw that were so tense, I thought they were in danger of snapping.
I'm not.
"You're the one who opened this whole thing by asking me if I wanted to join the Mile High Club," I said, making quick work of the buttons on his shirt. "Isn't that one of the main draws of having a private plane? Being able to fuck without fear of the FAA?"
"It's a bonus,"
he said, shutting his eyes.
"To Jim, I'd imagine. But—"
"In the entire time I've known you," I said, flipping us around so that his ass was the one pressed up against the table and smiling when his eyes popped open in surprise at the maneuver. "I've never imagined you were afraid of Jim."
"I never said I was afraid of that man,"
he groaned as I slid my hand under his waistband.
"Though he did mention to keep the fucking on the plane to one confined space."
"Well," I said, backing away while keeping my fingers wrapped around the cock that had begun to throb and pulse, letting my hand move leisurely up and down his length. "You can just tell Jim that while he may have some say over where you have sex, he has no say over where I have sex." He narrowed his eyes and grinned before leaning down and pressing his lips to mine, hard. I lost my breath in the kiss, reaching up to cup my hand under the base of his skull and drinking in his intoxicating taste. I let him bend me back, swallowing down the different flavors of him before finally pushing him back onto the table. This was my opportunity to take control after all the moments he'd observed, felt, touched, and tasted me during that weekend. I used my unoccupied hand to undo his belt buckle and hastily pull his boxers down, allowing his erection to spring free of the silky, navy blue briefs underneath his expensive suit trousers. My ridiculous brain very briefly thought, "Damn, I appreciate a man who values good underwear as much as I do," before I was distracted by Spencer's velvety soft lips against my neck. I shut my eyes at the sudden influx of dampness that flooded through me at the feeling of his mouth on me, almost making me forget about the initial plan I had for him and his pleasure. Forcing my eyes open, I pulled my hands away from his cock and set them on his chest, pushing him back so that he was sitting on the table, bracing his weight on his hands.
"Someone might walk in on us,"
he said, raising his ebony eyebrow at me as I knelt in front of him and set my thumbs in the dimples of his hips, licking my lips at the sight of the erect cock before me. I glanced up at him and blinked a few times as I gripped his cock and massaged my hand up and down his length once more as I squeezed gently. "Do you think I have anything to be ashamed of?" I said, pitching my voice low as I leaned forward and pressed my lips to the small divot in his hip. "Because I don't."
"No,"
he said, holding my gaze as he twisted around to pull the intercom on the table toward him.
"No, I don't."
My lips skated over his smooth, toned skin, chasing the kisses with a soft pass of my tongue.
"Catherine,"
he said, his voice hoarse and throaty as he bit down on the inside of his lip.
"We're not going to need any service in the main cabin for a while. Ms. Hoover and I are in a meeting for the foreseeable future. So if you could—"
He jerked suddenly as I took his velvety tip into my mouth. I grinned up at him as best I could with my mouth full of him, even as I took him deeper. Hell, this man was so damn sexy. Even his dick was beautiful. "Yes, Mr. Monroe?" Catherine, the flight attendant, answered him.
"So," he said, his voice shaky, "would you please hold back on the meal I've asked you to prepare until I call you in?"
"Absolutely, Mr. Monroe. I'll keep the champagne on ice for you both."
"Thank you."
He pressed the button on the intercom to cut the connection between us and the galley, and I pulled my mouth away from him, licking my lips. "I have half a mind to walk away from this now that you've made another phone call right as I started going down on you." He looked down at me, open-mouthed in disbelief.
"You've got to be fucking with me."
I bit down on my lip as I rubbed the tiny drop of pre-cum over the tip of his cock, moving my thumb in the slow, circular motions I used on myself when I needed to get off. "Oh, I am," I said, leaning forward and dragging my tongue along his length in a slow, practiced motion. "And soon, I'll be fucking you." He gave a shaky sigh of relief, bringing his hand up to his face.
"Jesus, Nat. Holy shit."
I was proud at the sound of tension that had filled his voice once more, and I took him even deeper. His enormous cock was brushing the back of my throat, and I might have gagged if I hadn't been able to relax into the feeling. I'd had a decent amount of practice doing this, and the ability to do so practically made me high on the power of turning him on. I shut my eyes, humming softly in enjoyment. I loved the salty taste of his skin and the dewy drops of fluid that emerged from the slit at the head of his cock. I caught each one on my tongue and drank them down, feeling myself growing more and more drenched by the moment. He shook violently at the feeling of the vibrations from the back of my throat, and his fingers curled into my long blonde hair. I sucked harder, and his fingers tightened into the locks, looping them around his fingers so that he kept them out of my lips and teeth.
"You keep doing that,"
he groaned,
"and I won't last much longer."
"Good," I said around his dick, humming again and leaning into the feeling of fullness in my mouth. The power was a heady feeling, enough to make me want to come all over my own hand. I lost myself in the feeling of having him in my mouth, and my fingers crept down my front so that they slid under the waistband of my suede pants and found my clit, moving them in that familiar circle. I was shocked when my hand was pulled out of my pants, and I looked up in surprise at where Spencer was staring down at me.
"No,"
he said, his voice tight.
"No. If you own my climax, I'm going to own yours. But don't worry, you won't have long to wait."
The surprise dissipated, leaving me even hotter and wetter than before. The arousal settled into my groin like a powerful weight, leaving me almost in pain. If he couldn't last much longer, neither could I. I needed him inside me urgently.
"Nat,"
he groaned, pulling his head forward so that his cock was brushing the back of my throat.
"Nat, I can't last."
Good. I lifted my top lip from my teeth, allowing them to brush ever so softly over the ridges of his cock. He jerked violently, emitting a moan that seemed to come from the bottoms of his heels. My throat was flooded with the hot, salty taste of his seed, and I relished the feeling for a moment before swallowing it. He panted heavily as he stared down at me, holding my gaze as I dragged my tongue over my lips, catching every last drop of him. He was still for so long that I half expected him to pull me back up to my feet so that I was face to face with him once more. But that wasn't what happened. Before I knew it, he was on the floor with me, grabbing my face and pressing his lips to mine, merging our breath. I sighed into his mouth, opening under him and accepting his tongue as it moved and darted in. We didn't disconnect as he bore me down to my back, moving his hands up under my sweater and the sheer lacy material of the bra I wore underneath it, as he placed himself between my legs. I was amazed at what I felt there, opening fully to him and draping my foot over his ass. "No recovery period?" I asked.
"Don't need one,"
he said, moving down my body as he slid his hands under the waistband of my pants.
"Not with you."
I looked up at him, held his gaze as he took his turn moving his mouth down my body, shucking my sweater over my head and exposing my skin to the cool air of the airplane. Goosebumps rose all over my skin out of the combined feelings of cold and arousal. He pulled the lace of my bra down, and my nipple popped out of the cup and into his ready mouth. I couldn't help the groan that emerged from the very base of my spine as the precursor to what was about to come because of his next few actions. I shut my eyes, losing myself in all the sensations of his fingers, tongue, and mouth as he went straight for my pussy. Unlike the last time, there was no lingering. There was none of the teasing, slow burn that there had been in turns over the course of the last weekend. No, he was clearly on a mission, just like I had been. My toes curled in my boots as soon as I felt Spencer's tongue grazing over my lower lips, like he was licking up every drop of ice cream from a melting ice cream cone. I reached down to drag my fingers through his hair, but there was more that I needed. I pulled him up to face me and kissed him as deeply as he'd kissed me.
"Why'd you interrupt me?"
he asked against my mouth.
"I wasn't finished with you."
"You can always do more of that later," I said, practically devouring his kiss. "For now, that's not where I want to come."
"Show me,"
he said, tilting his head back to receive more of my kiss as he moved his hands down over my back, sliding them into the waistband of my pants to cup my ass.
"Show me where you want to come. Show me exactly how."
"I just want you," I said, hooking my hands into his shirt collar as I fell onto my back, pulling him with me. "I need you inside of me now." Both of us had forgotten that my boots were still on because it surprised the two of us when my pants didn't go down past my knees. We paused, breathing heavily as we stared at each other.
"Those boots are quite tight,"
he said.
"It might take some effort."
I turned toward the table and grabbed onto the ledge. "Problem solved," I said, turning back to look at him. The grin he gave me was enough to make me convulse before he'd even touched me again, and he came up behind me, turning my face back to kiss him once more as he lined his cock up with my entrance. "Fuck, yes," I mentally thought as I gasped when he entered me, stretching me out so slowly and exquisitely that I almost came apart in his arms. He filled me completely as he wrapped me in his arms, clasping me around the chest with his strong forearm as his other hand slipped down my belly. The hand that wasn't playing with my clit thumbed my nipple as his mouth found its way toward the pulse point just under my ear, seeming to drink in the scent there. It wouldn't be long before I would shatter apart in his arms, and I felt him straining toward his own finish inside me. The fluttering of my strong, delicate muscles around him told me I was inches away from a devastating orgasm.
"That's it, baby,"
Spencer said, making my heart and stomach practically trip over themselves.
"Come all over me. Please."
His use of the word baby took me sharply by surprise, and my eyes popped open as I turned to look at him. He captured my mouth again, and I let the kiss go as he plunged ever more deeply into me. Suddenly, he drove into me and stopped, his tip brushing my G-spot as he rubbed against my clit in a tight circle. The blended sensations and the smell of his skin over my shoulder combined to send me soaring over the edge into a powerful climax that felt like it broke over my head like a tidal wave. I barely noticed when he plowed into me with a final, devastating plunge, seeming to get even bigger as he froze, with his final groan reaching into me as if it had claws. His cock was softening inside of me, and the warmth of his seed was escaping down my thighs.
Jesus,
he said, kissing me on the shoulder.
Why is it that every time I think it's been the best sex ever, we do something that kicks that qualifier out of the water?
No idea, I said, panting. But now that we've gotten that out of the way...
Oh,
he said, pulling out of me and turning me around, so I was seated on his lap and kissing me deeply once more.
You don't think I'm done with you, do you?
I pulled back from him, narrowing my eyes at him.
We've got another 12 hours of flight time,
he said, standing up in one fluid movement and pulling me with him.
I plan on taking advantage of every minute.
He didn't say another word as he carried me to the back of the plane, where he set me down on the king-sized bed in the luxurious suite. It seemed that was all we needed to get our little private jet party started.
Hey,
he said, running his hand over my back as he leaned over to press his lips to my shoulder.
Are you hungry? I'll have Catherine prepare our meal.
I turned over, planting a kiss on him. Starving, actually. He raised his eyebrow at me as he pulled me on top of him.
I could certainly satiate your appetite if...
For food, I said with a tiny laugh. And I need a shower.
Anything you want, baby,
he said. I laughed. Now we're finally getting somewhere with this fake marriage, I said with a laugh. He tossed the sheets aside before getting up, the light from the airplane window coming through and shining on his perfect, soft skin. As he walked to the door, I felt that motion in my stomach once more as I thought about how he'd called me baby. Again. I never allowed anyone to use names like honey or baby with me, except for my best friends. Anytime one of the guys I hooked up with tried to, I was quick to curb stomp it. I had a visceral reaction to it, like a combination of wanting to throw up and freeze. When Spencer used that word, which he'd used several times in the intervening hours, what surprised me wasn't so much the pet name itself, but that I didn't mind it. Not at all. As soon as he'd used that word, I'd wanted to curl up in it, in his voice and embrace, for the foreseeable future. I hadn't wanted to run away from anything about this. I wasn't getting the usual feeling I got after more than a few days with the same person, as if my skin was getting too tight for me. I was perfectly comfortable continuing in his company, and that, more than anything else, was what scared me. I was never a person to get comfortable with someone or to fall in like.
You doing okay?
Spencer said as he took a tray of food from the flight attendant.
You seem 1,000,000 miles away.
Shit, I must have been 1,000,000 miles away. I didn't even remember him calling for that food or dressing presentably enough to receive it from the flight attendant just now. I need to chill the fuck out with this dreamy, romantic bullshit. Yeah, I said. Yeah, I'm fine. I crawled over the sheets toward him and reached toward the tray for an olive. Just thinking about an email I need to send before this plane lands and business hours close on the West Coast. He smiled a little as he picked up an olive and held it out to me. I ate it off his finger, sucking gently at his fingertip before we returned to our former position. That's exactly how this needed to stay. Sexual and not emotional. Good God, the cabin pressure must be off in this jet or something. That, combined with the rock on my finger, would naturally throw me off my game a little. I needed to eat and refocus. How much longer do we have? I thought I'd break the silence by reminding Spencer about how this relationship rolled out. Sex, smiles, and no sappiness.
We're landing in Italy in 8 hours. Plenty of time for emails, showers, and sleep.
And other things, I said, leaning forward to capture his bottom lip. Of course, he said with a smile. At the sight of his smile, I felt a second wind hit and was ready to take the elevation of this airplane to another altitude.
Chapter 11. Spencer. Flying into Verona always felt much calmer compared to the chaos of LAX, with its approximately 12 lanes of traffic. The mentality of Italy was, basta e vaffanculo, tutti va bene. Stop it and fuck you, everything will be fine, which drove my Type A personality up the walls. Even so, there was no place in the world like it, for better or worse. As much as I wasn't looking forward to dealing with the dirt that was undoubtedly about to be dug up during the coming week, there was always something about coming back here that immediately calmed me down. From the soft sounds of gentle Italian to the green and gold fields that stretched out into the distance, I felt a sense of serenity as soon as I got there. Although I wasn't sure that didn't also come from the woman at my side, gazing in wonder at the rolling hills toward the walled stone city in the distance. I did my best not to let her see me studying her, or how shaken I had been since we woke up that morning. I still had no idea how it happened, but something changed soon after eating and taking that shower together. We'd passed out in the well-appointed bed, with one critical difference from the last time we'd fallen asleep together. On the previous occasion, we'd crashed back to back, utterly dead to the world and replete with the satisfaction that only having sex for 24 hours could bring. The next morning, we woke up in that same back-to-back position. When we'd awoken, we turned to each other, drawn as if by a magnetic current, and proceeded as usual in the only way we could communicate that didn't end with an argument. This morning, though, as we entered English airspace, I started to stir out of the jet-lagged sleep I'd fallen into with all the weight of a cannonball, and was shocked to discover a delicate hand poised on my chest, her fingers draped over me. That beautiful hand, the texture of which I'd gotten to know quite well, particularly when it was gripped firmly around my girth, brought my attention to her face, which was more relaxed than I'd ever seen. Her eyes, which I ordinarily saw sharpened into a glare or a dry smile given to quick sarcasm, were relaxed into a configuration that made her seem so much younger than usual. It was as if every piece of flame-tempered armor she used to protect herself had fallen away, and all that was left was the real her. Given my knowledge of Nat, and her compulsion to turn nearly each of our interactions into a fight, I did my best not to move. After spending a weekend with this woman in my arms, I knew she was a light sleeper. I also knew she wouldn't appreciate me watching her in a moment of vulnerability, so I kept myself as still as possible as she continued to breathe on top of me. I wanted to appreciate her beauty in this manner, curled into me, just for a little longer, so I limited my touch to a few soft grazes of her hair, where it brushed against my chest. Thankfully, she didn't move in response to my touches, and it was another few minutes, or it could have been an hour for all I was paying attention, until she finally stirred into wakefulness. I let my hand drop to the side and quickly shut my eyes, feigning sleep, as I felt her moving around, her smooth skin brushing over my body as she pulled herself up from on top of me. I thought she might wake me up, but she didn't. She just let her hair graze over my chest as she moved toward the bathroom. Although a large part of me wanted to get up and go with her, to hold her hair for her as she let the soap rinse off her shoulders, I knew the quiet she was craving right now. It was the reason why I never allowed anyone to stay with me overnight. I brought my hands up to my face, rubbing hard. I was looking forward to my own time in that shower, to have that time to clear my damn head. Once the plane landed, the captain and crew offloaded our luggage into a Bentley, and the driver guided Nat and me to the back seat. After we were seated, I braced for what was to come while we began driving through the fields outside of Verona. While in thought, I glanced over and watched as Nat's thumbs scrolled absent-mindedly over her phone, moving from window to window on the device in a more scattered manner than I'd ever seen from her. I couldn't resist touching her, so like a fucking schoolboy, I reached over and gently squeezed her knee. She looked sexy as fuck in the fashionable knee-length, belted, burgundy sweater dress she wore with her tall boots from the previous day. I chuckled when she startled slightly, looked up at me, and gave me a strained smile. I tilted my head toward the window of the car as we rapidly drove away from the ancient walled city. "You're missing it, you know," I said. She gazed out her window briefly before shrugging and turning back to me. "That's why I have you, to let me know when there's something to see." I eyed her. "If you want to convince me that you're working, you'll have to do a better job pretending to concentrate. I don't think you've read through an entire email since we've gotten into this car." If I hadn't spent so many hours concentrating on her face over the last few days, I wouldn't have noticed the soft pressure she put on the inside of her cheek with her teeth. Finally, she locked her phone, tucked it away, and set her chin into her hand as she looked out the window. "Hey," I said, reaching up to drag my finger along her collarbone. "I don't mean to give you a hard time." "For once?" A dry chuckle accompanied the question, but she still didn't look at me. "I feel like I should be asking you that." I reached for her chin and turned her to face me, my fingers as gentle as I could make them. "You're the one who hasn't let up on me for a second since the first time we—" "Screwed? And you answered your cell phone mid-thrust?" she said, as if daring me to contradict her. I rolled my eyes. "We've been over this. Yes, it was a shitty thing to do, and I've deserved every second of shit you've given me since." I sighed, blowing a hard breath through my teeth as I wondered how to proceed. Fuck it. She was in a weird state of mind. We both were, and right now we were headed into a lion's den. I reached down and threaded my fingers through hers, leaving the grip loose so she would be free to pull her hand away if she felt the need. "What's going on with you?" I finally asked. I couldn't go into this fuckery without her head in the game. I needed her at my side and ready to roll with this shit. Nat blinked at me, her blue eyes filled with uncertainty I'd never seen, before looking down at our hands. Fuck. Her silence filled me with trepidation, but I held off pressing her for more information, doing my best to maintain a patient front so she would confide in me. I had to hope to God this wasn't a mistake. In all of this madness of this crazy idea of mine, I never once thought I'd lose Nat before exiting the damn car. "Real estate is all about dealing with curveballs," she finally spoke. "You have to be able to contend with clients changing their minds at the last minute, property owners accepting a different bid, and any number of variables that change the equation." "Now we're speaking my language," I answered, running my thumb gently over her wrist. "Dealing with the unexpected is something I know all too well. Where you lost me is why you're thinking about that now." She nodded. "In my professional life, dealing with the unexpected is everything I live and breathe. In my personal life, though—" She bit down on her lip, tugging at the same lip that I'd sucked on eagerly the night before. "Well, my enjoyment of sex is not the only reason I don't keep people around for more than a few times. That's all, I guess." "I thought you just enjoyed the thrill of having different partners," I said, grinning at her, hoping to keep the humor present. "That too," she said throatily, her mouth spreading into that familiar, seductive smile that always seemed to burn the clothes straight off me. "But—" She swallowed hard before looking out the window again. "I'm not a big fan of the whole meeting the family factor, especially when the family I was born into is nothing to brag about. Except for my brother, of course." I heard the smile in the softening of her voice. She turned back and faced me with that level gaze that had become deeper and cooler than the lake we were heading toward. "I'd just like to know what I'm getting into, especially because all you've given me about your mom is a few cryptic hints. I know I should have brought this up before, but it didn't bother me when you asked. I can't honestly explain why it's bothering me now, but it is, and I need more details before I am introduced to your family, mainly your mother, since she's the only reason I have this rock on my hand." I pressed my lips together before turning fully to face her. "One of the reasons I wanted you to come with me, rather than anyone else, is because it couldn't be clearer that you wouldn't marry me for my money, or rather, my father's money. It will burn Heidi to think that we didn't sign a prenup. It's simply a role to play that I need you for, to be the woman who will not take anyone's shit, and I know you don't. Heidi won't know what to do with herself when her insults fall dead at your feet." "Who the fuck is Heidi?" "The woman who calls herself my mother," I answered. Natalia sat perfectly still as she processed what I was saying, and I could see the wheels turning in her head as she thought about the implications. Of course, there were many more layers to the relationship with my mother that I hadn't revealed. Still, given Nat's ability to read the people around her, I knew she'd immediately understand my mother's motivations. There was no need to go into personal details. I just needed Nat bulletproof and ready to handle the woman's bullshit when it came her way. "So," she said thoughtfully, cradling my hand in both of hers as she contemplated the situation. I had to stifle the additional heat that echoed through me at that. "You've brought me along to be a shield and an excuse against your gold-digger mother?" "There's a lot that's very, very fucked up about that woman beyond a simple desire for money," I said. "But yes, that's one of the reasons I asked you along." "I swear to God, the wealthy are weird as shit." I smiled. "More than you can ever realize." "What's the other reason I'm role-playing your wife around this family of yours that I'm about to meet?" I raised my eyebrow, conspicuously dragging my eyes up her body wrapped in the wine-colored dress. "Oh, right." Another few seconds of silence, and when she raised her eyes to me this time, they were lit with mischief. It was as if the strange and uncomfortable Natalia left after hearing about her newest adversary, and that's all she needed to get back into the game. Thank God for that, because although I didn't want to admit it, I felt more comfortable with her at my side, with her daring and unwavering personality. "So how should we play it?" she questioned. "Because in the alternate reality where I would decide to get married, I would never agree to be in a passionless, unaffectionate marriage." I grinned back at her. "Perfect. She's English. PDA makes her itch." "Then I fully intend to make her break out in hives," she said, reaching out and dragging her finger along my jawline before leaning in and pressing a soft kiss to my lips. For once, I didn't feel the need to take it further. I was content to let it simply be a kiss, gentle and affectionate. I settled my arm around her waist, and she nestled herself into my side and continued kissing me. I wasn't sure when the shift occurred, or what molecular level it occurred on, but when we parted, there was something different between us, aside from the sex and arguments we'd been having for the last few weeks. Natalia soon pulled her lips from mine and looked down at my face, but she let her fingertip linger along my cheek. "Should we work out our story?" she asked, edging away from me slowly. I didn't want her to move away from me, but I knew I was pushing my luck by revealing these parts of myself to her. "In a second," I said. "There's something else you'll need if we're going to convince the family that you are, in fact, the wife of Spencer Monroe." I reached into my pocket, pulled out the other small velvet box I'd been holding on to, and opened it to reveal the delicate, thin band that I'd gotten to go with the engagement ring. It was simple, with diamonds scattered over it in a starry pattern, and molded against the ring perfectly. "May I?" I asked, holding it up. I couldn't figure out why I was going through all these dramatics, but it was a lovely feeling, given what I knew was waiting for us at the other end of the line. I had no issues playing up this fake married life a little more than was necessary.
Sure.
I must have been imagining the slightly breathless quality of her voice as I took her hand and gently slipped the ring over her knuckle, where it fit perfectly just above the lovely engagement ring I'd given her. I sent a text when we were 5 minutes out. As the sleek black car pulled into the familiar, elegant driveway, I felt a different mess of emotions in my stomach when I saw the small group that had gathered on the steps to greet us.
I feel like I should be the nervous one,
came the voice beside me, and I turned to look at Nat as she folded her hand into mine, squeezing tightly.
After all, I'm the one coming to meet the family after a super-secret elopement.
I sighed, taking her hand into my lap. Trust me, I said. You'll get why I'm less than enthused about this soon enough.
Is it the whole family that's problematic, or...
It's just my mother, Heidi, I said. I think you'll take to the rest of them quite well, actually. She grinned.
Well, I'm ready, but there's one problem that I can foresee.
What's that?
She lifted her hand and wiggled her fingers at me. We're a bit uneven, aren't we? Won't they find that suspicious?
Oh, yeah, I said, grinning as I pulled out the velvet box and opened it to reveal the ring I would wear in this charade. She smiled as I pulled the platinum ring out of the box and slipped it onto my ring finger.
Feels weird as shit,
I chuckled.
Looks weird as shit, she said with a laugh.
My nervousness subsided when we both got our heads straight about our fake nuptials and these silly rings we wore to prove our worth as a married couple for the weekend. Ready?
As I'll ever be, she replied.
I leaned forward to open the car door and get out first so I could reach down and help her out. I grinned as she stretched one elegant leg out of the car, her high-heeled black boot the only mysterious clue to her appearance. This woman was drop-dead gorgeous. Natalia emerged as elegantly as the goddess I knew her to be, and I stole a look back at the family. I couldn't help the warm satisfaction that came from the sickly smile that stretched over my mother's face.
You should know, I whispered into Nat's ear, that I'm having some particularly dirty thoughts about these legs of yours.
You better be, she said. I'd hate to think I wore this outfit for nothing.
I chuckled, folding her hand into mine and pulling her over the cobblestone drive toward where the whole family waited with their pompous formality. My brother was the first to break rank, stepping forward with his usual quick gait. He stood before me and gave me a quick once-over before reaching his hand to shake mine. "You look like shite." "I don't know what you expect," I said, my voice falling into the slight Cockney twang it always found when I was with my brother. "Not all of us are just having a leisurely drive-in from Provence." He scoffed. "How do you explain your lovely wife's appearance, then?"
"You'll hurt yourself if you try and figure that out," Nat said, with that damn sexy arch of her eyebrow toward me, then looked at my brother.
"Natalia," I said, extending my hand toward Stephen. "This is my brother, Steve, the future groom." Nat stepped forward to shake his hand.
"It is so lovely to finally meet you, Stephen. I've heard a lot of wonderful things."
"Is this how you greet family?" he asked, leaning forward and capturing her in one of his usual bear hugs. "It's great to meet the lady who finally tamed my ass of a brother." I slid my hands into my pockets and grinned at Nat's widened eyes, with my brother impulsively hugging her. I probably should have warned her that Steve was the type to embrace everyone, regardless of whether they were comfortable with it. Needless to say, the man was my polar opposite, and a lot of the reason why everyone loved to be in his presence a lot more than mine.
"Stephen, behave," came my future sister-in-law's melodic voice. "It's so good to meet you, Natalia. I'm Nadia." "A pleasure," Nat said,
stepping forward to embrace the lovely woman with soft brown hair and gray eyes who'd walked out to where Stephen stood with us.
"I'm sorry to be crashing your wedding, but I'm so happy for you both."
"Nonsense," Nadia said.
"We'll make it a celebration for us both. I'm not the only bride here."
"But you are the woman of the weekend," Nat said firmly, holding her hand. "The only white dress will be yours," she finished, with a confident and fun wink. The cool air virtually dropped 15 degrees as the woman who considered herself the queen of the proceedings stepped forward, looking toward Nat and me with a frosty and expectant expression.
"Spencer, my darling son."
"Mother," I said, fixing her with a tight smile as I wrapped my arm tightly around Nat, instinctively pulling her into my side. "It's been a long time." I looked down at Nat, and she lowered her eyelids in a subtle approximation of a nod before turning back to face the woman who'd given birth to me. "Mother, meet Natalia Monroe, my wife. Natalia, this is my mother, Heidi." Nat's icy blue eyes met my mother's, and as they stared each other down, I couldn't tell whether I'd made a miscalculation by bringing Nat here. Not many knew what my mother's smiles hid, but I'd been on the receiving end of her venom enough times to know what it was always preceded by.
"It's lovely to meet you, Heidi,"
Nat said, radiating the smooth class she always projected.
"I've heard quite a bit about you."
"I wish I could say the same about you,"
my mother said, just as evenly.
"However, Spencer prides himself in keeping his life private from his family, so it's not meant to be an insult." "It wasn't taken as one. Thank you for considering that, though,"
Nat responded. My mother's eyebrow arched, and her bright red lips pulled up in one corner.
"You're intriguing."
My mother looked at me, then back to Nat.
"I suppose that's one reason my son has given you his name," she said coolly.
"My mother has a way of trying to figure out the women I dare to bring home," I said in a deeper tone than I'd expected. I noticed Stephen had shut down already, as he always did when Mother was sizing up new blood. Another compelling reason I hated being around my family and this woman.
"Spencer doesn't lie,"
my mother said, seemingly enjoying this awkward introduction.
"I'm very interested to know the woman who caught my uncatchable son in her net."
"Funny," Nat said, bringing up the hand that wasn't looped into my arm to rest on my chest.
"And what do you find humorous?"
Heidi said.
"You saying I caught your uncatchable son,"
she chuckled and smiled at me, her blue eyes dazzling.
"Sadly, that's not how it went."
"I'd say I caught her," I replied, smiling down at Nat. And it was a narrow catch at that.
"Fascinating,"
my mother replied, hanging on to the word as if she were sizing us up.
"Well, this is all lovely," Nat said, looking around at everyone. "I would hate to be rude by not meeting the rest of the family waiting on the veranda." "Perhaps that should wait until after you get some rest, dear," my mother said pretentiously. "You look exhausted."
Few people could be as underhandedly rude as Heidi Monroe. The problem with her statement was that Nat looked anything but exhausted. She was radiant, as always. My mother just couldn't resist a dig to bring out the insecurities in someone. Unfortunately for Heidi, I was reasonably certain Nat had no insecurities at all.
"Oh, I assure you that I am extremely well rested after our flight,"
Nat responded without skipping a beat, flashing me a devilish grin that was unmistakable to everyone around us. Nat pressed her lips to my jaw and untwisted us before making her way up the steps, where she kneeled in front of the stunning little girl of 10 with blue eyes and black hair who looked up at her shyly.
"Hello,"
Nat said, bending down to her level.
"Are you Becca?"
"Yes," my niece answered, not looking away as I walked up the steps to stand next to my sister and Becca's mother, Sloane. We didn't even look at each other as we looped our arms around each other, and Sloane leaned into me the way she always had as we watched my new wife interact with my notoriously shy niece.
"Are you my new auntie?" "Well, I guess I am, since I'm married to your Uncle Spencer," Nat said. "From everything I've heard, you sound like the most interesting member of the family."
Becca nodded solemnly.
"I do know quite a bit. I go with Mummy a lot to her work at the library. I positively adore libraries. They're filled with a wealth of knowledge. Do you read many books when you're there?" "Yes."
"This does not surprise me," Nat said, setting her bag down and pulling out a wrapped present. "Which is why I've brought this for you." Where the fuck has she been hiding that? I thought as I stood there, trying not to show the shock I felt, watching Nat play her role as my new wife perfectly. I had to admit I was impressed and surprised that Nat had bothered to read the quick family background I'd emailed her the day I asked her to role-play as my wife for this shit show. I watched Becca's face light up, and she looked at Nat with a wider smile than I'd seen her bestow on anyone.
"Can I show you around the house?"
"I'd love that," she said.
"First give me a moment to meet everyone, and then I want to take your grand tour."
Becca nodded triumphantly, and Nat stood before turning to my sister and me.
"I'm guessing that you're Sloane?"
My sister nodded slowly in her gentle, controlled manner, stepping away to reach tentatively toward Nat.
"It's lovely to have you here, Natalia."
Nat's embrace was warm and giving, and she folded Sloane into it as Becca came toward me, wrapping her little arms around my waist. I reached down, squeezing her tightly. "You've popped up, you little weed," I said.
"I like her,"
Becca whispered in my ear. "Good," I said. "I like her too."
"May we take you to meet Nonna?"
Sloane asked, reaching for Becca, who sprang forward happily.
"Absolutely,"
Nat responded, molding into the woman I would imagine was the perfect vision of my wife, if I ever allowed that to be a thought in my head. Nat reached for my hand, and we all walked into the house, happily ignoring the cold stare that my mother had aimed at my back.
Chapter 12. Nat. "Que bella!" the charming elderly woman said as she pinched my cheeks and turned toward Spencer. "Amore mio, questa ragazza è perfetta per ti." I didn't speak Italian, but I got the gist of what she was saying, and I looked down at the floor. "Grazie mille, signora." I knew that much, at least. I'd done a little Googling on the plane the night before, and thankfully, Italian was somewhat comparable to Spanish, which I could almost speak fluently. Her dark eyes lit up. "Parla italiano?" I shook my head apologetically at her. "No, español un poco." I faced her with a sheepish smile as I took her hand in mine. "But it's such a beautiful language. I'd like to learn." "Talk to my grandson," she said, holding my face again. "And my great-granddaughter. Very clever, my girl. You learn it very fast." "I hope so," I said. "You have to," she said, pinching her hand in the signature gesture I'd begun to see ever since coming to Italy. "You part of an Italian family. You must speak the language." I smiled at her. "I understand. It looks like I have some studying to do." She shrugged one shoulder, elegantly clothed as it was in a cashmere sweater. "Later, though. Are you hungry? I knew mio bambino was coming home today, and I asked for some of his favorite foods to be made for lunch." I looked over at Spencer, who nodded subtly at me. "I'm starving. We didn't really eat breakfast, so—" "Mai basta," she said softly as she got up from the comfortable chaise near the sunroom window. She'd been sitting there when we were led inside to meet her. Becca had happily taken on the role of my tour guide, pointing out different facets of the house and explaining interesting facts as if she were a docent. When we made it to the sunroom, Becca greeted her great-grandmother with a kiss on each cheek before sitting down on the floor next to her feet, watching as Spencer introduced me to his nonna, Graziella. The distinguished woman kissed him before hushing him, seating me next to her and insisting that I call her Nonna, which was good because it was one less name not to botch. All of us went out to the terrace, taking our seats around a table that had been perfectly and formally set. Spencer pulled my chair out for me, letting his hand linger on my shoulder in one of the sweet, casual touches we'd been indulging in since we put the simpler wedding bands on each other, the ones that still felt foreign to me. Before he could take his spot in the chair next to me, though, Becca slid into it with a sweet, expectant look up at me. I bit the inside of my cheek, struggling to hold back a chuckle at the girl's daring attitude. "Bex," her mother chided softly. I cocked my head to Sloane, Becca's mother, softly signaling that I was happy with her daughter joining me at the table.
"Watch out,"
Spencer said from my other side so only I could hear, claiming the other empty chair.
"She'll give you the whole history of the region if you're not careful."
"Good," I said in return. "At least someone around here is high-value company." He chuckled, weaving his fingers through mine and bringing my fingers up to his lips.
"Watch it, or I'll have to shut this mouth of yours later."
"Oh?" I murmured and reached for the glass of chilled white wine in front of my plate. "I'm counting on it." "Well, son," Heidi said from down the table as she took her seat across from Spencer. "You certainly have picked up some terrible American habits, haven't you?" I glanced at Spencer's dark expression, then back to Heidi, unable to keep my mouth shut. If the woman wanted embarrassing American habits, I could accommodate that easily. "You can't possibly be referring to Spencer," I interjected. "I don't know any man who has better manners." Heidi's eyes went straight to Spencer, making it obvious that she had no interest in listening to the annoying American broad her son managed to pick up alongside his terrible American habits. "I know for a fact that I didn't raise you to whisper at the table," she said, pointedly ignoring me and my comment entirely. What a bitch, I thought. "Yes, Spencer, we shouldn't be rude. The next thing you know, we'll ignore people when they speak to us." I couldn't stop myself. I'd never seen Spencer look as cold as he did now, turning ever so slowly to stare at his mother. Though I had seen him look plenty intimidating at different moments when I'd gone into meetings at Mitchell's main offices to help with the procurement of properties. But there was always a removal of personal investment when he looked at the people he intimidated. Now, there was no removal. Instead, he was fully present, and his gaze was so cold that it burned as his eyes practically turned black.
"You're quite right, my love,"
he said, his voice so icy it could have made the surface of the table freeze over.
"I shouldn't whisper in respectful company. I was just informing my wife that I would be—"
"Spencer," Sloane said, her voice stern. I turned to look at her, seeing that she'd placed her hands over Becca's ears. In turn, her daughter looked around in frustration as she tried to break away from her mother's grip. Spencer shrugged.
"She might as well hear the truth at some point."
"Not now, and certainly not from you. For once, your sister and I agree on something," Heidi said, reaching for her glass of wine. "That's not helping," Sloane said, not looking at her mother as she uncovered her daughter's ears. "This is not the time or the place for any of this, and you both know that." "Speaking of the time and place for certain things," I cut in, tightening my fingers around Spencer's. "Where are Stephen and Nadia, the future bride and groom that we're here to celebrate? They had a few errands to run in Milan for the wedding." Sloane said as she reached for the water pitcher to fill up her glass and Becca's. "They'll be back this evening. I know Nadia wanted to speak to you about a few things." Dear God, if this was one of those situations where I was going to be asked to stand up in a wedding because I'm married to the groom's brother, I might never forgive Spencer for looping me into this. "Oh, do you have any idea what she wants to talk to me about?" I asked, as a few members of the household staff started filtering in and out of a massive kitchen on the ground floor that opened onto the terrace, putting several platters of fragrant food down in front of us. Simple white asparagus, roasted with olive oil, risotto with seafood from the Adriatic, a radicchio salad with walnuts, and polenta. It was simple and perfectly made, and as we passed the plates around, the food seemed to allow the family to relax a bit more. "I'm not sure," Sloane answered as everyone at the table was distracted by the food. Becca stole my attention from the idea of being a last-minute bridesmaid while she chattered to me about her lovely life here in Italy. As Spencer said, she was a true encyclopedic source on the history of the region. She told me all about the school she attended back in London and about her best friend, Ollie, who she always missed when she came back here. "Do you have a best friend?" she asked me. "I do," I answered. "Is she lovely like you?" My eyes widened as I smiled down at her. "Even lovelier." I winked at her. "What's her name?" "Brienne, but we all call her Brie. It's easier, I guess." "How did you meet my Uncle Spencer?" she questioned. I could only laugh at how I'd really met the man sitting at my other side. However, Heidi, the bitch glaring at us frostily, wouldn't appreciate hearing that tale at the table if she thought whispering was ill-mannered. "I met him through my best friend, Brie," I lied. "You did? How?" "Well, Uncle Spencer is best friends with Brie's husband, Alex. They all live close to each other on the beach, and one lovely night, Brie and I were taking a walk at sunset, and there was your Uncle Spencer. The rest is history." I was never one for being a creative storyteller, so I knew I should quit while I was ahead. This adorable little girl was much too inquisitive, and I'd never remember all the lies I'd have to tell if I got going. "I'd love to visit one day," she said, making me feel like shit for lying. It was time to squeeze out of this conversation as efficiently as possible before I ended up inviting her to our beach house and dragging out this fraud even longer than anticipated. Easier said than done, though. Her sweet smile and how she rubbed my arm before answering a question that Nona asked about her studies made me feel like a wretch. Lying to kids now, Nat? Super cool. I was suddenly seized with a hint of self-loathing. Becca was around the same age as Addison, Jim and Avery Mitchell's daughter. I was instantly drawn to Addison, and Becca was no different. They were such sweet, smart girls, and they would probably get along famously if I were ever able to get them in the same room. This train of thought isn't helping things. Fucking hell. I needed to get a hold of myself. I wasn't a goddamn playdate organizer. It was time to focus on the task at hand instead of getting all squishy inside at the thought of two potential besties. The squeeze of fingers on my hand caught my attention, and I looked up into my fake husband's eyes. Spencer's face was sympathetic, and I knew he understood exactly what I felt. He knew everything that would come out of my mouth to this family would be some form of a lie, because my being here was based on a lie. Well, at least his look proved to me that if it was a fucked up thing I was doing, at least I wasn't doing it alone. He was going to have to go along with me. Partners in crime, at least. And that shit wasn't a lie. As I turned my attention to the delicacies before me, Replacing my guilt with food, I felt an icy glare cutting into me. I didn't need to look to know that it came from Mommy Dearest. I ate and tried to ignore the evil demon sitting next to Spencer, but I failed. So, as any self-respecting troublemaker would, I had to steal glances in the direction of the living portal to hell. And every time my eyes did pass over her plate, I noticed that she'd barely made a dent in her food, hardly eating any of the risotto or salad that she'd selected. Instead, she seemed to take great pleasure in cutting a single stalk of asparagus into tiny pieces, eating it a morsel at a time, and glancing at everyone else's plate judgmentally. Satan's concubine sure seems to like mutilating white asparagus, I thought, not enjoying the dark vibes coming from her. How nice it must be, Heidi spoke when there was a soft lull in the conversation, not to have a care for the food you're eating. Aren't American women fearful of what they eat before special events? Shouldn't you be worried if you eat all that, you won't fit into the dress you brought for the wedding? This fucking bitch. Everyone at the table grew quiet, looking from Heidi to me. Sloane particularly seemed eager to hear what I had to say in response to her mother, and Becca looked down at her plate with an unsure expression that devastated me. I held Heidi's gaze, scooped up a large forkful of risotto, and put it into my mouth, clearly relishing the taste of it. I don't know about the other 300 million Americans, I said once I'd swallowed, but I certainly would never plan on coming to the land of pasta and wine so I could watch what I eat. Well, she said, maintaining her smile even as it soured, I can't imagine my son will be pleased if you wind up putting on all that extra weight. Spencer has always enjoyed a woman with good self-control. Strange that he would marry one with none at all. I grinned and dabbed the corners of my mouth with my napkin after Spencer spoke up.
Natalia knows she's a cut above any other woman of my acquaintance. She could be 500 pounds and I'd find myself lost in her.
Oh, well, at 500 pounds, you'd definitely be lost in her, Heidi said, laughing at her joke, while the rest of the table sat in mortification. I stopped and looked at Becca. Earmuffs, kid, I instructed, while showing her that I needed her to cover her ears. She did, and I looked back at Heidi. Allow me to cut straight through this bullshit, I said, putting a hand on Spencer's arm, stopping him from even thinking about trying to stop me from responding to his swamp monster of a mother. First, I don't require any man's approval of my appearance to feel good about myself, and Spencer is no exception. Second, if, and honey, that is a strong if, I were to become 500 pounds due to my eating habits, I can tell you without hesitation that I would be the single most fabulous, glamorous, 500-pound bombshell you've ever seen. And while I'm sure you have no sympathy for people who struggle with their weight, I don't, she interjected. You don't say, I said sarcastically. Well, I have great compassion for them. People all over the world, even places other than America, if you can believe that, struggle with their weight. It can be an uphill battle for one's entire life. But luckily, those people aren't waiting around for sympathy from people like you. Well, I think you're blowing this out of proportion. All I said was that you won't fit into your dress if you keep eating like this. No, that's not at all what is going on here, I said. You intended to intimidate me, and you used the one thing most women tend to be insecure about, their weight. Sadly, though, you picked the wrong fight with the wrong woman. If there is one thing that I have a deficit of, it's insecurity. Spencer's mother shifted uncomfortably in her seat, but as you'd expect from the devil's handmaid, she never broke eye contact with me. It was obvious the woman wasn't used to people countering anything she said, but it was equally clear that she wasn't the type to back down. I don't entertain bullies and people who are so miserable in their lives that they work to make everyone else miserable. I think it's rude, and I think you're rude.
Spencer, your wife...
Yeah. He smirked at me and shrugged.
I probably should have told you. My wife doesn't take to insults too well.
No, I don't take to them. And while you have a lot of backhanded remarks about America, it happens to be my home, and I think it's pretty great. So if you wouldn't mind backing yourself off my American ass for a minute and letting me finish this delicious meal, I'd appreciate it. Sloane snorted a laugh into her wine glass as her mother petulantly resumed pushing around the food on her plate, and Nona arched her eyebrows smugly as she looked in Heidi's direction. It seemed she enjoyed watching Heidi squirm, and my guess was that wasn't a common sight. Nona leaned forward and broke the silence by asking if I had any siblings, and everyone seemed to relax and continue eating without worrying if someone was going to chuck a wine glass across the table. I was happy that Nona wasn't offended by what I'd said. I was a lot of things, but I had respect for my elders, the ones who deserved it, and she seemed like the type of Italian grandmother I didn't want to cross. However, I didn't care if I went off course with Heidi. I was appalled by everyone, including Spencer, for allowing her to get away with such distasteful, petty behavior. She wasn't fucking God. She was an unpleasant and miserable bitch, and I wouldn't smile and take shit from her or anyone. I wasn't programmed that way, and I hoped Spencer knew that because if he didn't, he was sure as shit about to find out. So, did your grandmother have all the gardens planted? I asked as I walked on the estate grounds after we'd finished lunch and I'd been shown up to the beautiful suite Spencer had occupied while growing up. I'd changed into a casual pair of soft, skinny trousers, my favorite cashmere sweater, and a pair of flats to meet Sloane and Becca for the walk they'd promised me. Actually, she replanted them, Sloane said as we wandered the stunning gardens. They were a mess when she and my grandfather bought the estate, and she grew up in a gardening family. There were a few really confused gardeners out here when my Nona came out daily with a hoe and a few bags of fertilizer to ensure they were doing things correctly and getting seeds from the right vendors. There was something about Sloane that I found so calming. Once we'd gotten away from Heidi, she became much more confident, with the tone of her voice stronger and tougher than it had been just an hour before. Aside from her beauty, one would never guess she came from the womb of the miserable bitch. Even Becca seemed freer, skipping through the hedgerows and pausing to pick a flower now and then. It made me a bit sad for them, living that way.
"Remember only to pick the ones that Nona told you were okay, Bex,"
Sloane called after her daughter, who waved us off before continuing on her way.
"Becca spends as much time as she can out here with Nona,"
she said as she looked back at me.
"If I didn't make her come in for her studies, she'd probably spend the whole night outside."
She shrugged, then her expression darkened.
"I guess if I let her stay all night out here, she would at least have a great excuse to avoid her grandmother."
She sighed, then looked at me with sad eyes. "Forgive me. I should have kept that to myself." "Don't worry about saying what you need to say in front of me," I answered her. "I'm no stranger to disliking my own family. If anything, I'm sorry for making myself into your mom's enemy by sparking off like I did at the table today."
"You were going to be her enemy either way,"
she said, kicking her booted foot through the tall grass.
"It's inevitable with her. If Mother is crossed by any of us, even for the most insignificant things, it's impossible to keep on good terms. She just... She is who she is. And here I thought I put the woman in her place. I smiled, but after seeing Sloane's unwavering expression, my ego instantly deflated at that theory. No, she said. All you did was talk to hear yourself talk with that woman. Nothing affects her. All she heard was noise. She's that bad, eh? There's a reason Spencer hardly speaks around her, and Spencer is the harshest of us all. She's wasted energy for him, and if there's one thing I know about my brother, he doesn't waste anything he values, especially his energy. Makes sense. I've seen Spence put people in the ground over a business disagreement. I've yet to meet anyone willing to stand up and hold their own against that man, I said truthfully, understanding why Spencer gave his mother no airtime at lunch. Sloane's expression lightened as her chocolate eyes searched mine. But you can hold your own with him. I rolled my eyes. I have a bit more leverage with him, obviously. I winked at her. How did you honestly manage to pull Spencer off the market? I can't tell you how many women have wished to be in your shoes. She teased. Oh, I have my ways, I said, not wanting to get into the lie Spencer and I had concocted to get him through this wedding. I liked Sloane, and I liked Becca, and, despite how good I was at it, I wasn't a fan of lying. So, if I wanted to get out of here with a shred of dignity, knowing I hadn't conned the kind and decent people around this place, I would have to keep the conversation light. Time to learn everything about gardening.
Chapter 13. Spencer. I sat in my father's old office after I changed from my traveling clothes into a pair of jeans. A faint smile turned up in the corner of my mouth, knowing that wearing jeans around this estate would positively repulse my mother. I'd managed to successfully put up an impenetrable facade no matter what she said, simply reminding myself of what awaited me upstairs in my room once I finished this bullshit. I was pretty impressed with Natalia holding her own against my mother at lunch, but again that's why I brought her as my fake wife. I knew she could take that woman's insults and hurl them back at her. Sadly, Natalia's words didn't put my mother in her place, and therefore it was a waste of time to speak them, even if she was standing up for herself. My mind drifted back to when we dismissed ourselves from the table and went up to our room, where our things had been unpacked for us already. Nat sat down on the bed with a deep sigh of relief. Not gonna lie, I could get used to this bed. I smiled, walking over to her. You're lucky I made Nonna replace all the mattresses a couple of years ago. These beds used to be the worst part of being here. Really? She raised her eyebrow at me. The worst part, huh? Well, I said, shrugging. I'd say it would have been on par with the other worst part. She tilted her head at me as she pulled her knees into her chest to hug them. Your mother is a lively one, isn't she? I gave Nat a tight smile. Lively is certainly one way to put it. You know what I mean, she said with a roll of her eyes. I took my seat on the bed next to her, unsure how to approach the subject of my mother, but shit. I brought Nat here to be part of this, and she was a human and not a fucking robot. She had feelings too. Is it me, she asked, bringing my gaze back to her, or does your mom seem to have a particular hatred for Sloane? I'm not sure if hatred is the right word, but... Wow, I said, eyeing her. I thought you'd be questioning her behavior toward you and not my sister. She smirked at me. Your mother's insults don't affect me. Anyone's insults could get to me if I gave them power over my feelings, but I learned a long time ago in my own family not to allow horrible people to govern my self-worth. Your sister, though, it seems your mother dismisses everything about her presence. I don't mean to be rude about it, but from my perspective, it feels like your mother must hate her. I know I just met them, but Heidi's energy in Sloane's direction is palpable. Do you know what I'm saying? Hate is probably an accurate enough word, I guess. I think it's close enough, I said, toeing off my shoes, before bringing my feet up to the bed and sticking my arm under my head for support as I stared up at the ceiling. Heidi's always had a thing about controlling all her kids, and Sloane was always wonderful and pretending to be her little angel when she was a kid. I frowned, acknowledging how my mother treated us all. You see, it wasn't always the easiest to deal with Sloane. Heidi had moments of giving her the silent treatment and constant manipulation, just like she did with Stephen and me. I blew out a breath. However, it was clear that Heidi was trying to mold her, you might say. And even though Sloane did enjoy moments of being the golden child, she's her own person. Nat raised her eyebrow at me, as if that description of my little sister with the woman she'd met at lunch didn't add up. You lost me. Sloane played the perfect child, then grew tired of the control and manipulation and became her own person for a summer after she left the country on holiday. Still lost. I smiled tiredly at her. Sloane proved she wasn't her golden child after returning pregnant from her little summer holiday. Be black and white about it, man, she said with a soft laugh. So what you're saying is your mother lost the battle of control and manipulation with her perfect child after Sloane rebelled, fucked a guy on vacation, and came back pregnant. Nat squeezed my thigh and laughed. And here she was going on about me ending up on an episode of My 500-Pound Life when she's got a real-life 16 and pregnant situation happening in her own home. Precisely, I returned. The woman can deflect and make your problems worse than hers if you allow her to. You did great dealing with her bullshit at lunch. However, you're wasting your time if you believe you're getting through to her. Well, I wasn't going to just sit there and take her shit, or have anyone watch me take her shit. And that's the only reason you're the only woman strong enough to be fit to be my fake wife. I looked at her. Trust me on this, though. Waste no energy on that woman. She's not worth it, and you're not here for that. Well, I won't be silenced because you believe I'm wasting my energy on her. I'll always defend myself if I feel inclined to. And I hope you do. Don't get me wrong. It's delightful entertainment for all of us. I chuckled, squeezing the bridge of my nose tightly before turning with a quick spin and heading over to the closet. I've got to go down to the office to talk to Stephen and Heidi. Speaking of that devil. Will you be okay if I take off for an hour or so? I feel like I should be asking you that, she said, as she unzipped her boots, letting them fall to the floor with a clatter. I'll be fine. I've dealt with Heidi's bullshit all my life. It's nothing new to me, I said, changing into a fresh button-down shirt. I'm just hoping I can be as disengaged with her as possible so she can't sink her claws into me. My fingers flitted down to my pants, and I began to undo my leather belt. Hold your hot ass up, Nat said, crawling to me over the surface of the bed in a far less graceful way than I'd ever seen her. I had to physically swallow back the laugh that bubbled up in my throat at the sight of her practically tripping hand over foot to get to me, but the laugh died down quickly at the heat I saw building up in her gaze. It was remarkable how quickly those eyes could go from the cold center of a crystal to the heart of a flame within the space of a second. Baby, I said, my throat practically closing as she slipped her hand into the zipper of my pants. The way the muscles around her eyes tensed up at the word didn't escape me. It hadn't since I'd started using the endearment with her, mostly to test the waters. But I did want to see whether she'd shut me down, or whether there was a chance for something else to grow here. If I was honest, I was testing the waters on myself, too. I liked this shit. Imagining this whole situation working itself out into a relationship, and seeing if I was remotely capable of settling my ass down for more than a minute with a woman was a trip. Babe, I continued, if we start this now, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it downstairs. What did I say about using pet names with me? She said, with that sexy eyebrow arch. I smirked. They turned you off, and I really need to get my ass downstairs. I paused and studied her. Then I grabbed her chin and bent to catch her bottom lip between mine. I stepped back and studied her dazed eyes. It suits you, you know.
What suits me?
That particular pet name. Slow the fuck down with the names, she said, half serious and half fucking with me. I'm no one's baby, woman, or kitten. I'm my own, and don't forget that shit. I eyed her challenge with a challenging expression of my own. We'll see about that. I chewed on my bottom lip, knowing I was, in some strange way, advancing this. Though I'm confident you'll be mine soon enough, lover. I finished with a wink, and while Nat was left to figure out her comeback, I'd already changed into my jeans and left the room. Now, as I sat in the leather chair facing down the toxic woman in front of me, I brought my hand up to cradle my chin, tapping my finger against my lips.
Spencer!
The familiar, sharp tone of my mother's voice brought me abruptly back to the present moment. I looked up at her, trying to make my expression as pleasantly indifferent and removed as possible. Yes, I answered, with no emotion.
My God, can you try to be more alert? You're starting to act as much of a vacant idiot as your father, dear.
I bit down on the inside of my cheek, holding back the aggressive response I would have unleashed if I knew it would make a difference. Well, can you blame me? You've been talking for about... I checked my watch with a falsely concerned look. 20 minutes. I keep waiting for you to actually say something. A sigh from next to me drew my gaze from my mother's infuriated face to my brother's exasperated one. You're not helping matters much, Spencer. I've honestly lost track of what she was trying to say, I said to my brother, barely shifting my gaze from my mother's face. She uses 5 words when she could use 1, and it's woefully inefficient. Spence, he said, his voice coming out in the stern tone that I knew meant he was far more irritated than he was trying to let on. Really, calm down. No one ever, and I mean motherfucking ever, told me to calm down. Not even my brother, who possessed far less of the strong personality I'd developed as a survival mechanism in this household. I had to bite back my natural reaction, which would have been to level my brother, and that would have been only the prelude to me jerking my ass out of this office, snatching up Natalia, and leaving this godforsaken place. But I knew this fucked-up game all too well. My mother's supreme skill of divide and conquer was in full effect, serving its purpose of having my brother and me at odds. So instead of treating Stephen like the sharks I dealt with at work, I needed to take his advice and calm down instead of wanting to crucify him for suggesting it, which was precisely what Heidi wanted. God, I hated my mother. Shoving emotions down like this made my blood pressure skyrocket, and if I had a stroke and died because of her, I would come back and make sure this woman's ass was so haunted that Ebenezer Scrooge wouldn't even believe it. Seriously? I said finally, after taking more than a minute to ensure the venom of anger didn't drip into my tone. Our mother has been monologuing for the last 15 or 20 minutes about how much she hates my choices. She's the one who could use your advice. How can I be calm, she said, coming around to stand in front of me as she dug her long fingernails into the skin of her arms, when my younger son has brought home this putana? First of all, I said, my voice becoming even icier than before, if you want me to sit in this room with you another second, you will never speak of my wife in such ways. Not in Italian, French, Dutch, or fucking Spanish. I don't give a fuck. She's not a whore, and I expect you will never refer to her as such again. Well, what in the world am I supposed to think of her, Spencer? Don't you dare sit in that chair and expect me to believe she is anything but a woman who is after you for your father's money. And now that she's got her claws in you, I can only pray that you had the foresight to sign a prenuptial agreement. You mean like Dad did with you? I looked at her humorlessly. That's what this is really about, isn't it? You're furious that I finally brought someone home and fulfilled that final condition of Dad's trust. Shall we go over the details of that truth, Mum? Like clockwork, as I knew they would, her eyes began to water. How could you say that to me? Then came the lineup of her hysterics that I'd known would emerge next. I could practically teletype the emerging actions as if I were reading a script. The shocking part was that I knew this woman had the emotional depth of a serial killer, so her ability to turn on the waterworks or switch emotions was always unsettling. How could you imply that I would want anything from my beloved son but the best? I've only ever treated me like shit? Made me feel like I was last on your long list of priorities? I stared her down. No, you're right, and I'm wrong. I'm the evil one, and you've always been my victim. That's what this is leading up to, right? How horribly I've treated you, and what a hateful son I am? I never said that, she said, her eyes still tearful. But you're doing me a disservice by supposing I want anything other than my money, I said, nodding. Or rather, my father's money. And just so you know, we never signed a prenup. We talked about it, but we just sort of forgot. Time had just escaped us. It was quite the whirlwind. Spence, Stephen cut in, his wide blue eyes looking at me with the sincere older brother concern that he'd learned from the time he was forced to parent me when there hadn't been anyone else after our father died. Did you seriously marry this woman with no protection of your assets? What could you possibly have been thinking? Haven't you learned anything from— He clenched his lips together before turning away from me and looking out the window, but he didn't need to speak for me to hear the words he'd been tempted to say. Hadn't I learned anything from my father's mistakes? I tapped my fingers against the desk where my father, Alessio, had sat day in and day out, working himself to an unhealthy exhaustion level while building up his family's fortunes. If any of you had bothered with a simple Google search, you would have seen that Natalia Hoover earns a small fortune on her own, and my money would not tempt her to marry for that reason alone. She's brilliant at what she does, and has built a reputation to match it, so when I say that I was the one who had to tie her down, I meant it. She's far above me, and somehow I'm lucky enough for her to be willing to spend her life with me. I'm not willing to sully that with an insurance policy, because I don't care about the financial side of it. And before you say a goddamn thing, I said, as my mother opened her mouth, no, no, and no. I'm not about to disregard my father's last wishes about how his fortune was handled, particularly when that money was left to me to give my family and me a better life. As you said, though, my mother responded, with an edge of maliciousness I'd learned to pick up on over the years. Your wife earns quite a bit of her own money. So that begs another important question. Why would you need your father's money to live a better life if your wife is so well situated? You're correct in this begging a very important question, Mother. And that question goes to you. Why do you need the money? I asked. The money he left for you in trust should have kept you solvent until the day you died, with leftover cash to burn. So what the hell are you doing trying to manage what he left to his children? I shook my head. At the very least, your share should have been enough to keep you going so that you could establish a career of your own. I stood up from my chair, shaking my head in fury. I don't know why you keep insisting on having this argument with me every time I come home, but I'm done with this. Just stay out of my way until the wedding is done, and I'll do you the same courtesy. I took in the sight of my mother, twisting my mouth and shaking my head. Ironic that you would call my wife the whore when you're the one who's always played that role so well. I turned to walk out of the office, trying to breathe as normally as possible. What was the second thing? Stephen called from behind me. I turned back around, looking in my brother's direction. His mouth was twisted flat, and I couldn't tell whether he was trying not to laugh or scream at me. You said first of all earlier. What was the second thing that you wanted to say? I blinked a few times before remembering what he was referring to. I was just thinking how strange it was that our mother was married to an Italian man, has been coming back here for so long, but she still has such a shit accent when speaking the language. Without another word, I slammed the office door behind me and strode down the hallway, making my way to the heavy doors that led to the terrace. I breathed heavily in the fresh, fragrant air that smelled like the flowers coming from lemon trees and the wild rosemary plants in the enormous yard. How could I be feeling this fucking upset? The better question was, why would I expect to feel any different? This was, after all, how it had been since I was a kid. My only defenses had been Dad, Stephen, and Nonna, and then it had only been the latter two after Dad's heart attack. I clenched my eyes shut and tightened my fingers around the marble statue that looked out over the gardens, trying my best to fight through the fog that always settled in when I interacted with my mother. It had always been this way, and I swallowed a few times as I tried to fight my way out of the accompanying nausea. As a kid, having a conversation with my mom had always left me feeling as though I couldn't trust what was going on in my own head, and I inevitably didn't feel right afterward until I spent several days away from her. Having the conversation was never the hard part. The hardest part for me was accepting that my own mother hated me. She always used the excuse of not wanting to be in my presence because I reminded her too much of my father. Who knew? Maybe that was true, but I had my doubts. I'd come to a conclusion long ago that she was a sociopath. Perhaps that's what I told myself to compartmentalize things. Because how could someone who was supposed to love you unconditionally be the one to damage you so irreparably? I needed to get out of my head before I started to spiral into memories of my childhood. All the money in the world couldn't heal these wounds, so why was I constantly fighting to protect my share of the family fortune from my sociopath of a mother just to get more injured in the process? Fuck! This self-sabotaging bullshit will fuck me over if I let it. I snapped out of my thoughts at the sound of sweet laughter coming from the stunning woman who was the most real part of my life here, even if she was here as my fake wife. Fake wife or not, the sound of her laughter was all I needed to start thinking with the precision I was accustomed to. The weak and vulnerable version of myself I couldn't stomach was effectively gone, and my focus returned. I looked down into the shrubbery, grinning, and started down the steps. That was it. I'd head into Sirmione for the night and regain my focus, keeping both feet firmly planted on the ground.
Chapter 14. Nat. I nearly yelped when a strong pair of arms wrapped around my waist, and Spencer sharply pulled me back into his muscular chest. I tilted my head to look into his eyes, and he smirked at me as I heard Becca and Sloane giggling in front of us.
"I don't believe I've ever heard you make that sound,"
he said in that low voice against my neck.
"And I've coaxed a lot of sounds from you in the short time I've had the luxury."
"Oh, behave," I teased, smacking his arm. "There are children and family present." He didn't answer. He simply leaned down and captured my mouth in a kiss that could only be described as impolite. "Chio!" we heard Becca demand, and we broke apart to look at her. She was fighting against a noticeable smile. "Don't be gross."
"How am I being gross?"
Spencer asked, not letting me go despite my straining away from him.
"If anything, you should complain to your Chia, too. She's the one who's kissing me back."
"That is a terrible argument," she said, looking at him like the tiny adult she seemed to be.
"You're right,"
he said, nodding solemnly.
"I'm sorry. How has the tour been, ladies?"
He stood at my side, slipping his hands innocently into his pockets. I looked over at him. He was quite a delicious specimen. "It was even better than you said it would be," I answered. "Everything go okay with your mother and Stephen?" His mouth twisted up a bit,
enough to tell me it had been just as bad as he'd imagined. After having lunch with that shrew, I could only imagine what had gone down. Who knew? I had to assume it was a fight over money or estate management, or whatever else that would keep a wealthy family torn apart and seeking private meetings in this massive villa.
"Do you feel like doing a bit of sightseeing?"
he asked, successfully pivoting the conversation.
"I thought we could go down to Sirmione. We can watch the sunset on the lake and get dinner there later. Just to get out of here for a bit and have some time to ourselves."
I tilted my head to the side, trying to get a feel for whatever had happened between him and his mother during that meeting. Despite the mischievous smile I'd come to know and expect from him, I detected a subtle undercurrent of tension running through him that, shockingly, my first instinct was to soothe away. Comfort had never been my go-to tendency before, at least not with the people I'd betted. With friends, sure. I was the first one there with a joke and a tub of ice cream, but not with the people I was sleeping with. Besides, I caught on to that last part of wanting to leave so we could spend time alone. I knew I wasn't here to spend time alone with Spencer, or to go sightseeing like this either. I was here to be doing exactly what I was doing, keeping up a good front as I faked being his wife. And now he was extending the idea of getting away from here so we could spend time alone, something I would expect of a good man to his real wife, needing to be alone and away from his family drama. Maybe I was reading into it way more than I needed to. "Sure," I said. "I've been dying to look around Sirmione. Do I need to change?"
"You look amazing,"
he said, grinning down at me. That tension was undoubtedly there in his jaw, and I couldn't help myself as I reached up to run my thumb along the strong line to smooth it away. I left my hand there as I turned to look at Sloane, who barely hid her smile as she held Bex to her front, her arms crossed over Becca's chest in a warm hug. "Do I need to change?" I asked Sloane, unsure if I looked presentable enough to visit the historic town and wanting a woman's perspective. She shrugged. "I would maybe wear different shoes and a different top, but the pants are perfect." I nodded before turning back to Spencer and pressing a quick kiss to his lips. "I'll only be 7 minutes." At his frown, I rolled my eyes. I need the time to find my way through this museum of a house.
"Just 7 minutes, eh?"
Was it just me, or was that a restless shadow moving through his eyes? Reaching up on my tiptoes, I kissed him again against my better judgment. "I'll try to cut down the time. I promise." I walked as quickly as possible, hurrying up toward the room, feeling his eyes on me as I walked up the stairs. I knew that Spencer was likely watching me from where I'd left him down in the garden, but there was also the sense that there were eyes on me from somewhere up in the main house. My skin broke out in goosebumps, and I knew the sooner I got back to the front gate, the better I'd feel. My mouth dropped open when I saw the classic car, which was one of just under 1,300 ever made of its kind. I'd looked at Spencer in shock, and from his reaction, I knew my reaction was everything he hoped it would be. "This isn't a Dyno GT Spider," I said in a hoarse voice. "Is it?" The wry half-smile, which still showed traces of cynicism from his meeting with his mother, turned into a full-blown grin of happiness as he quickly undid the switches on the top to fold it down.
"You know your cars. I'm impressed."
"Unfortunately for your cocky ass, I'm not trying to impress you." He shook his head, looking sexier than ever.
"Oh, then tell me, how do you know cars so well, Ms. Hoover?"
he said. "Easy. You should see some of the specimens parked in the houses I've sold," I said, looking around at the remarkable car in front of me. "Not to mention some of the corporate properties I've sold.
You have no idea what I've seen some clients drive, but I will admit, I've never seen one of these in person. So you do have me there."
"Well,"
he said with a mischievous grin,
"maybe if you ask very nicely, I'll let you drive it."
"In staying with my previous point of not trying to impress you, I'll admit that I never learned how to drive a manual," I said.
"You're shitting me."
"No." I held my ground and wasn't embarrassed in the slightest to admit this. "Why are you surprised that I can't drive a stick shift? Big deal?" He smirked and slipped his hands into his jean pockets.
"Well, you seem to know your way around my stick pretty well."
"Dear God," I said, wishing I'd cut him off sooner. "Your dick is not a fucking car, so please refrain from lame attempts at being funny with dick jokes, which—"
"Got it."
He smoothly cut me off.
"It was a childish joke, but it was the first thing that came to my mind when you admitted you'd never driven a stick before."
I playfully arched an eyebrow at him. "I suppose I should be more surprised that you didn't follow it up with a 'that's what she said' comment. So for that, I give you a sliver of credit." His eyes narrowed when he crossed his arms and seemed to stare through me, but I never imagined what he would say next. I was expecting more banter, but his playfulness left with a snap of his changed expression to a more intense one.
"I'm going to teach you how to drive this car,"
he stated factually. Then, without a response from me, he turned and managed to maneuver his tall, enormous frame into the car.
"For now, let's get out of here. The longer I linger here, the more I think I'm starting to break out in hives."
With the playfulness gone, and Spencer's sudden change of topic and mood, I got in. I quickly twisted my hair into a bun so it wouldn't get tangled on the drive, not saying another word as he turned the key in the ignition. I smiled when his face lit up as the engine roared into life. Then Spence hastily backed out of the garage.
"Stephen taught me how to drive in this car,"
he said, his voice taking on the slightly faraway tone that I'd begun to notice it did whenever he sounded nostalgic. Of course, it wasn't often, but it happened significantly more since we got here.
"Dad had taught him a few years before,"
he said, shifting gears as we drove down the driveway. "You guys learned how to drive in this?" I asked, shocked. "That's incredibly daring. I don't think I'd ever let my kid near the steering wheel of this car, no matter how responsible they were."
"My dad had a theory about that."
He smirked at me. "I'm curious about that theory."
"He said that the best way to teach someone responsibility was to place their life and fortune directly into their own hands, which is effectively what he was doing with Stephen. I was there to watch while Dad taught my brother, and you'd best believe I was fucking jealous."
"But Stephen was the one to teach you?" I had to ask, given that he'd stopped the car just before leaving the estate grounds and seemed more emotional than I'd imagined about his dad teaching his brother how to drive.
"My dad died when I was 12,
he said, staring down the road.
"He was always healthy, but I assumed the stresses of the previous few years had started to get to him, and he had a massive heart attack."
"Jesus. I'm sorry," I said, reaching over to set my hand on his thigh. He seemed to recover as soon as I became genuinely sympathetic.
"Don't apologize. It's all part of life. I understand that. I lost him too soon, but—"
He seemed to force a smile.
"It was his time, whether anyone agreed with that or not."
He still seemed troubled, but I instantly caught on to him, hiding any vulnerability. My heart was sad for him, but what could I do? Pry into his deepest emotions and get him talking? I wasn't upset that he would hide his vulnerability. I was confused about why I felt anything at all. Vulnerable or not, I shouldn't care. It was Spencer, and this was me. I was here because I was a strong enough woman to deal with his mother's bullshit while pretending to be used as his wife. Those were just facts. So, why was it bugging me that I had an emotional hiccup in my system just now? And why did I care that he didn't trust me enough to be vulnerable? I didn't function like this with men I chose to be in a sexual relationship with. I couldn't care less about their emotional needs. I cared like this only for my close friends and my brother. This shit was foreign to me, so I was happy when Spencer stepped on the gas and we took off at high speeds. The powerful engine of the small, cherry-red Ferrari raced over the hills, practically leaving my stomach behind as we made our way into the lakeside town closest to Spencer's family home. Spencer reached forward for the radio and turned it up. He didn't want to talk, and I wouldn't force him to. At this point, it was best if we both reset ourselves in this bizarre situation we'd accidentally fallen into. I'd been to some pretty incredible places. Hell, the very beach where I spent most of my weekends was widely considered to be one of the most beautiful locales in the world, drawing tourists from every corner to hopefully rub elbows with celebrities. I hated to admit it, but those views had absolutely nothing on Sirmione, which was like nothing I'd ever seen. Spencer pulled into the parking lot of a local museum just outside of Old Town and parked the car. He handed the keys to an attendant standing by, who accepted them as though he received the keys to a car worth almost $600,000 every day.
Ciao, Signore Monroe,
the valet said with a charming smile.
Come stai? Bene, Paolo, grazie.
He responded in fluid Italian that only made me go more liquid.
E tu?
Bene, he said, tilting his head to the side. Then he grinned at me and gave me an obvious appreciation.
Lei è molto bella, signore.
I didn't have to know Italian to know what he meant by his words, but I didn't feel any heat or self-consciousness until Spencer wrapped his arm around my waist and set his mouth against my pulse point.
Vero.
I could see Paolo. I'd managed to pick up that much at least, biting down on the inside of his cheek, either in embarrassment or entertainment. I couldn't tell which.
Buonasera, signore e signora,
he said, inclining his head a bit to us as he walked around the front of the Ferrari. He seems like a good kid, I said as we turned toward the parking lot exit, walking toward the doors that led to the streets.
He is,
Spencer responded.
I've known him and his family since I was little. His dad was the museum caretaker, and he brought in his son to be a part of the community.
So exactly what is there here to... Oh! The words died in my throat as I looked down the thoroughfare that led down to the lake, surrounded on all sides by olive trees. The sun was beginning to make its downward trek, and I felt my heart stall in my throat at the sight of the way the water reflected the light back toward the little town, with its elegant, ancient stonework and the gated, sectioned-off areas where people gathered to eat in the shade of the larger trees. Stepping away from his embrace, I took a deep breath as I turned in a circle on the cobblestones, taking in my surroundings. "You grew up here?" I said in a low voice, barely able to contain my sense of wonder, combined with the faintest green tinge of jealousy. "In this place?" I waved my hand around the palace-like grounds.
Why the shock?
"I don't know," I said, looking back at him. "I think it would be hard to hang on to cynicism in a place like this." His mouth tightened a little bit before quirking into a dry smile that could only be described as cynical.
You've met my mother, haven't you?
I stopped, furious with myself. How could I have been so stupid to assume what his childhood had been like? My own had been a disaster of epic proportions, but that didn't mean it couldn't be worse for others. Shame wasn't an emotion I felt a lot, but when I did, it hit me squarely where the good Lord split it. I looked down at the ground, trying to lose myself in the cobblestones. A finger came down, gently tracing along my jaw and tilting my face up to look back at him.
"You know,"
he said, his tone far gentler than it had been moments before.
"One could say the same thing about you, being from L.A.
I blinked at him once, staring into his dark eyes before bursting into laughter. "What?" I answered, greatly appreciating his changing the tone to something more humorous.
"You heard me,"
he taunted. "You've got to be joking. One might say that city is cynicism's natural breeding ground," I said with a laugh. "Sometimes I think growing up there is exactly why I'm so jaded."
"Really?"
he asked, raising his eyebrow at me.
"You think that's the only reason?"
I bit down on my lip once again and turned away from him. In that second, I started making my way toward the old square that marked the end of the narrow boulevard. I wasn't sure how to get into the garbage that had made up my childhood, especially since he hadn't exactly been forthcoming. This was bound to be a battle of vulnerability for sure. With the finger pointed toward me now, Spencer most likely knowing precisely what he was doing, it felt like I needed to crawl out of my skin to shake this bizarre feeling away. Well, at least I knew how Spencer felt in the car when I tried to dig into the details about his father passing away. Listen to yourself. Are you defending him now? Bullshit. Vulnerability or not, I was just asking a simple question. But fuck me if he'd answer it. So why would I tell him about my situation, my dead mother and abusive father? Now that I thought about it, I wasn't telling him jack shit. He hadn't told me anything about what I was getting into with his demented mother, which was fine. But I wasn't busting out the Natalia personal emotions card for this guy after he couldn't be bothered to tell me there was something seriously wrong with his mother.
"Hey,"
he said, as I spun around when he caught hold of my arm. I looked up into the eyes that continued to crack me open with their warmth, little by little.
"If you don't want to talk about whatever keeps those walls anchored 10 feet deep and 20 high, that's fine, Nat. But don't pretend like there's nothing there that's burning you and keeping you from opening up to me."
"Opening up to you?" I countered.
"You heard me,"
he said with some authority. "Last I checked," I said, holding back any accusations I wanted to hurl his way. "We aren't actually married, and one would hardly call us lovers."
"Natalia."
He didn't break this consuming stare that suddenly ignited some fire inside of me that made me feel warm and comfortable with him.
"You may want to hide from shit because of me not opening up to you. It's just not quite my personality to throw all my emotions out there. It isn't who I am."
"And what if it isn't who I am? Just because I'm a woman, do you think I'm some kind of blubbering idiot who can't stop prattling on about her emotions? Plenty of women don't gush about their feelings. Sorry to disappoint." He shook his head and put his hands up as a sign of surrender.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to sound that way. I don't assume you'll be open or emotional because you're a woman. You've met my mother. It's obvious I didn't grow up with an emotional woman to set an example."
He put his hands down again and smiled warmly at me.
"But something tells me that underneath all of this exterior beauty, your beautiful soul has no problem opening up to those she trusts."
"What makes you think I would open up and trust you of all people, Spencer Monroe?"
"My job is to sniff weasels out for a global empire, and I'm highly successful at reading people."
"Your point?"
"My point is that while you may not trust me right now, you also have this little, tiny thing about you that tells someone to fuck off the instant you feel they've crossed a boundary. I know. I've witnessed it on multiple occasions."
"And you're about to witness it again." He slid his hands into his pockets, confident as fuck.
"No."
He smiled and chewed on his bottom lip in some incredibly sexy way.
No, Nat. You'll trust me just enough. And with that trust, I don't intend on taking advantage of it.
What exactly do you intend on doing? Why in the hell was I allowing this exchange? I knew exactly why. It felt comfortable. It was a strange adrenaline rush, and I was enjoying it.
I intend on being there for you. No strings attached.
My ego melted as I stared at his current expression, which was so sincere that it made me wonder if I had a chance in hell of fighting this. Okay, I'll say something, but I'm not going deep, I said, stepping aside so that we walked alongside each other.
Right, but once you earn my trust, you will,
he said, almost as if he was prophesying our future. You act as though one day that will happen. He smirked at me.
I wouldn't say it otherwise.
He arched an eyebrow at me.
Now, go ahead.
Fine, I said, in almost a challenging way. I'm also a middle child, like you. I have an older sister and a younger brother. My sister Liz left home as soon as she could, and she completely separated herself from all the issues we experienced as children, so we don't speak often. But my brother Shane is incredible. He's got the opposite problem from Liz, though. The past has its claws in him in a way I'm not sure he realizes.
What kind of past is that?
He asked, looking down at me with concern. All previous hints of arrogance from a second ago now erased. I sighed. My father. My lip curled, seemingly of its own volition. He wasn't a kind man, and that's the only thing I'll say about him.
What about your mom?
She died in a car accident when I was 12, I said. It was very difficult. The smile on my face got shaky. He tilted his head to the side, utterly silent, as he took me in. Was this what it was like for the owners of the companies that he was investigating, forced to just sit in his silence while he decided on their fates? He was fucking torturous. If only I could read minds like I read body language.
Come on,
he said, reaching out to take my hand.
I'm not sure it's wise if we continue with our pasts right now. Let's get a glass of wine and numb our minds a bit.
I didn't have any more words as he led me down the street, the light glistening off the lake, slowly turning more golden as the evening wore on.
Chapter 15. Spencer. She stood up against the railing of the trattoria, the sunlight glinting off her perfectly smooth skin and turning her lovely honey hair a pure golden color. I couldn't help but take the time to look at her, feeling like it was a luxury I hadn't had much of an opportunity to indulge in. Instead of walking over and guiding her to the table that had just cleared, which the hosts had indicated was mine for the taking, I stood there observing the stunning vision in front of me. She brought the glass of wine to her mouth and took a slow, steady sip, allowing it to settle on her tongue and lean into the flavor. The slow movement of her lips and the clear indication of how much she was enjoying the wine was enough for me, and I knew I had to step forward and feel the movement of those gorgeous lips on mine. The table could wait, and so could the host. We would settle in for a lovely conversation at a fine table when I was ready for that moment. Right now, I wanted this moment. I knew I'd be a fool if I ignored the splendor and beauty of this alluring woman. I gently approached as Natalia graciously indulged herself in another sip of wine. "Hey," I said, wrapping my hand around her and settling it on her flat belly to capture her lips with mine. "What are you thinking about?" I had to know. Her entire vibe had changed once she seemed to have lost herself in the view. I wanted to know what was going through that mind of hers. I was acting purely on impulse, entirely out of my head, and thinking about nothing but how this moment made me feel. "This lake," she said, not bothering to turn back and look at me. Instead, she settled into my arms as if all the tension supporting her delicate frame had drained out of her. How I'll probably never get over looking out at it. I thought I really could appreciate beautiful sunsets, but this? It's on a whole other level. The color of the water is unlike anything I've ever seen. "I know," I said, watching as the sun began to paint the lake in its wash of pinks, gold, and oranges. As amazing as the views are in my beach house, I've never felt like the place could compete with this. She said, as she let her head relax against my shoulder. "I could stay here forever." Everything about this serene and romantic moment was foreign to me. It should have felt bizarre, and I should have reacted like I'd touched a hot object, jerking away from it. But I wasn't feeling that way. Instead, it was all part of this indulgence that I was enjoying, and I wasn't going to push any of it away. "I'm serious. All of this is so perfect that I could stay here forever." Natalia's stomach growled, and my lips spread into a smile against that fragrant spot on her neck that I'd lost myself in for a brief moment. "Seems your stomach doesn't agree with your statement?" She pulled away from me, the color of her face beginning to flush with embarrassment. "I have no idea how I'm hungry, especially after Nonna kept piling food onto my plate at lunch. You saw how much I ate, and I know your mother was counting calories for me." "Oh, I'm aware, gorgeous. I was right there with you." I pulled her away from the railing, led her toward the table set aside for us, and drew out the chair for her. Almost immediately, the waiter came by with the bottle of wine that I imagined Nat's glass had been poured from. "Ciao, signore, signorina," he said, smiling down at the two of us. "Come stai questa sera?" "Benissimo, grazie," I said, weaving my fingers through Nat's. "Due bicchieri di acqua, per favore." He nodded, walking away with a pleasant smile, and Nat looked up at me pleadingly. "Please tell me you can manage this order. There's no way I can decipher this menu, no matter how good my Spanish is." I chuckled. "Sure, under one condition." She frowned at me. "I'm not going to like this, am I?" "I get to choose everything we eat. Is there anything that you absolutely will not eat?" "Nope. I'll put anything in my mouth at least once. You know that," she finished, with her usual smirk and confident stare. I started at her words, my jaw dropping in shock at how her lips barely twitched. I could hardly stand it for a second before I leaned down and captured her wicked mouth with mine. "How's that for putting anything into your mouth?" I asked against her lips, not considering the few scandalized looks coming our way from a few older patrons seated around the terrace. Still, most of our fellow diners didn't give us a second thought. "Scusi," I heard, and broke off the kiss as our waiter placed our glasses in front of us, giving us yet another charming smile. "Voi avete deciso?" I offered Nat a mischievous grin before I seated myself next to her, then proceeded to order. "Okay, this might be getting a bit ridiculous," she said, using a slice of the thick, crusty bread to mop up some of the rich sauce left over from the gnocchi we'd essentially inhaled. I contained a laugh. "What's ridiculous? The fact that my date is mopping up her plate with bread as if we'd been married for 30 years? Or—" She took her sauce-soaked piece of bread and eyed me in some flirty, dangerous, and adorable way. "No, we haven't been married for 30 years, and yes, I'm mopping up my plate since we're not just on a date. Honey, we're married." I softly laughed as she popped the bread into her mouth, closing her eyes and savoring the bite. "I'm mistaken," I teased. "We are married, even though it's not official, so I guess I should watch my mouth." "Exactly," she said. "More importantly, as much as I have planned on thoroughly enjoying my food while I'm here, at the rate I'm going,
I really might not be able to fit into the dress I brought for the wedding. You might have to roll me out of Italy if I keep it up."
"Well, I like that you are in the moment, enjoying everything Italy has to offer. Although I could see myself enjoying you with a little more weight. I wouldn't mind."
"Shut up, jackass," she said, swatting my hand away deftly so that she could nab the last shrimp from the risotto bowl. "What a thing to say."
"What do you mean?" I said, placing my hand on her knee and sliding it up her beautiful thigh. "All I'm saying is that if my consideration is what you're worried about, you don't need to limit yourself."
"Jesus Christ, man. Your ego knows no bounds," she said, as I stabbed a piece of grilled octopus with my fork and brought it to her mouth. She hesitated for a second before opening and eagerly taking the bite. "Who said anything about you in this equation? You're maybe a tenth of what I was concerned about."
"And since you just admitted that I was part of that consideration," I said, grinning, "the problem is solved then."
No," she said, as she made a quick swipe of the risotto with her spoon and licked it off in a way that made me groan with longing. "That still leaves us with 90% of this problem. For such an incredible businessman, your math is severely lacking. You've solved nothing, actually."
I snorted before signaling the waiter. "In that case, let's walk while we get dessert. I thought we could get gelato at my favorite spot by the lake."
"See, that's about 50% of the problem," she said, as I handled the bill with the waiter. "The food is too good, and I find myself unable and unwilling to refuse it."
"I'd like to say my willpower was mighty enough to withstand the temptation of most things," I said, "but I'm powerless against the call of gnocchi." I dragged my fingers along her delicate wrist, looking into her lovely face. "What's the last 40?
"What do you mean?"
"Between me and the food, that's 60%, I said. So I'm waiting for the last 40% of the problem per your estimation."
"Oh," she said. "I'd say about 15% is that I like myself at my current size. I like the clothes I've got. I like my body the way it is, even if it's not perfect."
"Fair enough," I said, dragging my hand up the underside of her leg, trying to maintain a modicum of subtlety. "Although I could always finance a new wardrobe for you."
"Sure, whatever. Leaving aside that I can finance my own wardrobe," she said, rolling her eyes.
"So the last 25% is?"
"That you're not the only guy I'm planning to impress with all of this."
I was surprised that I managed to maintain the smile on my face when my blood felt like it had frozen over at once, turning my veins into one massive icicle. I let my hand, which suddenly felt like it weighed a good 20 pounds, fall away from the leg I'd been caressing. "Understandable," I said. I felt like I had the flu. It was like the words came to me through a massive wad of cotton whenever I spoke. "Come on. We should let someone else have this table." We stood up, and this time I didn't take her hand as we walked down the stairs that led down to the lake's edge.
"Idiot,"
I thought to myself repeatedly as I replayed her words in my head.
How could I have let myself fall into this trap?
But then again, I couldn't have predicted we'd play the game so well that even I would fall for it. The fucking view, her intoxicating fragrance, soft skin, and whatever the fuck else that had placed me under this ridiculous spell made me feel like a fool. And if there was one way I was unaccustomed to feeling, it was foolish. Jim warned me this was possible when I told him what I'd planned. After all, he'd seen me after the weekend Nat and I spent together, and how my head wasn't entirely geared right then. His words replayed in my head as if they were being whispered in my ear by him right now. "The way I see it, you're going to have one of two outcomes," he said, as we stood face to face in my office at Mitchell & Associates. "And they both come from the fact that you're completely smitten with Nat and doing this to spend more time with her, regardless of whether you'll admit it. Either you two will fuck like animals and wind up destroying each other, or you'll fall head over heels in love with her and end up being chewed up and spit out. You're playing with fire, and you know it." You really think she'd chew me up and spit me out? The thought of any woman running over the top of me was laughable. Back then. Right now? Not so much. No fucking clue, man. But she's been saying for as long as any of us have known her that she has no intentions of marrying or committing. None. You've always known exactly who she is. He'd been right, of course. Nat hadn't changed, either in temperament or opinion, since she and I started to spend time together, and it wasn't her fault that my own feelings had somehow changed. And I mean, they fucking changed. I didn't even know they had, let alone when this happened. But my reaction to her words at dinner was a stark realization that I was not in control of the situation or my feelings. I, of all the people in the world, was not the kind of man who was taken off guard. I held the reins, steered the ship, ran the show, and called the shots. I was always in control. Until now, apparently. The realization that I was halfway down a path I didn't realize I'd started taking was disorienting, and it made me angry at myself. I walked along the shore of the remarkable lake, looking out across the expanse of the water and watching the moonlight shimmer on the gentle waves. "Spencer." I didn't turn around at the sound of her voice. Instead, I stood still and stared out over the water toward the grottos of Catullus, where the arches seemed to glow in the light of the moon. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing," I said, shaking my head as I turned back to look at her. "You just gave me the reminder I needed to bring me back down." "What the hell are you talking about?" she said. Looking into her face was harder than looking directly into the sun with those shining eyes as bright as blue flames. I was bewitched, cursed, and so very fucked. Time to fight fire with fire and put these fucking flames out. "What you said about keeping fit for those other guys?" She started, then stopped herself. My eyebrow raised as I looked down at her face. I hadn't expected her to hesitate when I confronted her about it. After all, she'd spoken so casually when she'd mentioned it before. "What?" I said, wondering what she was thinking, like the little bitch I was. "We knew this whole thing was a ruse to piss your mom off or whatever. That's what you asked of me when you invited me to be in a fake relationship with you. That's what we agreed to, right?" She took a deep breath, and I could tell she was measuring her words carefully. I never wanted for it to be real?" I asked, my face dry, my body seriously not knowing how to react to feeling like this for the first time in my fucking life. "Did you think it would be real when you asked me to lie to your mother for you?" she asked, her voice getting harder. "You think a lie is a good basis to build something real on?" "No, that isn't what I thought," I said, feeling the anger in my belly rise. "Not at all. I've always known exactly who you are." "Oh," she said, the anger striking her eyes with even more fire than had been there before. "Well, fuck me, but I actually like who I am. Can you say the same? About either one of us?" I walked forward, reaching out to put my hands on her upper arms. "I can say the same," I said, bringing her close to me. "I like you for everything you are." I caught hold of her left hand and brought it up, examining the ring I'd given her silently. "Don't ask me how to explain these sudden feelings I'm experiencing, because I can't understand them myself." She was completely silent, her mouth slightly open as I lowered her hand. Don't worry," I said. "I truly don't expect you to feel the same way. I took off on some wild fantasy and somehow sold that shit to myself as fucking real. I have no idea why. Maybe it was a defense mechanism that went haywire." I let go of her hand, turned away from her, and continued my walk around the edge of the lake. "Spencer," she said, walking quickly to catch up with me. "Come on. We barely even know each other. You have no idea who I am beyond some sordid details of my past. You can't pretend that us getting married would be a good idea." I didn't mean we should get married, I said, looking at her sidelong. Look, all I know is that you're the first person I could even imagine waking up next to for longer than one morning back when you spent the weekend with me. Then, when we got here, I saw how you were with Stephen and Sloane and Becca, the way you handled my mother. Natalia's lip curled up at the exact moment that mine did, and we lost our composure for a minute as we started to laugh. Let's just say that I didn't even think I could, or would, want anything that resembled a relationship, let alone a marriage, I said truthfully. I thought my parents killed that for me. Shit, I'm not sure if any of this makes sense, because I never thought I'd ever want to fucking talk about my feelings with anyone. I ran my fingers through my hair, wanting to stop this embarrassing display. I didn't mean to put any pressure on you. That was not my intention, and that's the last thing I want. I'd just like to keep you around for as long as you'll let me. That's how I truly fucking feel. The 3 or 4 second silence was deafening. For as long as I can stand you, you mean, she finally said. But the words had none of the acidity they usually did when she gave me a hard time. I managed to refrain from barking out, "Thank God," and instead I stepped forward and reached up to brush back the strand of hair that escaped her bun and tucked it behind her ear. "Who knows? You're pretty annoying," I managed to tease back. "No matter how good the sex is, I might get sick of you first." "Nope, I don't believe it," she said, with that daring vixen look I loved so much. "Anyone willing to embarrass themselves like you just did would hold on to me just for spite. So I've got your ego going for me in this case." I couldn't help laughing. "Oh, now I'm embarrassing myself. I thought I was being emotionally evolved or whatever." "Aw, you did?" she said, crinkling her nose with fake sympathy and grinning at me. "Well, you're wrong." "I am." "Complete humiliation. Devastating." "Well, God damn it," I said with a loud chuckle. "Is that so?" "You're a total sap who is so lucky I didn't leave you in the lurch right now." Her eyes opened in fake surprise. "Oh my God! How humiliating would that have been?" She looked so cute as she stood there teasing me, knowing she had my vulnerable self by the balls. I wasn't typically a fan of being teased, but when she did it, I couldn't get enough. "I basically have full control over you now, Spencer Monroe," she teased with smug confidence. "Is that a promise?" I asked, leaning forward to run my mouth along her jaw. "It's a guarantee, husband," she said, grinning. I covered her mouth with mine, swallowing the gasp of surprise that she let out and receiving the smile against my mouth. Then, easing her lips open with my tongue, I loosened the bun she twisted her hair into and pulled, letting her long hair fall over her shoulders and threading my hands through it. She brought her arms up to wind around my shoulders and leaned into the kiss, dragging her perfectly manicured nails along the back of my neck and raising goosebumps along my skin. I loved the taste of her, and I devoured that rich, smoky flavor that still held a faint hint of the wine we'd drunk at dinner. She was enough for me to get drunk on, and happily. "So what do you say?" I asked, mumbling against her lush mouth. "Can I keep you around even after this week is over?" She mumbled. "That depends on your answer to my next question." "Which is?" "Can we get gelato now?" "Dear God," I said, rolling my eyes and smiling. "You know," she said, as we sat on the bench next to each other, her legs slung up on top of mine as we devoured the ice cream in the cool blue of early night. "You still haven't told me what's inside this." I asked, looking at her, confused, with my spoon hanging out of my mouth. She laughed as she leaned forward to wipe the ice cream off my mouth. "You know," she said, "you're the only non-geriatric person I know who likes pistachio." Call it an Italian thing, I said. We like our nuts and nut flavors. There are about 1,000,000 things I could say in response to that, she said, grinning. I chuckled, leaning forward to capture her mouth with mine. This shit was fucking lovely. Chilling with some gelato and allowing myself to indulge myself in more than that. My mind refocused on the sweet moment of tasting the flavor of her kiss that was tinted with the cold, icy undertone of her Nutella gelato. I said, running my tongue over the seam of her lips before pulling back. You made a good choice. So did you, I have to admit. She held back the small white shopping bag in front of my eyes. So? What's in this thing? Oh, yeah, I said, grinning. Open it. She raised her eyebrow, but reached inside the bag to reveal the silk scarf I'd gotten at the small boutique next to the trattoria. It had a stunning teal, gold, and white pattern, and I'd thought of her immediately when I saw it. I saw you touching your hair all self-consciously when we got out of the car, I said, as she examined the filmy, smooth material between her fingers. This is so you don't have to worry about it when we drive with the top down. It's beautiful, she said, holding up the fabric and admiring it. She put it down, her eyes alighting with happiness as she leaned forward to kiss me again. Thank you. She pulled away and handed me the cup that had held her gelato. Here, hold this for a second. Then, without another word, she twisted her hair into a bun and wrapped the scarf around it as if she'd been doing it all her life. She tucked it in before turning back and raising her eyebrows at me. What do you think? You look like Grace Kelly, I said, my words nearly catching in my throat, admiring how stunning she looked. I don't know how you instinctively know how to do that. She shrugged. It's a gift, she said, with a sexy wink. She pointed at my gelato cup, which now sat empty. I'll take that. Thanks, I said, handing it to her, still enchanted by her beauty. Shit, I was so fucked if this didn't work out. These feelings felt fucking awesome, and even though I didn't know what to do with them, I was undoubtedly enjoying the hell out of them. She stood and looked for a trash can to dump the cups. Just so you know, though, she said, leaning forward, this puts a lot of points in the hanging around with Spencer column. I thought we were trying out dating, not hanging out. I had to know where her mind was, because I didn't want to be steamrolled by emotions. I would need to punch the brakes, not indulge so much, if she wasn't seeing this the way I was. I'm calling it hanging out, she said with a chuckle. I'm not sure the word dating is something I want in my vocabulary just yet. I laughed, sort of feeling the same as her. How the fuck does anyone navigate a relationship? Dating? All of this shit is so fucking foreign to me. She arched her eyebrow at me. Then we're both fucked, because all I've ever done is criticize my friends for it, so there's that. I say we just go with it, you know? Exactly, she answered. As I said, hanging out with Spencer. So just go with the flow? I'm sure we'll both screw something up, but I'll most likely break out in hives if I do it any other way. My eyebrows rose in humor. I will go so far as to say I don't plan on seeing any other woman, so long as you're willing to stick around. Her smile broadened, and she seemed much more comfortable with that approach than anything since I brought all this shit up. And that scores you even more points in whatever the fuck we're doing relationship-wise, she said, bringing her face to mine for another simple kiss. I smiled against her lips. Good to know, I said, grabbing her shoulder to deepen the kiss so I wouldn't disrupt the scarf. I'm taking notes. Smart man. She turned and headed toward the cans. I watched as she walked away. The jet lag was starting to set in, and all I could think about was getting her sexy ass back to my bed.
Chapter 16. Nat. This whole relationship idea that Spencer had dropped on me after his sudden mood change came from out of nowhere. I certainly wasn't expecting him, of all people, to go there with me. I didn't reject it altogether, perhaps because I had some phenomenal wine in my system and felt bold. Still, truthfully, I was finding myself caught up in the atmosphere of the village, restaurant, and Italy. So, I was fine to play around with the idea of turning the romance up a little. It was fun. It was a vacation. And hell, it'd probably help us sell our fake marriage a little better. All things told, the sex was off the charts. Spencer was more enjoyable, and I was having a great time with this. I wasn't getting too attached, though. I was no fool. So, when I would catch him staring at me with that look of his from across any room we were in, I would immediately push away the warm feeling it gave me. Perhaps this was how all people dated. It wasn't wrong to be guarded. It was smart. Not going all in with a man you hardly know was merely prudent. "So, you two are dating?" Bree asked. "Listen," I said in somewhat of an authoritative tone. "One might call it dating, but that's only because he and I aren't enjoying the company of other people in our beds. That's it." "Nat," she said, "get real for a moment." "I am real," I answered her. "And in being real, I want to stay close to why you called. It's about the Haverton estate and whether you and Alex will take on this architecture project." "I have to go overpriced with Alex," she answered. "Now, back to something more pressing. A $3 million commission split between you and me seems more pressing than a fling I'm having right now." "Nat," I could hear my best friend's frustration. "I know exactly what you're doing." "Looking at the clock and realizing it is 10 in the evening for you, way past your bedtime, and it's way past my morning coffee time." "You're avoiding what's going on. You can call this whatever you want, but it's dating. You're off the market, and Spencer is your man, and you're Spencer's woman until one of you hurts the other." "Are you trying to scare me or something? Because it's not working." I nonchalantly raised my hand to study my nails. "No, I'm trying to tell you that you're both playing with fire, and one of you is going to get burned. I don't want you hurt." "Are you saying this because you feel like Spencer will screw me over after we get home? That we're just caught up in the moment?" "Yes, and—" "Good, because I also think we're both a little caught up in the moment. As I said, this is just one hell of an exciting fling. It's a step in the direction of dating, and you and I know that's pretty huge for me." "And if you fall for him? You just said you're stepping in the direction of dating. What if you fall for Spencer? You and I have talked for countless hours about why you won't commit to a man or open up to one, and here you are doing that." I felt my heart pick up the pace and exhaled it away in a quiet breath. "Bree, darling, I know you mean well, and this business about Spencer and me playing around with the idea of dating has got all your flags up. I assure you that I will be just fine. This heart is guarded and surrounded by stone that not even Spencer Monroe could break through if he tried. I choose who I will and will not let in. So please just laugh at this and know that you won't be asked to be my maid of honor soon. Let me have a little fun." "You sure you know what you're doing? I'm not getting off this phone until I'm sure that you're sure. I love you, Nat, and I don't want you hurt." "Of course I know what I'm doing. I am a grown-ass woman who makes enormous decisions for myself all the time. And if an ex-lover of his shows up at this wedding and he tells you he wants her back and you were a mistake, how will that make you feel?" "Like it's his loss and not mine. Any man who chooses another woman over my fine ass is a fool, and everyone knows that. Now, would you stop giving me doomsday scenarios as if I'm a damsel in distress? I swear, motherhood has flipped a protective switch in you. You know I am not the one you need to worry about here." I heard her laugh. Fair enough. Just be careful. I mean, I want you happy and in love more than anything. But this is Spencer Monroe we're talking about. Spencer Monroe, who swears he will never settle down, ever. Yes, I know exactly who Spencer Monroe is, Brienne. Save your motherly energy for those twins I hear in the background, and stop using it on me. I need to head downstairs before the demon lady known as Spencer's mother comes looking for me. Is she that bad? Let's just say I'm no longer curious about why Spencer is the way he is. The woman is next level. I'll tell you all about it when I get back. I'm sure I'll have a boatload of stories by the time I return home. Now, I need to go. Make sure all the boxes are checked on that contract, and let me know when it goes through. I'm excited about this one. I am too. Miss you. And be careful. Bye, Bree. After ending the call with my helicopter best friend, I headed downstairs to face more significant problems. I might as well hit the ground running by first dealing with the Mistress of Darkness. The week passed with ease. Spencer had adopted a new pet name of Babe or Baby for me, which was annoying at first, but soon grew on me. I'm sure I was out of touch with how a normal person should behave in a relationship, but that's because I could hardly remember the last time I was in one. Not that I was ever normal then. I just did what felt comfortable to me, and no more. I would be damned if I got hurt. That was not an option now or ever. The only thing I knew to do was to watch Spencer's reactions to me and this situation we'd landed ourselves in. So long as he laughed, teased, or was patient and understanding of my process, then this would work. I'd been around enough broken hearts, broken promises, and devastatingly failed relationships in my time to know a little bit about the odds. And I wasn't the type to gamble with my heart. I'd known many strong women who put their men to the test before allowing their significant other to win their love. This was no different. This was my version of a test. It's just that my test would prove to be more challenging than a Harvard entrance exam. There were milestones, hills, and mountains that needed to be climbed to move to the next level of trust with me. But it's who I was and how I was. I'm sure I would hear shit about it eventually, but I didn't care. I knew my worth, and any man who was worthy would be grateful to apply to the University of Natalia Hoover. After a solid week spent with Spencer and his family, the English accent he'd been slipping into more often around his siblings and mother made him seem even more charming. Of course, I'd take every opportunity to be silly with Bex, using the best British accent I could muster, and it always made her giggle. Spencer and Stephen couldn't help but joke about how I sounded more like Mrs. Doubtfire than Queen Elizabeth. But Bex loved it, and I loved the smile it brought out in her. Of course, I couldn't and didn't expect Mother Cruella to find any amusement in my attempt at humor. In her words, it was a mockery of distinguished Britons everywhere. I guess she didn't give a shit about the undistinguished ones. But if imitating Mrs. Doubtfire was wrong, I didn't want to be right, especially if it meant irritating the fuck out of his mother. The mood inevitably soured whenever Heidi stepped into the room, seeming to radiate an icy chill no matter how wide or seemingly genuine her smile was. She was utterly off-putting, and I couldn't quite figure out why at first. At first glance, she was perfectly innocuous. She was well put together, coiffed, poised, and dignified-looking, but she just set off those tiny internal alarm bells we all have. It didn't take me long to figure out what was so disarming about her. It was her eyes. She had dead eyes, like a serial killer. And whatever facade she might put up, whether it be happy or sentimental or engaged, I couldn't get past that there was nothing behind her gaze. Nothing but nastiness, anyway. A few days before, I'd sat at breakfast with Sloane, Nadia, and Bex in the small nook just off the main dining room. Nadia was slowly buttering a scone, listening to Bex chatter about the book she'd just finished reading the night before. "Bex," Nadia asked, "did you find the pictures to show Francesco when he comes to do your hair?" "Yes," she said excitedly, pulling out her phone. "I wanted to show you. Do you think he could do my hair curly?" "I don't see why not," she said, reaching out to take the phone from her and nodding happily when she saw the photo. "Oh, yes, you're going to look gorgeous." Then, handing the phone back, she turned back to me with an open look. "Do you know what you're doing with your hair yet?" I shrugged one shoulder. "I usually just do a loose wave," I said, reaching for the rich espresso and biscotti that I'd opted for in favor of the English alternatives Heidi always insisted on serving. "Why don't you come to get ready with us in the morning?" Nadia asked, looking toward her sister-in-law. "Stephen and I decided not to go the usual big wedding party route, so having more family there would make it quite nice. With only the 4 of us, I'm sure Francesco and Marzia can fit you in." "Oh," I said, looking around in surprise at Sloane and Bex, who nodded excitedly at me. I wouldn't want to intrude." "God," Sloane said, rolling her eyes. "You Americans with that strange politeness of yours." I blinked at her before laughing. "I don't believe anyone has ever described me as excessively polite." "Regardless," Nadia said, stepping in with that effortless way she had of smoothing things over that I'd begun to admire about her. "You wouldn't be intruding. I don't have siblings. Meeting Spence and Sloane have been one of the best parts of marrying Stephen." "I'll be sure not to tell him," I said, smiling. "Oh, he knows," she replied, taking another sip of coffee. "So, will you be there? Having you in the room with us would be a treat." "Of course," I said, smiling. "Just let me know how much I owe you for the hair." "Dai allore," Sloane said. Nadia waved her hand. "Don't be silly. You're family. It'll be our treat." "Well," a smooth, polished voice came from the door. "That's not entirely true. Is it, dear?" The coffee in my cup, which had just been steaming hot, might as well have iced over. I shut my eyes and counted to 5 in my mind before turning toward the door to face Heidi, who was already dressed to the nines in a pink Chanel tweed suit. "She's more family than I am, Heidi," Nadia said, turning to her future mother-in-law with a smile and pulling her long brown hair up into a ponytail. "After all, she's the one with a wedding ring on her finger." "For the time being, at least," Heidi said, walking over to where the electric kettle sat on the sideboard and hitting the switch. We all looked at each other, silent, as the weight of her words settled in. A strange mix of emotions swirled inside me at what she said. I was getting pretty sick of being at the receiving end of her shitty remarks, but I was also a bit sad at the thought that she wasn't wrong. "I'm only joking," Heidi said, her voice taking on that strange musical quality that English voices sometimes did when they got to a higher pitch. "Gosh, don't be so serious, all of you. And you'll forgive me if I'm not there, Nadia. I simply can't trust anyone but Bianca with my hair." "Fine," Nadia said, perfectly unbothered as she sipped her coffee. "As long as you're here in the afternoon for photos." "Of course," she said, breezing out of the room, taking the cool chill she brought into the room with her. God only knew what this woman was trying to do. Or maybe the whole point was to get us wondering if she was up to something. I learned a long time ago that allowing people like her to take up space in my head gave them power, and I absolutely was not going to give her that. I was going to focus on this wedding ahead of us, be Spencer's fake wife, and that was it. At least, I thought that was it. Just the thought of being in Spencer's life for real, having to deal with his soul sucker of a mother for real, was enough to make me take a stutter step. One thing I always did well was to defend myself against sharks, and although I was prepared to continue doing so, I was well aware that I was letting the woman get to me more than I should have. I was strong and always in control, but Heidi had a darkness that I was beginning to think I might not be a match for. I sat through the incredibly beautiful wedding ceremony, emotionally charged and wondering what the fuck was happening to me. I thought I had a grip, but my emotions convinced me I was sorely mistaken, and it scared the shit out of me. I watched as the priest gestured between Nadia and Stephen, officiating the ceremony in beautiful, fluid Italian. And even though I could only understand one word out of 7, the emotion of the ceremony came through in spades. Suddenly, the priest raised his hands, gesturing widely before stepping back, and Stephen stepped forward, pulling Nadia into an embrace that practically folded her in two as he pressed his lips to hers. The love between them was obvious and contagious. I clapped along with the rest of the guests, as few of them as there were. We all stood, watching as the oldest Monroe led his new wife along the aisle with a glowing look on his face, thrilled beyond belief with his luck. Halfway down, he stopped and picked her up, spinning her around into another passionate kiss. I was so busy watching the two of them that I barely noticed when Spencer caught hold of my hand, threading his fingers with mine as he led me down the aisle, following Nadia and Stephen. The rest of the day passed in a blur as we gathered for photos, and the staff brought in for the day flitted around the grounds with trays of hors d'oeuvres and flutes of champagne. I met Nadia's mother, who was as filled with beautiful elegance as her daughter, and a few other Monroe di Orazio family members who'd come from all over Europe for the occasion. Comparatively, it was a small wedding, having been capped at 45 people, but that didn't take away from the obvious happiness that radiated through the event. Not even Heidi's presence was enough to dampen the joy that permeated the atmosphere. After the appetizer hour in the Rose Garden, we were led back to the ceremony site, where a dance floor had been put out, and small twinkle lights had been draped throughout the floral trees.
"You know,"
Spencer said beside me as everyone began to gather on the floor,
"with so few guests, I believe all the women should gather on the floor for the bouquet toss, not just the unmarried ones."
He leaned over and placed a kiss on my bare shoulder. Strapless dresses always came in handy when I needed them, and this dress served that purpose with tender sentiments, like Spence had just done. I met his smirk with one of my own. "Well," I said, reaching over to caress his cheek, "aren't you really pushing this little relationship of ours?"
"Striking while the iron is hot, gorgeous. That's all."
Damn. His smile, dark eyes, and the shadow defining his sharp jawline was doing more things to me than were appropriate for a small family wedding reception. I didn't give a shit what anyone thought. The man was my fake husband right now, and I needed to play that part up more than I had today. At least, that's what I told myself as I leaned over to kiss him. But I didn't get the chance to linger there before I felt a tugging at my hand. "Chia, come on," Becca said, pulling eagerly at me. "Nadia said we all have to go catch the bouquet." I eyed Spencer's raised eyebrows as he sat back, sipped his wine, and offered me a shrug to tell me to be a good fake sister-in-law. I stood from the table and moved with the little girl, her black curls bouncing in her excitement, as she led me to where all the women had gathered in front of the stage. Nona was the only one who'd stayed out of the crush, sitting at a table nearby and watching with an entertained look on her face. Nadia, in her stunning white gown, cut perfectly to her narrow frame out of Chantilly lace, showing off her delicate shoulders with its strapless cut, signaled to the drummer on the stage. The drum roll started, and Nadia turned, facing her back to the audience as she brought the bunch of white roses and lemon blossom over her head in one fake-out, and then a second. Finally, she sent it flying backward with an impressive toss, and as it sailed above our heads, I put my hands up out of pure instinct. And yet, no one could have been more surprised than me when the bouquet landed squarely in my hands, as if it had been magnetically drawn to me. What are the fucking odds? I thought, as my mouth popped open in horror. But I immediately covered that look and masked it with a surprised one. I barely heard the cheers of excitement as I turned to look at Spencer. The sharply dressed, handsome man was sitting back casually and slowly clapping, amused as only he and I could be since we knew the truth about my marital status and the implications of catching the bouquet. Spencer looked as though he was barely holding in a laugh, and I couldn't help gasping one out as I met his eyes. I turned away and bent down to face Becca, who was fighting a look of disappointment. Without a second thought, I gently placed the flowers into the little girl's hands, making her happier than the bride at that moment. "I think these are yours," I said. "Will they work, though?" she asked, looking up at me with concern. "I didn't catch them." "Of course they will," I said. "I caught them, and I'm passing their magic to you. But you still have a few years before you'll need the magic they offer beautiful young girls like you." She looked satisfied, and Sloane gave me a grateful smile as Becca pranced over to her, holding the bouquet above her head. I turned around and walked over to where Spencer was standing next to the table, with his hand clasped on the back of the chair before he caught me around the waist and pulled me into the circle of his arms.
"I love what you did for Becca,"
he said, as he leaned in to kiss me on the pulse point that he always managed to find.
"I'm not sure whether to be here with you, or sweep you into a dance, or to sneak you away from all of this. I'm thinking the latter."
I looked up into his dark eyes, which seemed to smolder like slow, hot coals, and, just as slowly as he'd placed his mouth on my neck, I splayed my fingers over his chest and pressed in, satisfied at the slight hiss of air I heard coming from him. "I don't think you're bold enough just to sneak off," I taunted him in a low tone. He met my eyes with a satisfied grin before taking my hand and leading me away from the dance floor, quickly pulling me after him over the expansive lawn and back toward the house. My desire for him settled into my belly, hot and heavy like a burning stone. "Wait," I said, pulling hard on his hand and feeling the heavy silk of my skirt flutter around my feet as we stopped. He raised his eyebrow at me, but I brought him up so that his body was flush against mine. I indicated the small passage in the garden wall that made an old-fashioned labyrinth, which Becca had shown me around on my first day. "In there." His grin grew, and he leaned down. I would have let him lift my dress and fuck me right there if it hadn't been for the crash of the cymbals behind us, breaking us apart. "Come on," he said, leading me down the path. It was softly lit with small lamps set into the footpath, but for the most part, it was dark, draped slightly with tiny lights overhead. The two of us tripped eagerly down the path, finding our way to the middle of the labyrinth, where I knew there were a few benches. The house staff had been there earlier, setting small cushions on the benches surrounding the tall Carrara marble statue of the crowned angel in the middle of the garden. I pushed him down onto the bench before I climbed into his lap, practically devouring his mouth as I leaned into him. He snuck his hands up my back, dragging his fingers over the zipper at the back of the dress. Sneaking off like this and away from the small wedding crowd spiked an adrenaline rush that I could appreciate. I pulled Spencer's hands away from my back, placing them on my legs. "Don't," I said, breathing heavily. "It's hell to figure out the clasp and zipper on this dress. You can unzip it slowly all you want later, but I don't want the entire wedding party knowing we sneaked off to fuck." "Oh?" a coldly amused voice said from behind us, freezing Spencer's hands in their tracks halfway up my thighs. "I don't doubt they would know. It's easy to spot a whore from a mile away. When you know what to look for, that is." I pulled away from Spencer, the lust stopping dead on his face as he turned to where Heidi stood imperiously, hands crossed over her chest, with a sneer painted on her face. "How dare you?" she said, and I couldn't tell which one of us she was addressing. "How dare you make such a display of yourself at my son's wedding? I've never seen such vile conduct."
"I highly doubt that,"
Spencer said, gently lifting me off his lap and moving me to the bench next to him as he settled the skirt, helping me as I tried to become presentable again.
"But that begs the question. If you were so disgusted, why would you follow us unless you wanted a show, Heidi?"
"You may think it gets under my skin when you call me by my name, but it doesn't affect me in the slightest. Nothing you do has ever affected me one way or the other, Spencer. You've always been the one I could count on to disappoint." She spat. "And, to answer your question, I wanted to see exactly who you brought home to us, my dear boy. You've always thought you were the smartest and the brightest, but you've shown everyone here that is a flagrant lie. Just look at her." She nodded in my direction. The look on her face was disarming. It was like she was getting some very sick pleasure from insulting me and her son instead of being offended like she was pretending to be. It was almost as if she'd been looking forward to this inevitably happening. "You may as well have picked her up at an orphanage. You are so proud that she's independent. Well, I see nothing more than a girl who was clearly neglected as a child, prancing around, trying to get attention from anyone who will give it. How could you disgrace yourself so? I expected better from you, Spencer, although I have no idea why. As always, you've come up short. I even brought—"
"Oh, I saw who you brought, Mum,"
he answered. I felt ill. I'd always prided myself in being able to withstand any insult, but the words this woman had spewed in my direction struck my most sensitive nerve, and I felt the pain acutely. I didn't know what kind of demented game this woman was playing, but I wanted no part. I'd done my best to stick up for myself since I'd arrived, letting her words slide off me. But as I watched this scene unfold, I knew something was seriously twisted. She enjoyed inflicting pain. She was good at it. And surprisingly, she'd gotten to me. I felt stripped down instantly at the suggestion that I was merely an orphan, a neglected child, because that's exactly what I'd spent my whole life trying desperately not to be. I got up from beside Spencer, my clammy hand squeezing onto his tightly, turning to walk away. She was evil, and I couldn't get away from her quickly enough.
Chapter 17. Spencer. Nat wasn't a short woman by any means, but as my mother spoke, she seemed to shrink before my very eyes, folding in on herself to the point that she seemed almost half her original size. Still, she rose to her feet slowly, with implicit grace. I'd dealt with my mother's bile for as long as I could remember, so I was not surprised when she unleashed her tirade. However, Nat was obviously affected, and even though part of me wanted to drill my mother into the ground, the other part of me grew concerned by Nat's disposition. "Nat," I started, but I had no idea what to say. I'd never seen her visibly shaken, and I wasn't sure how to comfort her or if she wanted me to. I was sure Nat wouldn't want to show weakness in front of Heidi, so hovering over her didn't instinctually seem like the right thing to do, especially with the look of smug satisfaction, almost diabolical glee, that spread across my mother's face, watching as her words cut as deeply as she'd intended. Nat fixed her eyes on my mother. "Spencer," she said gravely, her eyes unwavering, "I'll see you back at the house. Please give my apologies to Stephen and Nadia." Without another word, she strode away from me, her long silver gown shimmering in the moonlight. My heart twisted in my chest as she left. "That's what I thought," my mother said, walking after her with purposeful steps, her stride barely matching half of Nat's. "That's enough," I demanded, reaching out to grab Heidi around the inside of her elbow. Any skin-to-skin contact with her was abhorrent to me, but there was no way I was allowing her to take one more step after Natalia. "Do not dare handle me in this manner," she said, whipping around to face me, her eyes black. "I want answers." "You are owed no answers," I hissed. "After insulting my wife so egregiously, I am the one owed the answers. Why did you follow us?" "You dare to speak to me this way," she snapped, her voice shaking furiously as she tried to twist out of my grasp. "How dare you insinuate—" "I'm not insinuating anything," I said, holding her firmly. "I know you were trying to humiliate her in front of me, but all you've achieved is to infuriate me in almost every way. I'm sick of you and your bullshit." I folded my arms, staring down into the woman's severe eyes. "I saw who was sitting behind you during the ceremony. I have no idea what you had to gain by inviting my ex here, especially when you took such pleasure in ridiculing her when we dated. Now you think it wise to bring her here when I am with my wife?" She didn't skip a beat as she switched personalities right before my eyes. Her body went slack, no longer tense against my grip, relinquishing her rage and sliding into character as the wounded mother. She fixed me with the pathetic, watery gaze she'd perfected to get people to have sympathy for her. This time when I saw it, I didn't bother to keep from rolling my eyes. "I just want the best for my children." "I'm done with your psychotic martyrdom, Heidi," I said. "Why not try a straightforward approach for once in your life?" I let go of her arm. "You know what? Forget it. I already know exactly who you are, and I have since I was 7. I don't need your contrived explanations because I've reached a limit of lies I can tolerate from you. All I need is for you to keep away from Nat and me for the rest of the time we're here. If you do not, as God is my witness, I will ensure that everyone here knows exactly who you are in ways you will never forget." Every time I'd ever tried to make a point to her in the past, she'd roll her eyes and huff out a dismissive laugh that made my skin crawl. But there must have been something in my face that made it clear I was deadly serious, and despite the hatred in her flat, scheming eyes, she nodded at me carefully in surrender. I turned away from her, striding into the labyrinth's dark paths, pulling like a moth to the brighter lights of the main party. Once I'd arrived back in the melee, I looked around for any hint of Nat's silver satin dress, hoping she'd changed her mind and decided to stay with the rest of the party. Unfortunately, she was nowhere to be seen, and the rest of the party was still in full swing as I looked around. Finally, my eyes landed on Hillary, the ex I hadn't seen in years, as she sat alone in the corner, sipping on a champagne flute. Her soft brown eyes landed on me, and I sighed, knowing I needed to handle this to shut down the next play of my mother's. Hillary had been invited here for a reason, and whatever that reason was, I wouldn't let Nat be affected by it. Nat had taken enough shit from my mother. The last thing she needed was this parasite throwing more at her. After all, Nat was only here to pose as my fake wife, not to take emotional abuse head-on. "Hillary," I said dryly, looking down at my ex. "This is a surprise."
"Hi, Spencer," she said, her soft, high voice sounding slightly more annoying than it ever had. "Your mum got in touch, saying that you've been asking about me and wanted me here. However, I saw you with that lovely lady."
I had to back down from my lethal feelings. This woman was not the type who would work as an evil ex and gladly take my mother up on the opportunity to destroy Nat, my wife. Even though we parted on shitty terms, she wasn't evil about it. I needed more information. In my line of work, I was a master at changing moods and putting on a believable display of emotions. And now I needed to switch gears to get information out of Hillary. I ran my hand through my hair. "I'm sorry about this. You know how Heidi behaves. She is who she is, and I don't think she'll ever stop trying to mess with people. I believe this situation is no different. I am married, and that woman with me is my wife. Heidi knows that, and she still led you to believe something that was never true. I did not ask about you, and I'm sorry if that is not what you wish to hear from me." She gave me a slight nod and a fragile smile.
"Well then, it was lovely to see Steve and Mary, but I think I'll return to the city now. Maybe I'll go to Greece, since I'm in this corner of the world."
"Sounds like an excellent idea," I said, leaning down to kiss her on each cheek before turning away and heading to the small sweetheart table at the front of the dance floor. Stephen and Nadia sat there, enjoying their meal, looking at each other with perfect happiness. That, of course, was interrupted when I approached, and they observed me with worry.
"Is everything okay?" Nadia asked. "We saw Nat going up to the house."
"It'll be fine," I said. "It's just Heidi making trouble, but I've shut it down. She won't do anything else tonight." "Okay," Stephen said, looking unsure as he glanced from me to Hillary to the labyrinth entrance. "You know what? I'm not even going to ask. Would you mind terribly if I excused myself to go to my wife? Or is there something—"
"Don't worry about anything,"
Nadia responded, as she stood and wrapped her arms around me.
"It's just the cake next, and we promised Bex she could be in charge of that."
I pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Love you. It's good to have you as my sister." She squeezed me tightly before releasing me to clap my brother on the shoulder.
"I couldn't be happier for the two of you."
Nat? When I opened the door to our room, I edged inside, strangely feeling as though I were intruding in my own space. It was silent in the large bedroom, the overhead light shining brightly down on the woman sprawled on her side of the large bed, the flowing silken fabric pooling around her like the petals of a flower. "Natalia," I repeated, shutting the door behind me and walking closer to where I usually slept, sitting down next to her and looking at how the harsh light shone down on her lovely hair, making it glimmer like sunlight. "Babe, you can't be comfortable like that." I said that name like I'd been using it for years for her, as if it were natural, as if being concerned for a woman whom I deeply cared for was natural. She responded to me by sitting up and turning to face me. She looked defeated, and I had to physically hold myself back from touching her.
"I haven't really felt comfortable since I got here, Spencer."
Her voice was hoarse, and I could tell from the moment she turned to face me that she'd been crying.
"I know I'm only here to help you deal with your family, but I've been naive to think none of it would get to me. Your mother has a way of cutting to the bone, doesn't she? She's got the precision of a surgeon, I can tell you that much."
She blinked, and the tears started to crawl down her cheeks slowly. I got up and slowly made my way around the bed to where she lay, reaching out my hands to her.
"This is very out of character for me, I know, but I can't hide it right now."
"Come here, gorgeous," I said. "At the very least, let's get you out of this dress and into something more comfortable." I could see from her face that she thought for a second about narrowing her eyes at me, but instead she placed her hands in mine letting me pull her to her feet. I turned her around and worked to ease the zipper down to maneuver the dress off her. You know, it's a good thing I didn't unzip this dress outside, because there's no way I'd allow it back on with this perfect lingerie underneath, I said, noting her matching lace thong and bra. She chuckled, pulling the column of golden hair over her shoulder as I undid the chains to the delicate necklace that ran over her silky, perfect skin. She was painfully beautiful as we both made gentle movements to remove her clothing. "What about you?" she asked, as she turned around to face me. "Are you comfortable in that suit and those leather shoes?" I grinned at her. "Right now, I'm focused on you." I reached into her hair, pulling at the bobby pins that held the delicate curls in place, easing them out and allowing them to fall around her shoulders, the ends grazing her nipples. I followed her hair with my fingertips, allowing my fingers to veer away from her hair and over the silky skin of her breasts. I passed my thumb over her nipple, letting it rise and pebble under my hand. When she sucked in her breath, I looked back up at her face and felt my spirits rise as I saw that any residual upset on her face had dissipated, washed away by the lust painted on her cheeks and down her neck by her blush. Her breaths had shortened, and I could practically feel the desire radiating off her. "I love seeing that look on your face," I said, leaning forward and allowing my hand to run down her front. "What look?" The words came out practically on a whimper. "The one where you either want to devour me," I said, "or you want to be devoured by me." I started backing her toward the bed, holding her gaze with mine as the end of the bed frame hit her calves. "Right now, though, I'm feeling a little like I haven't tasted you in too long." "I'm not arguing," she said, sitting down on the edge of the bed and backing up before she opened to me. "In fact, this might be one of the first times I'll go on record as agreeing with you." "Someone note the date and time," I said, crawling over her and capturing her mouth with mine, effectively stopping any more sass that came out of her mouth. The kiss was deep and powerful, and she accepted my body into her lovely frame. I moved my mouth down her neck, gently sucking and biting as I inhaled the fragrant scent of her skin. I heard her breaths getting faster and shallower from above my head as her hands found my back. Her long nails pressed down on my shoulders through my shirt, and half of me hoped she would shred it. And yet I knew that this time was different. That right now, this moment in bed marked us moving towards something different, and it would be wrong of me to rush it. Soon enough, I found myself in front of her center, breathing in that concentrated smell of her. I paused for a second, luxuriating in her decadence. There'd never been anyone I could drink in like her and never get sick of. I said, hooking my hand around her ankle and bringing it up so that her leg was draped over my shoulder. "I need a little more. Hang on." I reached forward, parting her folds and passing my tongue up her slit, working my tongue inside her and smiling at the moan she let out that rippled all the way down her back, practically making the two of us vibrate with bottled-up need. Bringing my tongue up, I focused my attention on her swollen clit, laving it with as much sensation as I could as I eased first one finger into her and then a second. I knew she was close. The powerful muscles were tensing around my fingers, and I knew it was a matter of seconds before she tipped over the edge. I turned and moved my fingers up, pressing them into that soft, powerful part of her that would trigger her inevitable fall. "Oh, fuck!" she said, her voice getting higher as her heel pressed into my back. "That's it, baby. Let it go," I urged. She tightened around my fingers, and I suddenly felt her toes curling into my hair as her words dissolved into a musical groan. That perfect taste flooded against my tongue and I kept up the motion against her clit as the spasms went on and on against my fingers. When they finally began to slow, I pressed a kiss to her inner thigh, allowing my lips to linger there in a gentle kiss that I dragged back up her center before looking at her. Everything stopped for me in that instant as I took in her face, which seemed to be bathed in light. The glow didn't come from the ugly overhead lights, but rather from under her skin, from the neural connections that seemed to have all lit up at once. I'd never seen anything so beautiful, and at that moment, I knew I'd do anything to keep seeing it for as long as possible. Bending forward, I captured her lips, sucking gently on her mouth as she reached up and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Hang on," I said, bringing the fingers of one hand around so that she could undo the buttons that ran down my shirt. She did, making short work of them, but she brought me even closer to her as she did it. At the same time, I couldn't get my pants down fast enough. I needed to be as close to her as possible, so close that we might as well be connected. I pulled my other hand back and forced my pants down, so they pooled around my ankles before towing them off. There was nothing in the world but her. "Please," she moaned into my ear. "Please, Spencer, I need you." I needed her, too, more than I ever had. These were words I had never used with a woman, and I know they weren't words used by her. I wanted women. I never needed them, emotionally, anyway. Through the dim haze that she cast over my senses, I realized I was now as naked as she was, and that my tip was grazing over her entrance, mingling my moisture with hers. "Spencer," she said, her voice suddenly much less airy than I'd heard. "Stop fucking with me and fuck me. Immediately." I laughed, running my teeth against her lip. I pushed into her, luxuriating in drawing out the stroke as long as I possibly could. I willed myself to linger in the feeling of her, both in the familiarity of her wrapped around me and the new understanding that had sprung up between us. When I was finally inside her, I paused, lingering at her very center as she brought one foot up and draped it around me, grazing my ass and lower thigh with her toes. I shut my eyes as she closed around me, the feeling of tightness so exquisite that I could barely take moving, and instead allowed my need for her to vibrate all through my muscles. When I opened my eyes, my gaze immediately found hers, her blue eyes fixed on mine as she watched me intently. Except now there was more than focus in her stare. There was a deep passion that I'd never seen before. It went beyond the burning lust I'd gotten so good at recognizing, and beyond the pleasure I'd gotten to be an expert at wringing from her. No, there was a sweetness that lay beyond this desire. It was as if I could see through the clear blue of her eyes and into her heart. It reached into me, wrapping its fingers around my heart in a way that hurt me so sweetly. I reached down and wound my fingers with hers, bringing her hand above her head as I pulled out, almost to my tip, and drove into her again. We groaned in tandem, and I captured her mouth with mine as I sped up my movements. I didn't need her to tell me that she was close. I could feel how her breaths were speeding up and how she grazed her lips down my neck to my chest. "I'm already there," she said. "Again. Come with me, baby." Her use of the endearment she'd never used until this moment didn't escape my notice, and I picked up speed as I moved inside her. "Don't stop," she gasped. "Don't stop, Spencer." "I don't plan to," I said, feeling the release gathering at the base of my spine as I continued my movements. Her ankles crossed around my ass, and the tightening of her muscles around my cock sent me diving over the edge. I froze as the wave broke over me, my muscles shivering as I spilled inside her, feeling like I'd never stop. I went to move to the side so I wouldn't collapse on top of her and crush her under my weight, but she tightened her legs around me and wrapped her arms around my neck. "No," she said, pressing her lips to my cheek, jawline, and lips. "No, don't move. I want you here with me." That familiar ache twisted in my chest, and I eased myself onto my elbows to lay flush with her, staying inside her. She ran her fingertips up my back, through the short hairs on my neck, and grazed her nails along my scalp. I turned and pressed my lips into her palm. "What do you say we make a run for it in the morning?" I asked. "We can wake up before everyone, head back to Verona, and spend our last few days there instead of on the lake." "Verona?" she asked, raising her eyebrow. "The city of lovers?" "Absolutely," I said, grinning wickedly at her. "I think you and I are just warmed up in the lovers department these days, so—" She chuckled and ran her finger down the center of my nose. "I wonder what we'll find to do there." "Oh, you know," I said. "Look at touristy things, eat pasta, go foraging." "Foraging?" "There's a truffle forest nearby," I said with a grin. "What do you think?" "Actually," she said, grinning, "I love the thought of foraging for truffles." I laughed and leaned down to kiss her throat. "And obviously fuck on every surface of our hotel room." "Now we're talking." I moved to my side, bringing her with me. "Do you want to talk about what happened tonight? I'm not okay with you being hurt, especially when you're doing me a favor." "Can that wait for Verona?" she asked, pushing my hair back. "I don't want to conjure those feelings right now." "Understandable. How about your sexy ass sleeps in my arms for now?" I said, and she turned over onto her side. I turned around, hitting the switch next to my bed, and plunged the room into darkness as I kissed her on the neck. "Good night, beautiful."
"Good night, handsome."
Chapter 18. Spencer. "Do you have all of your stuff packed?" I asked, as I walked back into our room, checking my phone for the notification from the driver that I'd called from Sirmione at 6 that morning. "Maurizio should be here any minute." She looked up at me with a grin as she shut her suitcase.
"I feel bad for him, having to come back here so early, after taking people back to town all last night."
"He's on call, so he knew that it would be a possibility," I said, wincing internally as I thought of the young driver's groggy voice when I'd called him, clearly dragging himself from sleep. "Don't worry, we're making it well worth his while, and I'm going to pay for him to go on a nice holiday whenever he wants, after this week is done." She raised her eyebrow at me.
"That's a generous incentive."
"Again," I said, smiling, "I try to make it worthwhile for everyone who works with my finicky, prickly ass." She stood, walking toward me slowly. I took in the way her jeans wrapped her perfect ass with appreciation as she approached me, wishing we had an extra minute to show her exactly how much I loved every one of her curves.
"You are what's worthwhile, Spencer,"
she said, setting her hands on my sides and pulling me toward her.
"It's you."
I leaned down to capture her mouth with mine in a quick kiss, which rapidly became much deeper.
"For people focused on making a sneaky getaway, you sure aren't worried about making it out of the door."
We broke apart, and I smiled as Nat bit down on her lips in embarrassment at the presence of Sloane and Becca in the doorway of our room. Sloane was smirking at us, but I could see a hint of worry hiding behind her eyes, almost as if she were trying to push something down so I wouldn't feel guilty about leaving. Becca didn't bother to hide her emotions, and I could tell from one look at my niece's face that this parting would be particularly hard for her. I opened my mouth to address her, but she barely nodded in my direction before running past me and wrapping her arms around Nat's waist.
"Please don't go," she said,
her words muffled against her jeans.
"Gran's not all bad, I promise. She says she just gets cross, and things come out that she doesn't mean, but you mustn't consider it true."
The three of us looked at each other, wide-eyed with concern at her words, which had shocked us into silence. A first, it must be said, for all three of us. The silence didn't last long before Nat knelt in front of Bex, reaching out to set her hands on the little girl's shoulders. "Becca, if you are playing with your friends and one of them does something nasty, is it your job to make sure they behave, or do you think they should be responsible for themselves?" Becca tilted her head to the side in thought. "They should be responsible, of course. It's always your own job to be respectful." "Exactly," Nat said, nodding. "And it's the same when we grow older. We need to be careful with our words, the same way we need to be careful with our actions, and if we hurt people, then we should apologize. If Gran says something that hurts your feelings," Nat went on, "it's important for her to say she's sorry, but you should never apologize for being hurt. Will you promise to remember that?" She nodded at me solemnly. "I will, but only if you promise we can stay with you on the beach that Uncle Spencer told me about." I couldn't help the snort that escaped me at that, but I managed to turn it into a cough. Thankfully, Bex didn't notice because she focused on Nat's lovely, serious face. Nat didn't smile, though. Instead, she held out her hand, pinky extended. "This is a weird handshake," Bex said, after Nat hooked her pinky through her tiny one. "It's a pinky promise," Nat said, with a soft laugh. "It's the most sacred of all promises and cannot be broken. And I pinky promise that as soon as you are able, you can come to stay with us on the beach." "And I pinky promise," Becca responded, her face falling into the same serious expression that sat on Nat's face, "that I'll remember never to say sorry for my own hurt feelings, especially if Gran is the one who hurt them." "Excellent," Nat said, grinning at her. "I couldn't have put it better myself." Without another word, she released her hold on Bex's pinky and reached forward, pulling her into a tight hug. In the meantime, I turned to my sister. "Are you going to tell me how you knew we would get an early start?" She tilted her head to the side. "Maurizio's outside. Becca and I were having breakfast when we heard the car pull up. So I figured it was you." "You figured right," I said, reaching forward and pulling my little sister into my arms. "So what was said? I'm sure Heidi has her version of this disaster." "But of course," Sloane rolled her eyes. "And you know I understand it's the opposite of what transpired." Indeed, I'm sure Heidi was irreparably insulted by Nat at the wedding. I couldn't resist laughing with my sister when she nodded to confirm I was correct. "I will ensure that everyone knows the truth about what happened yesterday. However, Nat's sanity is my priority, and I'm getting her out of here." "I wouldn't expect anything less. She doesn't deserve that, nor do you, Spencer," she said, almost with some authority. I kept my expression light. "I'm going to miss you, you know." "I know," she said with a smile. "I'm the coolest sister you have." I turned to look at Nat, who met my eyes over Becca's shoulder. She got to her feet, but Bex held onto her hand tightly. She reached for her suitcase and purse, but didn't let go of the child's hand as she started making her way to the front of the house. "Will you talk to Stephen and Nadia when they get up?" I asked Sloane as we headed down. "Make sure they know we aren't running away from them." "Don't worry," Sloane said, grinning up at me. "They're busy ensuring that they're very, very married. They'll be preoccupied for at least 3 days, so I'm sure they'll be good with a text." "Still," I said, turning to look at her, "if they ask, don't worry. I'll say that you had to make sure that you made it back to London for work," Sloane said dryly. "Trust me, they won't mind. They will only be coming up for air when they land in Seychelles for their honeymoon." "Nothing like imagining my brother having sex," I said, curling my lip. "And first thing in the morning? My breakfast should settle well." "Oh, grow up," she said. "Like you haven't been doing the same thing with your wife the entire time you've been here. I know if I had a partner as singularly attractive as her, I'd never leave my goddamn room." "Wow," I never knew. Shut up and get out of here before the old battle axe wakes up and has one last word for you both. I shuddered. Fair enough, but... Sloane paused when I said but, and turned back to look at me. If anything goes wrong, or if Heidi messes with Bex at all, swear you'll let me know. I don't want her to grow up like we did. She nodded, her eyes growing tired as the despair started to seep in. She already has been, Spencer. I do what I can to keep them apart, but I can only do so much when Heidi has her hands in my finances. It's fucked. My lips tightened as I let go of my suitcase and set my hands on her shoulders. Hanging on to that legacy is not worth it if you have to live under her thumb forever, sis. If you're worried about money, I'll take care— No, she said, shaking her head. That's not what this is about, Spencer. Jesus, you're stubborn, I said, pulling her in for a tight hug. The kill switch is always there. You know that, right? I know, she said, but I'll be damned if I ever hit it. I pulled back and looked at her steadily before continuing down the steps to the front of the house, where Bex and Nat were standing and talking quietly. They turned back to look at the two of us before we walked out the doors, and I took Nat's bag to the sleek black Bentley car parked in front of the house. Maurizio climbed out of the driver's seat and opened the trunk, taking the suitcases from me and placing them inside. I winced when I saw him yawn, but he waved his hand at me. Tutto va bene, signore Spencer, he said. Andiamo? Certo, I said. Ma devo dire arrivederci alla mia famiglia. I turned back to face the small group of girls I loved dearly and walked toward them. Nat was hugging Sloane while Becca looked on, so I approached my niece and knelt beside her. Psst, I said. Remember that I can be in London in a day if you need me. If things get too bad with Gran, I'll be there to help, right? She nodded. Remember how to find me? She nodded again. And Auntie Nat gave me her phone number as well. That's good, I said. You can call or text either of us any time, and we'll come to get you guys in a flash. She reached out, settling her little arms around my neck. I love her a lot, Uncle Spencer. I'm happy you married her. That's good, I whispered, because you're the smartest person I know, and I want you to love who I love. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I knew they were true, and there was no taking them back. Still, I didn't let my emotions falter as I stood up, bringing her with me and holding her tightly in my arms as I swung her around. Nat and I traded places, and I moved over to my sister, pulling her in for a tight hug. You did good with Nat, Sloane said into my shoulder. In fact, she's a little too good for you. I chuckled. I'm aware. I kissed the top of her head before letting go of her and looking down into her face. Remember, I know, she said. If I need anything, get in touch. We exchanged a final hug, and I turned away from her, grabbing Nat's hand. Nat looked back at Sloane, her eyes wide. Oh, Nonna, she said, bringing her hand up to her mouth. I didn't apologize to her. Don't worry, Sloane said. Nonna knows exactly who our mother is. She'll forgive you for leaving the estate if you make it up by taking her to lunch before you leave the country. She nodded. Fair enough. Sloane gathered her daughter to her front, and it broke me to see the tears streaming down Bex's cheeks. We'll see you soon, I said. I promise. Nat and I got into the back seat, hurriedly closing the door behind us. I knew it wouldn't do us any good to linger, and the longer I looked at Becca and Sloane, the harder it would be for me to get away. I wish we didn't have to leave them, Nat said, looking back at the house and raising her hand to wave. I know, I said. I wish we didn't either, but I'm going to try to get them to the States soon. She bit down on her lip as we went down the winding road toward the main highway, riding toward Verona. Look, I said, I know it's going to be hard, but I just want us to get to Verona and enjoy the last of our time here." Her blue eyes looked a million miles away, but eventually she nodded, placing her hand in mine. "Okay," she said, sighing as she set her head on my shoulder. "Okay," I said, pulling her into the crook of my arm. "We'll be there soon. Try to rest." As we sped toward Verona, where the most famous love story of them all had played out, I kept thinking that Nat was meant to be by my side. Forever. And I could definitely live with that.
Chapter 19. Nat. The sun was setting on our last night in Verona, and I sat next to Spencer at a table in the piazza, sipping a glass of Barolo as a crowd of people flitted around us, speaking in musical Italian. The week went exceptionally well and was revitalizing for my body and soul. I'd long since buried the unwanted emotions that had been conjured the night of the wedding, which was something I was a little too good at doing. I was still surprised Heidi affected me how she did, but I convinced myself I only let it get to me because I'd had my defenses down with Spencer. She happened to strike my most sensitive chord, but I was able to rein myself in and do what I always did: get over it. However, I was on dangerous ground, and I knew it. I was not at all prepared to dig into my feelings when Spence found me crying in our room, and still wasn't. I wanted to avoid it entirely. So, I locked it away and moved on.
Her mind drifts off, her eyes dazed with exotic beauty, and I am left to try and decipher the mysteries she holds.
Spencer's humored, low and sexy voice said. I smiled as I took another sip of wine, admiring the beauty of the dark-haired and intensely dark-eyed man sitting across from me. Wouldn't you love to know? I teased. He reclined some in his chair, his eyes looking like they were searching my soul as he studied me. His gaze sent a shiver throughout my body, heating my insides with anticipation of the amazing sex only this man could deliver. I had no idea when I'd allowed myself to be open to him. The whole feeling of melting emotionally over a man was not in my personality. But somehow, I'd let him in, and I could only assume it was because I enjoyed how it made me feel. His eyebrow arched.
Well, with us in the lover's capital of the world, I believe I would like to explore more of your body and your intelligent mind, too.
You're just letting all of this Shakespeare nonsense get into your head, I countered, a defense tactic I was using with ease to prevent the conversation from going deeper.
Perhaps,
he said. He glanced around the room, and then his eyes returned to mine.
I mean, we've been here nearly a week, and I have love on the brain.
Take it easy, Rihanna, I said with a laugh. There'll be no talk of love, forbidden or not, tonight, sir.
Sir?
He grinned as he licked his wine-stained lips.
I suppose the atmosphere of this city has worked its way into your heart and soul as well?
Nah, I played it off. I'm not a believer in love. He frowned, and I grew concerned that my silly way of saying a great truth of mine upset him.
Who hurt you?
He asked in his direct, businessman way. I took another sip, my eyes searching for the proper answer without getting too deep. No one, really, I answered. I guess I just feel like love is foolish. I've watched others get hurt by the emotion, and I don't plan on allowing myself to be in that position.
How do you relate hurt with allowing yourself to feel or be loved by another person?
Staying up all night with a best friend whose heart has been shattered and trying to do everything I can to console her to no avail is how.
Brienne?
He questioned. Nothing like finding out your groom is screwing someone else just before your wedding. Of course, her revenge was perfect. But still, I wasn't sure she'd ever fully recover from it. It was brutal, and she was helpless against it.
But she fell in love with the right man because of that pain. She and Alex were made for each other, and they've even got beautiful twins to sweeten the pot.
Not everyone gets their happily ever after, I said. I mean, we've been in the land of Romeo and Juliet all week. Those two didn't exactly have the fate I'd choose for myself. Love clouded their judgment and made them reckless. He chuckled.
You think your fate will match Romeo and Juliet's should you choose to embrace that emotion with, let's say, me?
I know where you're trying to take this, and seriously, I might not be worth your time. It's not that I don't trust the emotion. I just don't trust myself with the emotion.
You truly believe love can ruin your life?
He questioned, more humored now than his initial response. Haven't you seen those couples trapped in marriages? My God, I can't imagine. They fall out of love but still find a way to be comfortable, content, and miserable. His eyes narrowed as if I'd conjured a demon or something.
You describe my parents easily,
he said.
Both stuck, focusing on social status and money instead of happiness.
There are millions of people in these hopeless unions because they thought they were in love. Even worse, they were deceived by someone who made them feel loved until the viper got what they wanted and grew bored.
Shakespeare wrote about this too, you know.
He smirked. I'm sure he did. I rolled my eyes.
In The Merchant of Venice, he wrote, "All that glitters is not gold." Meaning, be careful of something shiny and beautiful, because not everything is what it seems.
A wolf in sheep's clothing, I said, becoming more interested.
Yes. Some people want something so desperately, and once they get it, they find out it's a fraud.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Being fooled by someone's charms. You believe it's real, and then you're stuck.
That sounds like my father,
he said solemnly.
My mother charmed him for his status and money. I don't believe she ever loved him, or that she is capable of love at all. And after marriage, her greed grew, and her desire for power and status fueled everything wrong with that woman.
I smoothed my hands over the white tablecloth. So, with numerous Shakespeare quotes backing me, I think we've settled why it would be a miracle if I ever allowed that emotion into my life. He chuckled, his handsome features softening further.
Don't push it away so confidently because it will come from out of nowhere. Before you know it, your ass is consumed by it, and you're saying shit like babe and baby and meaning it.
I felt my cheeks flush under his charming gaze. You're taking a risk with me. You know that, right? I just think you're a fool to try.
The foolish man is the one who allows his mind to rule his heart.
Tell that to Romeo, I said dryly.
Romeo rests in peace because his heart ruled his mind.
A fancy way of saying he's fucking dead because he fell in love with the wrong woman. Spencer nearly choked on the wine he was sipping after I came back with that sound truth.
Fine, then. Not even a week in one of the most romantic cities in the world can break down the walls you've framed around your heart?
It hasn't worked yet, I said confidently. I mean, it's not like I'm trying or not trying. I'm just going with the flow with your handsome ass, I answered. I will not be hurt, and I certainly will not be killing myself for lost love. And now that I think about it, I'm sort of done dissecting this emotion. He rose, and I placed my hand in his, standing and allowing him to stare intently into my eyes.
Natalia Hoover, the dangerous thing about having these conversations with me is that you're giving me a challenge.
I arched my eyebrow as the back of his knuckles grazed along my jawline. A challenge?
I accept challenges with all my heart and soul. and knowing how I feel about you,
His hand slid across my lower back as we locked eyes.
and the fact that I want you as my own, makes me all the more eager. I will have you, your heart, and all your love, whether you fight me for it or not. You will be mine. All of you.
You sound quite confident, Monroe, I answered, standing tall in front of him. However, I've never allowed myself to be up for the taking. He grinned, and I saw the wolf in sheep's clothing behind that damn wolf smile of his.
You will be before this trip is over.
His lips pressed to the center of my forehead, and then he stepped back.
Or perhaps even tonight. But first, you will find yourself consumed with thoughts of me. And then, you'll be mine for the taking.
Well, currently, I'm physically yours for the taking. So I say we return to that incredible suite of rooms and enjoy the last of our night here before we fly to London in the morning. He licked his lips, and a jolt of energy ran through me. The scary part of this exchange was that I'd already let thoughts of Spencer consume me, and I knew I was in over my head. Where's your place in London again? I pulled out my phone and entered the address of our company's London office, feeling the unfamiliar ambivalence toward my return to work and a desire to stay in this little slice of paradise. I loved my job, and I'd always been the one to annoy my friends by working on vacations, so feeling reluctant to return to work was different for me.
Mayfair,
he said casually as he glanced in the direction of the airplane window.
It's pretty centrally located.
I blinked at him. I'll say, I said, you have a flat in Mayfair? The exclusive neighborhood was out of my own personal league, mainly since I didn't do enough work in London to justify the purchase. But I'd secured a few on behalf of clients, and they could be so beautiful that they made my mouth water.
A house, actually,
he said, grinning.
And you can have the run of it. There's a spare room you can use as an office if you want.
My eyes narrowed. If I want? Do you want to buy me with your riches, Mr. Monroe? He smirked at me.
I would never tempt a woman who doesn't want to be tempted. And, if I were doing such a thing, it would basically be me begging to live the exact life of my father. However, I have a pretty good read on you, and I do not see any gold-digging bullshit in your personality.
I ran my hands over the leather couch I sat on. Really? Because I would certainly marry your ass if I got the privilege of flying in the jet as if it were my own. He reclined back in his seat.
If that's the case, then I'll have to call Jim and let him know he's about to have a harem of women, since this is Jim's jet, and not mine.
I rolled my eyes. Hilarious.
I'm serious, though. The room is yours if you want it.
Sir, the plane will begin its descent into London in a few minutes, the flight attendant said in a posh accent. Spencer nodded.
Thank you.
He looked at me after the attendant left and grinned.
All set for the next leg of our adventure?
More than. I'm not sure if I should be scared, though.
You should be terrified, because I plan to turn up the heat on you and me once we're there. You will be mine, Natalia.
From the way my name rolled off his tongue, I knew I was fucked. He was seriously getting into me, and I couldn't stop it or the emotions that came along with it. I'd never been swept off my feet, but what the hell? I deserved this shit as much as the next girl.
Chapter 20. Spencer. I rolled over in bed and lazily opened my eyes. It was always lovely waking up to the usual smells of my London home, which was a mixture of black tea and coffee wafting from the kitchen, the smell of fresh grass coming into the window from the park across the way, and the slightly acidic smell of the coal used to heat the house. Now, though, There was something new coloring the familiar smells here. White lemon blossoms, sweet liqueur, and the familiar salty undercurrent of skin. I turned over and saw the shiny honey hair spread over the pillow, a ravishing delight. I moved closer, wrapped my arm around Nat's slender waist to pull her into me, and settled my face against the back of her head. I closed my eyes and inhaled her enticing fragrance, allowing a familiar warmth to fill me from the inside out as she moved her ass into me, arching her body in a way that had me pulling her deeper into my tight embrace. Truthfully, I didn't know what to expect when we arrived. When I escorted her into my house, I half expected her to ask me where she was sleeping, under the understanding that we'd only shared a room in Italy for appearance's sake. I also expected her to take off the rings as soon as we landed to give them back to me without another word on the matter, seeing as we weren't actually married, and there was no point in pretending anymore. I'd expected everything from Italy to fade, the whole dating thing, the feelings, all of it. But none of those things happened. Not with her or with me. I enjoyed bringing her through the house, hearing her funny comments as I led her up the stairs to my relatively palatial room with its enormous bed, built-in fireplace, and balcony with wide French doors that looked out over the park. She set her suitcase next to the chest of drawers and her enormous leather purse on top before turning toward me. "So the house is lovely, but when do I get to decide if I like having sex on that particular bed?" That was all it took for me to take the woman and give her the sexual tour of the London home, starting with my bed. She approved, and the weekend couldn't have been more to my liking. Sex, ordering in, and more sex, smiles, and sassiness. It wasn't just Nat herself I was adjusting to, even though whatever dynamic I had with her was certainly different from any other I'd had. She was the first woman I'd ever had in my London house in pretty much any capacity. I bought the place as an investment because I was sick of staying in hotels whenever I came back for business, despite the fact I'd grown up in this damn city. I'd done my best to lay the groundwork for making a home here, and because of that, it wound up being the one place I never brought a woman. It was my way of retreating from my player bachelor life, not allowing that side of me here. That was most likely why my mind had shifted from being entirely secure to utterly insecure, having Nat in this house of all houses. However, it didn't take long before the insecurities faded, and I was content as fuck with her being here. The following 6 days passed in a flurry, with us spending every day together the way I knew we would if we were home in California. Or at least, the way I imagined we would. Overall, this situation, feeling as though Nat lived with me, was working out. I knew it had only been a week, and I was sure the honeymoon phase would end sometime, but right now, it was fucking lovely. Waking up in each other's arms, making her breakfast while she showered, and walking out the door to head off to our respective places of work in London, I could quickly get used to this. Malibu would likely be the same. I'm pretty sure it was too soon to fall in love and all that went with that, but hell, right now, I was not complaining. Nat turned over, and I smiled when her eyes fluttered open, and she looked up at me softer than she ever had, even with how things had been changing between us. "I don't have any work to do for my client today," she said, moving so that her head was lying comfortably on my bicep. "I sent them all the documentation for the properties I scouted yesterday, and they're going to make their decision over the weekend." "Interesting," I said, edging forward to press my body alongside hers. "Whatever are you going to do with your free day?" "No clue," she said. "I was hoping you would have some ideas, since I'm not that familiar." I pulled back from her and raised my eyebrow. "Bullshit," I said. "You've been coming out here for years." "Yeah, for work, not play," she said. "But I've never gotten to be a tourist." Well, we'll have to change that now, won't we? I brushed the tip of my finger down the center of her nose. What do you say we do some tourist shit? She chuckled. Fine, but I don't need to see the changing of any Queen's guards. That one doesn't do it for me. Fair enough. I'll make it worthwhile, but first, let me introduce an exciting way to do London with me as your tour guide, I said, as I leaned forward and kissed her softly. She chuckled while rolling her eyes. My smile broadened when she rolled me onto my back and proceeded to have her way with me. Once we'd finally gotten out of the house, we went to get coffee in Battersea Park, and I handed her some bread I'd purchased while she was looking at the souvenir coffee mugs. I wanted to give her hell for that, but instead I smiled and admired this innocent-looking side of her. Nat and souvenir coffee mugs? Never in a million years would I have guessed that one. Bread? Didn't we just have breakfast? She asked, raising her eyebrow at me. It's not for you, I said, grinning. It's for them. She followed the direction of where I nodded my head and saw the ducks paddling along in the water. She looked back at me with confusion. Seriously? As a heart attack, I said, tearing off a piece of bread and throwing it into the water for the nearest mallard. My dad used to bring me here on Saturday mornings. Heidi never liked going to Battersea. It wasn't posh enough for her, so it was just ours. And don't give me hell for it either. I saw you with those coffee mug souvenirs, so I'm sure you can manage to feed the ducks. I was looking for something for Bree, she answered, as if I would buy into that lie. Right, I answered, because Alex and Bree have never been to London. Just admit it. You're softening up a little, appreciating the finer things that a trip to London can offer without burying yourself in work. She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear and gazed at the ducks. I'll admit, I'm enjoying trying out this whole relationship thing with you. So, yeah, you caught me acting like a normal person for once. Good, I grinned when she glanced back at me. I'm grateful I'm the one person in this world who can help Natalia Hoover become more normal for a change. She sighed with some irritation and looked over at me. It's a good and bad thing, you know? If you hurt me, I don't know how I'll respond, but I'm sure everyone will say it's far from normal. I chuckled. I can only imagine. Her face softened, and she tore off a chunk of bread to throw in the water, seemingly ending that conversation and changing the subject. What about Stephen? I looked at her in confusion. What about him? You said that your father brought you here? Oh, of course, I answered. Steve would sometimes come, but at that point he fancied himself too good to come out with his dad and little brother, so it was just us. She didn't look at me, but she wrapped her long, delicate fingers around my hand as she threw more bread into the lake. Your father sounds like he was a wonderful man. He was, I said, and he would have been very fond of you. That was an understatement. He would have told me to get my head out of my ass and find a way to make this relationship work. He would have seen this was the most genuine I'd ever been. Most of all, he would have seen me happy for the first time. I couldn't tell Nat that, because I didn't know how it would make her feel. At the rate I was handling these emotions, which were steamrolling me like a freight train, I'd probably drop onto one knee and ask her to marry me. I didn't trust myself anymore when it came to her. It was better to play it safe and appreciate all of this, step by step and little by little. I tightened my fingers around her hand and pulled her up from the bench. It was safer to get away from the deep talk for now. This was dangerous ground for me emotionally, and it was time to change the scenery. Come on, I said, pulling her close for a simple kiss. I stepped back and ran my hands over her perfect ass. We've got a lot of touristy shit to do today, and the clock's ticking. As usual, the things that went unsaid between us didn't need to be spoken right away. They'd come out in their own time, and that was most comfortable for me now. I had to believe it was for her, too. We spent the day immersing ourselves as tourists in the city of London. We managed as many tourist sites as we could, me explaining the history of the Tower of London and giving her some examples about how and why the tower was built. The history overseas was always rich, and I loved immersing myself in it on days when I usually had no work. I could walk through the old cathedrals and study the architecture for an entire day, allowing my mind to relax in the beauty of such rich details. Nat seemed to appreciate it as much as I did. Her usual sass was fading, and I knew my heart was in danger when I met her more genuine side. We walked through the city as if we were on our honeymoon, and I allowed myself to fall deeper into this. By the time we moved toward the final destination, I felt more than confident that this would all pull together as it should. Everything was smooth, flawless, perfect, and meant to be. Finally, after a lot of walking and talking, I brought her up to the doors of a building that I had a feeling would be familiar to her. Although it took a while to realize where we were, given the conversation we were having. When she figured it out, she laughed. "Wait, is this—" She stopped, and that look of intrigue I'd been admiring on her face was back. Fuck. It took my breath away to see her like this, filled with wonder and beauty. I offered her my elbow to escort her into the theater area. I couldn't let this trip end without a visit here, especially once you admitted that you'd never been. "The Curtain Theater," she said with a wry grin. Then her expression changed after she arched her sexy eyebrow at me. She pulled away from me, and as if performing in a play herself, she instantly fell into character. She sighed dramatically, worthy of making it onto the stage we were walking in to see. I could sense the excitement practically radiating through her as we walked around the old theater, seeing the ancient stage and climbing on top of it. I couldn't help smiling as she took one of the players' swords from the display beside her and brandished it, whipping it through the air like a chamberlain's man. "This is the part where I would perfectly recite a line from Romeo and Juliet," she said with a funny accent. "You can just fill in the blanks for me, I'm sure." "And here I thought you knew the play by heart," I chimed in, sliding my hands into my pockets, absorbing her beauty even further. "I mean, you can't stop gushing about their love story, so you must really love it." She smiled and stared at me, prompting me to step up and over to where she was. I walked up to her and moved a strand of hair behind her ear as I looked down at her lovely face. "Well, the truth is that the only time I watched Romeo and Juliet, I was too busy lusting after DiCaprio to hear what he was actually saying," she said, shrugging. "And to clear things up, I've just never felt like the story was particularly realistic. I never saw love like the kind Shakespeare described, so I didn't think I should expect it for myself." "You are very good at dismissing the emotion, with your words at least." Her expression remained soft, and I felt a surge of energy bolt through me when I saw, for the first time, a look in her eyes that was nothing less than love. I wasn't letting this moment pass either one of us by. "And now?" "Now," she said, walking away from me, "it feels entirely different. The significance of the story, the words, even the relationship between those two idiotic kids." This was a monumental change in this subject from Verona. She was dead set against any words of love then. In fact, our last conversation had put to bed any ideas about Natalia loving anyone. But now I could see the difference in her, and I didn't want to allow this opportunity to slip away. I couldn't allow it. I knew this was the biggest risk either of us could take, and I was willing to take it for both of us. I swallowed thickly before walking up to her. "I love you, Natalia. I'm not sure exactly when it started coming on, but I've known it for a while, I think. I realize, as I'm saying it out loud to you, that it's the first time that I'm admitting it to myself as well. I've been fighting the feelings, but I'd be a fool to let it all pass out of fear of rejection. I won't allow fear to rule my heart or what I know is true. I've never been governed by fear, and I don't intend to start now." She gave me a soft smile, like the one she'd given me that morning when I noticed she was coming closer to me. The smile faltered, though, and she looked down at her feet. "I've never said that to anyone except my little brother, and I've never thought I could edit my life to accommodate this feeling. I'll be honest." Her eyes met mine, more severe now. "It scares the shit out of me, Spencer." "I understand that," I said. "I've never actually said it either. But I've unequivocally never felt it like this before. And I'm happy it's with you. Fuck, I'm just happy, period, right now. I'm happier than I've ever thought possible." I leaned down to kiss her, cupping the back of her neck as I tilted her face to meet mine. I knew things would be different from now on as we exchanged this kiss on the Elizabethan stage, and I felt my previously stone-cold heart beat more intensely.
Chapter 21. Nat. As we stood on the stage of the Globe, my heart was practically beating out of my chest as I looked up into Spencer's gorgeous face, thinking about how intensely bizarre this whole experience had been. But then, when he dropped the bomb that he loved me, it took exactly 1.5 heartbeats for me to assess whether I loved him in return, and to answer that I felt the same. I might have known it for a while. I might have been feeling it since we walked next to Lake Garda, and he admitted to feeling something else beyond the simple lust I'd been insisting to myself was the only thing I felt for him. After all, love was a foreign emotion I honestly thought didn't exist within me. I wasn't trying to figure out the exact date and time I started allowing myself to develop these feelings, but it would probably take a visit to a psychic to figure out that mess. Still, being the control freak I was, I wanted a grasp on how I'd managed to let these feelings in. Maybe if I knew when this happened, then I would know why. And if I knew why, I might be able to control myself so my heart wouldn't run off without my mind's consent. When Spencer professed his love for me, it was so effortless for me to tell him that I loved him too. But how could the two most non-committal strangers to love and relationships type of people who declare their love for each other in the way we did? Was this the way love worked? If I looked past the doomed ending for Romeo and Juliet, I saw two people who found love quickly, without a firm or solid foundation, like Spencer and me. It didn't take years and years of dating, breaking up, trials and errors, and all the nonsense some married couples brag about going through before they knew they were in love. Maybe we find love immediately. Then our minds overthink it to protect our hearts, and we either end up all in or screwed because we're afraid of it and push it away, like I had been doing. This meant that being in love with Spencer could be very possible and very real. Right now, I had to stay in the present moment of where we were on the day of touristy events. So we sat quietly, eating our tiny sandwiches, both fixated on what we'd proclaimed to each other an hour or so ago. I snapped out of my thoughts when Spencer leaned forward with a light in his eye.
"We've got a few different options if we want to head toward the restaurant where I made a reservation. We could go to Westminster Abbey or the London Eye and kiss as we climb up over the city."
I grinned at him as I thought about the different options and remembered something I wanted to see before I left the city again. "Can we go to the Abbey? We can cross over Westminster Bridge to get there, right? Of all the amazing historical places we visited today, I'd love to visit those locations too."
"Right,"
he said, smiling.
"You want to see the bridge?"
"Not only the bridge," I said, "but something on the bridge." "You'll see." He sat back, looking confused for a second, before shrugging and getting up.
All right, then. Let's get going.
On the underground, we held hands like any other couple, and it took a second for me to remember that we were just like any other couple. It was as strange as admitting I felt love for Spencer, if I was honest. Acting like a couple. My God, so many of my friends would ask me who I was and what I did with their friend if they saw our outward display of affection today. My foot kept bouncing on the floor, and I couldn't help alternating between feeling like every eye was on me and knowing my ego was getting the better of me. Because, in reality, no one could possibly give a shit about a random couple sitting on the underground. When we finally got off the train and climbed out of the station in Westminster, I breathed deeply as we got into the fresh, cool London air, tying my scarf more tightly around my neck. Spencer pulled me by the hand over to the beautiful 18th century bridge, and we started crossing it. I watched as the sun glinted off the river, filtering through the clouds that likely carried rainfall. Coming from LA, the idea of a sudden and unpredictable rainfall thrilled me, and part of me wished it would start so Spencer would pull me into his arms. Still, he proved he didn't need an excuse when he wrapped his arms around me as we stood there, watching the water flow under the bridge. After a few minutes, I ducked out of the circle of his arms, pulling him after me across the bridge toward the large, imposing statue of 3 women that stood on the plinth where the bridge met the thoroughfare. I ran my finger over the inscription on the plaque, feeling an ache for the bravery of the woman who raised her spear over London, refusing to be conquered.
This was what you wanted to see?
Spencer asked, his voice quiet and reverent as we looked up at the statue.
I'm surprised you know about Boudica. Usually, people from outside of the UK don't.
I learned about her in college when I was taking a history of architecture class with Bree, I said, contemplating the ancient Briton queen who'd led a revolt against the Romans. We'd been learning about the rebuilding of London after the Great Fire and the neo-Gothic building style used to construct the new Westminster Palace. The statue had been a footnote in our textbook. Still, her name caught my attention. Immediately after, I went to Doheny Library and checked out 3 books about Boudica. I ignored my homework for the rest of the day to read her tragic story and see what had happened to her daughters. There's always been something about her that hits me.
You're not alone,
Spencer said, looking up at the statues of the 2 daughters who flanked her, whose attacks she avenged when she raised her army against the Romans.
You know the Romans refused even to say her name? Even though they ultimately squashed her rebellion, and she killed herself to avoid capture. She struck so much fear into them that saying her name was like conjuring a ghost.
Like Voldemort. If Voldemort were on the side of good and independence and feminism, I said, looking up at him. He chuckled.
Exactly.
This is the one thing I always tried to make time for whenever I came back here, I said, tracing the letters of her name once more. She inspires me. I turned back to him, giving him a wry smile. Something about her protectiveness I seemed to relate to very well. His eyes widened as he turned back to me, and his smile twisted to mirror mine.
Should I be afraid?
Just warned, I said, reaching up to run my finger along his jawline. Don't break my heart if I trust you to hold it. His face grew more solemn.
I understand you're scared. I get that.
I'm not scared. I think I was telling the truth. I'm ensuring you're the one who will be scared if you think this has all been a game when we return to California.
I guess this is the part for 2 people who were sworn enemies of love to understand where trust will come into play.
I smiled. Then I trust you'll not fuck this up. Spencer chuckled, took my hand, and brought it to his lips.
I have no intention of fucking something up that thrills my heart and soul.
We passed a pleasant few hours inside Westminster Abbey, going from room to room and enjoying the reverent grandeur of the place where so many rulers had been laid to rest. After walking out of the cloisters, the only thing I could think of was how hungry I was. So Spencer and I made a beeline for an Indian place he'd told me about. Now, with naan, curry, and saag paneer in front of me, I started thinking about the other things I was hungry for. In our dark, secluded booth, I cozied up to the beautiful man that I'd officially been able to begin thinking of as mine as of that day. I ran my hand up his inner thigh as I studiously spooned up spinach with my bread. He offered me a dirty look, but I didn't stop, simply continuing to run my nails farther up in a way that made him crazy. As soon as he paid the bill, he practically hauled me out of the restaurant and into a cab, which thankfully took us straight to the house 10 minutes away. And no, we didn't make it up to the bed. We barely made it out of the entryway before my clothes were stripped off, and his mouth was running down the center of my stomach and down to my pussy, dampening me and making me convulse under him. Jesus, this man knew how to bring everything inside of me alive at the drop of a hat. Every day since we admitted to loving each other had been heavenly, but there'd been yet another shift. It felt like another bit of tension that I didn't even know I'd been keeping between us had fallen away. The two of us were more affectionate, both in public and private. It became more and more common for him to text me in the middle of the day and ask me to meet him for lunch near his office, or for him to tell me that he was near my place and that he wanted to take me for a cup of tea if I wasn't busy. At first, it was hard for me to relax into his kisses around his colleagues and mine, but I got used to it as quickly as I had him telling me that he loved me. As abnormal as it would have seemed to me just 3 weeks before, I now felt like I couldn't live without it.
"What are you doing tonight, Nat?"
Kev, a real estate associate and friend, asked while I gathered the last of my work and slid the contracts I'd been working on into my leather bag. "Home," I said with a laugh, and then exhaled when I saw the humored look on his face. That sounded extremely odd to say out loud. "I'll say," Elizabeth added. She was my only enemy in this place, and I wanted to roll my eyes into the back of my head as she approached, looking as if I'd asked her to join this short conversation. Kev was lucky to be in the position to do what all of us tended to do when she butted in. He turned and walked away. "Could it be that you managed to—" "Managed to what, Elizabeth?" I said, folding my arms and forcing a bitchy smile onto my face. "To secure another multi-million-dollar deal while you scrounge around trying to poach clients from your colleagues?" Watching her porcelain skin turn as red as her flaming ginger hair was a delight. "You come into my office and steal my clients all of the time, Nat," she spat out at me. "What am I supposed to think of that? Perhaps I should move to America and do the same to you." "You're dreaming, Elizabeth. If there's one thing I never have a shortage of, it's clients. I certainly don't need yours, and you know that." I sighed. "As for moving to America, I say go for it. If your way of getting delusional revenge on me is to uproot yourself and relocate to somewhere you know nothing about, across the world from your family, I'm sure that'll work out brilliantly. That'll really put me in my place." Before she could respond, my phone rang, and I answered Spencer's call.
"Look out the window, love,"
he said, somehow knowing I had access to the front window that overlooked the city streets. "I'm on my way out of the office," I said, annoyed Elizabeth was still standing here as if we were in the middle of an argument she was going to win.
"I was hoping you'd say that,"
he said. "Hang on, Spence." I held the phone to my chest and looked at Elizabeth. "Is there some reason you're still here?" "Is that the billionaire everyone is talking about?" she asked. Oh, dear God. I seriously can't even with you. Spencer Monroe, right? He works for Mitchell & Associates. I know him. He's been in this office a time or two. She had a predictable look, a look that pleaded with me to ask the inevitable follow-up question. Bless your heart, I said with a bored sigh. And let me guess, you and he... We did. Her smug satisfaction made me embarrassed for her. She acted like this was a revelation that would humiliate me, but she was sorely mistaken. I was not the type to be jealous of past lovers, and I knew very well that Spence had at least as many of them as I did. If I were to get my feelings hurt over every woman Spencer had bagged, I'd be offended for the rest of my life. I cocked my head to the side and raised my eyebrows. Well, it looks like that's yet another deal that you failed to close, eh? As if you could, she scoffed loudly, sounding like she was hacking up a hairball. He's not a one-woman man. I'd probably tell myself that too if I were in your shoes. I watched as a dozen questions seemed to cross her face. I don't believe for a second. I don't care what you believe, I interrupted. This conversation had gone on far too long. You are of no consequence to me, but allow me to give you a piece of time-honored, ancient wisdom to save you future embarrassment. Mind your own fucking business. I walked away from the woman as she stood there, irritated and flustered, and put my phone back to my ear. I'd almost forgotten I had Spencer waiting on the line.
Is everything okay?
Spencer said while I hit the button to the elevator, waiting for the doors to open. You know how it goes with miserable people. They want to make your life miserable to match theirs, and it's up to you to walk away.
It's pretty much the definition of what I do for work. He laughed. Though I make their lives more miserable, I feel better for it.
You fire people for dirty work and steal business from other empires.
I don't steal jack shit. I just make offers that people are unable to refuse.
I suppose I do the same, personally and professionally, I said coyly, hearing him laugh.
Well, I can most certainly vouch for the personally part, he said. You've made some offers I'd never refuse. It's why I don't plan on letting you go. Instead, I may just officially ask you to marry me to seal the deal while I've got you waking up with a smile every morning.
I grinned when I stepped out of the office's front doors, seeing Spencer reclined against a white Bentley, holding his phone to his ear. This man was the epitome of every woman's dream, and I had to admit, I loved that he was mine.
Yep, I'm marrying your sexy ass, he said, looking me up and down. But before that, I have reservations at the Clove Club. Time to get you home and changed. What do you say?
I say, I said, walking up to him and pulling his phone away from his ear. I'm going to need you to help me change. I leaned forward and pulled his bottom lip between mine. You look irresistible, being all rich and powerful like this. I like it. He laughed against my kiss, his hand covering my ass and pulling me close.
Nat?
I heard a familiar voice from behind me. My head snapped around, and I felt a strange rising in my heart, just as I felt a sinking in my stomach. I pushed away from Spencer. Shane? I questioned, rushing forward as my little brother fought his way to his feet, attempting to hide that he was in pain. Despite that, it couldn't have been clearer that he was nursing injuries to multiple parts of his body. He smiled at me, and no matter the bruises on him, nothing could dull the sweetness of his smile. Shane, I said, reaching for his chin and turning it to get a full look at his face. What the fuck? What are you doing here? How did you even know how to find me?
You gave me this address before you went out of town,
he said, raising his eyebrow. And how did you pay to get here? I stopped, closing my eyes. The emergency credit card?
I figured you wouldn't mind,
he said shamefully.
If you do, I'm sorry.
Of course I don't mind, I said.
It was business class,
he said, looking up at me sheepishly. Of course it was. Only the best for Princess Shane. I rolled my eyes. Well, I wish I could have seen the flight attendants' faces when they saw you and this piece of meat you call a face.
Nat,
I heard Spencer say from behind me. I turned and saw Spencer approaching us, sizing up my baby brother.
Who's the raw hamburger?
I shut my eyes tightly, wishing that Spencer would, for once, put a lid on the dark humor. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable in the presence of both men, as if two worlds were colliding, and I was unprepared. Spencer,
I'm her brother,
Shane said, his attitude flaring up as he grinned menacingly.
Who the fuck are you? Her flavor of the week? Of the month, actually,
Spencer said, grinning back at Shane.
Or maybe the year. Maybe for life. We haven't decided to put a time limit on it. Seriously?
My brother looked between us, shocked.
You finally nailed her down?
Can we not talk about who's nailing me anywhere? I said, reaching for my keys. Spencer, I'm not sure what we're going to do for dinner.
I've already canceled the reservation,
he said, putting his hand on my lower back. I flinched away from the touch, but he didn't say anything.
Shane, what do you like? I'm feeling Chinese takeaway. Fuck it, let's have Chinese,
Shane said, picking up his duffel.
And if your place is as nice as that car, we're eating it at your house.
If Spencer ever wanted to judge my personal life and my family, he was about to get his chance.
Sounds like a plan,
Spencer said, reaching for Shane's bag.
Come on, I'll have my driver bring us there and order takeout along the way.
I wanted Spencer to meet Shane, but not like this. I knew my father must have been behind this, and I also knew there would be no way to keep any of this from Spencer anymore. He'd want to know, and now that the evidence had been presented to him, there would be no way to keep him out.
Chapter 22. Spencer. I couldn't stop eyeing Shane as we walked upstairs to the guest room, which was on the floor below ours. He would let out a quiet hiss of pain now and then with specific movements, and I also caught him peeking at me more than a few times, sizing me up or gauging my reactions. I prided myself on being able to read people effortlessly, which was a critical element of my being so good at my job. Looking past someone's facade, seeing them for who they really were, and knowing their intentions was second nature to me. Nonna used to say I was psychic, which always made me and my siblings laugh, imagining me waggling my fingers at a crystal ball. So it didn't take more than half a second for me to size up Nat's little brother. I could instantly determine that Shane used the people who loved him, and he was a drug abuser. You didn't have to be a psychic to pick up that last part. His drug abuse probably abated his guilt for using people, but it also created a vicious cycle. If he weren't Nat's brother, I would have handled this situation with a few words and the problem would have been gone. Nat had dropped a few hints here and there, making it clear that I should restrain myself from calling him out for showing up unannounced. She'd said enough in the time I'd been with her for me to know she loved her brother tremendously, and that they had a difficult family dynamic, just as I had. I had no intention of forcing myself into this situation, but I also knew this was an excellent time to learn a thing or two about the woman I'd fallen for. I was more curious than anything now. "This'll be you," I said, pushing open the door to the second bedroom on the floor and turning the switch as I walked inside. "For as long as you need to stay." Shane let out a long whistle as we walked inside. His lack of maturity was already annoying me, but I would keep my mouth shut for Nat's sake. For now. I watched as he looked around at the furnishings and the beautiful bed I'd had made ahead of our arrival in London, preparing for the possibility that Nat might want to stay in a separate room. "Okay," he said, looking around in wonder as he plopped down on the bed and bounced on the comfortable mattress. "I can rest at ease knowing you're not with my sister just to get her money." "I guess Mr. First-Class Plane Ticket is the only one allowed to dig her gold." I slid my hands into my pockets, trying to act casual. "Nah, being a gold digger is way too complicated. I don't have time for that." Shane let out a surprised, raspy chuckle, and he reached up to set his hand on his throat, massaging his neck in discomfort as the laugh turned into a cough. "You sound like her." "So do you," I said. "You both are bold when getting straight to the point, holding nothing back." I sat on the small ottoman under the window across from Shane, trying his best not to let on how much pain he was in. "That we do. We're direct." "Right," I answered. "Direct about everything but whatever is going wrong in your lives." I knew that was pushing it, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to tiptoe around the fact that he got the shit beat out of him and wasn't offering any information about what had happened. And he could act bold all damn day, but he wasn't being forthright about his intention to fly across the world to find his sister in London, and I wasn't going to ignore that. The little shit had the nerve to meet my eyes and say, "What makes you think anything is going wrong in my life?" "I'm assuming you've looked in a mirror," I said. "I'm not sure if you know this, but it's not normal for people to go around looking like someone took a hammer to their face." "And he's funny," Shane said, raising his hands to clap slowly and sarcastically, acting like an obstinate teenager. "I swear I'm okay. At least I am now that I'm away from L.A. and with my sister. Can't that be enough for now? I mean, I hope you don't have a problem with me wanting to chill with Nat." My face darkened, and my restraint from 5 minutes ago, putting up with this guy for the sake of Nat and learning more about her and her family, was swiftly fading. I had excellent self-control, but for twats like this, I had none. "Would you have a problem with your sister's grown-ass brother wanting to be with his sister?" I asked. "Especially if said adult brother showed up on your doorstep, looking the way you look right now?" He sighed heavily as he stared back at me, clearly sorting through his words as he decided the best approach, like the good little manipulator he was. Then, suddenly, his eyes landed on my left hand and went wide. "Hold up," he said, bolting forward. "Are you cheating with my sister?" "What the fuck are you talking about?" I said, confused. No part of our relationship had ever been anything other than honest, and for him to suddenly accuse me of infidelity came out of left field. And not even that, he was making zero sense. "I'm talking about the fact that you're married, but you're playing house with my sister in London, and you're not even bothering to be sneaky about it? Do you have any respect for Nat, or for your wife?" Suddenly, his assumption snapped into place with the clarity of a lightning strike, and I looked down at the wedding band that I was still wearing. God help me. Nat and I were just playing around wearing them last week, and now this, another round of explanations. "Oh, that. Yeah, it's kind of a long story." "I'll bet you this entire goddamn house that I can follow along," he said, his fierce brown eyes, entirely different from Nat's in color but the same in intensity, staring me down. "Only an idiot would take a bet they'd be sure to lose," I said, finally shrugging off my suit jacket. "I know you can follow. Nat told me how smart you are. So how about instead of a bet, we make a deal?" He tilted his head to the side, narrowing his eyes even more as he waited for me to go on. "Since you're the one who dropped in unexpectedly, you will explain yourself first. Then I'll tell you anything you want to know about the ring," I said, holding up my hand and tapping my ring with my thumb, "and your sister's understanding of it. Deal?" After a while of him looking at me, He sighed and settled back onto the bed, his eyes taking on a slightly faraway look as he began to collect his words. Well, I don't know. What has Nat told you about our dad? Not much, I shrugged, thinking she hadn't even told me her father's name. I knew things seemed difficult between them, but she was never more than extremely vague. Well, the only thing you need to know is that he's an asshole, Shane said, reaching up to touch his busted lip. He glanced at me as if waiting for me to pass judgment on his assessment. I shrugged. A lot of parents shouldn't be parents, I said. My mother is one of them. I'd call her a cunt, but I'm not a fan of using that word as an insult. He blinked at me a few times, as if trying to process what I was saying, before bursting into laughter. It's true, we heard Nat say from over by the door. We looked at her as she came inside with a washcloth and the first aid kit. She'd discarded her heels in favor of the plush slippers she bought on her second day here, and she changed into sporty joggers and a crop top that I loved. With her blonde hair pulled back into a loose, messy bun, it hit a particular pained part of me when I thought of how we might spend all our nights like this. I can attest to how awful his mother is, she said, sitting beside her brother and reaching for his face. Really? Shane said, raising his eyebrow. This from the girl who refused to let the Kappa Kappa bitches get to her after refusing to join them and calling them a cult? You did not, I said, grinning at her. Maybe having the brother around could be mildly pleasant. Guilty, she said, setting the warm water on the bedside table and opening the first aid kit to examine all the offerings inside of it. I went through Rush for the hell of it. Sororities are a good networking opportunity, and I figured I might as well get into the culture while I was at USC. But as I got further into it, it freaked me out more, particularly how they would flip their hair. She hissed and shivered, as if experiencing the memory in real time. And their weird waves and door stacks. All of it was so fucking weird. I just couldn't go through with it. So when I got the bid from Kappa, a top house, I turned it down. She shrugged, looking from me to her brother and back. Of course, that left them with a sour taste in their mouths, so when my friends and I would go out on the row, those girls talked so much shit. But it's not like they were lying, were they? Shane said. Never said they were, she said, picking up the washcloth. She looked over at me and shrugged. It was the usual slut-shaming, saying I slept my way to the top of my class and all the other typical shit. But here's the thing. I got my way to the top of my class because I'm intelligent and worked my ass off. I slept around because I liked it and made sure those hoes knew it. Shane and I both laughed at that, but the laughter was short-lived before Shane winced visibly and pulled his arms in to protect himself. God, Shane, be careful, she said, sitting next to him and beginning her examination, looking him over from top to bottom. I'm pretty sure there's blood matted into your hair. You can always give me a haircut, he said, closing his eyes as he relaxed into her care. There was an evident protectiveness as her careful fingers ranged over him, ensuring that her touches were soothing and gentle as she wiped off his face. He opened his eyes as the washcloth moved past his eyes and turned to look at where her hand was hovering over his shoulder. Wait just a goddamn second, he said, bolting upright. Jesus, Shane, she shrieked, bringing her head back right before the top of his head met her face. Are you trying to give me a black eye now? Also, I'm pretty sure you have a broken rib, so no sudden movements. We can talk about my sudden movements later, he said, grabbing her left hand and pulling it forward. Did you elope? She sighed. Seriously? She set the washcloth aside and gave him a sideways look. You freaked me out for this? Yes, seriously, he said. Before, I thought your boyfriend was a cheating scumbag who was flaunting his marriage without respect for you or his wife. Now I find out you're the loser who gets married without telling me? This is way too long a conversation to have on an empty stomach, I said, pulling out my phone. Are you good with Chinese too, Nat? Sure, she said, barely looking at me.
You already know what I like."
"Yeah," I said noncommittally. The way she'd barely acknowledged me since Shane's arrival, while understandable, was starting to get under my skin. However, ever since we got here, she hadn't even looked at me once, which made me think that there was something more at work here than she was letting on. "Shane, what do you like?" I asked. He shrugged, wincing and drawing a glare from his sister.
"I'll eat anything."
"Are you a fried rice guy, steamed rice, noodles guy, beef and broccoli?"
He likes lo mein with anything. Literally will eat any kind of noodle. And Mongolian beef, Nat said. Those are his two favorites.
"Okay," I said, taking in her impatience as she picked up the washcloth again. "I'll start putting in the order."
"And while you do," Shane said, "explain the wedding rings you both are wearing."
Nat met my eyes for the first time since her brother arrived, and we both sighed. "Well," I said, studying the online menu, "it has to do with my mom."
"It has to do with a weekend of amazing sex," Nat said, "and Spence knew he could never find another to match me. Then an unexpected wedding came up, and he didn't know how to ask me to go in a way I'd agreed to without getting his screwed-up family involved."
We both looked at her, shocked into silence at her candor. There was a strange aggression at play here, and I wasn't entirely sure where the defensiveness was coming from. "Perhaps I have a better version of this whole situation," I started. "If you'll allow me, I can tell how I came to ask you to pretend to be married to me, and how we wound up falling in love for real." We stared each other down, neither of us saying a word before Nat shrugged.
"Sure,"
she said, turning back to Shane as she wiped a smear of blood off his neck.
"But tell it well."
"Right," I sighed. "Okay," Shane said, looking between us so quickly I was worried he might get vertigo.
"I'm confused."
"I told you it was a complicated story," I said.
"You guys are faking being married?" he said, pointing between us. "Why the fuck would you do that?"
"Again," I said, "my mom. When I say she's terrible, I'm not kidding."
"Shit, man. Rich folks are fucking weird," he finished with a laugh.
"That would be an understatement," I added with a sigh of defeat. I went on to give him the Cliff's Notes of my family history as much as I could. I spoke of my father's wealth and my mother's sociopathic behavior, my dad's death, and the trust for each of the kids, including the caveat that each of us receives the remainder of our inheritance upon our marriages.
"I still don't understand the fake marriage shit," he said,
while Nat used this time to doctor the kids' wounds.
"My mom always wanted me to marry someone nice and malleable, someone she could bully into signing over the money from my inheritance. I knew the chances of that happening with your sister would be slim to none, because no one gets away with giving her shit or trying to order her around." "But why say you're married at all?" he asked. "If being married means the money is out of the trust and at play."
"Because if I'm married, that means she can't try to get me to marry someone she's chosen," I said, "which she's been trying to do for the last 15 years. I just don't want to deal with her shit, and this seemed the easiest way to shut her up and help me attend my brother's wedding without unnecessary bullshit."
"Jesus," he said, staring at me. "You seriously don't seem the type to need to fake anything to shut people up. Regardless, a mom forcing her son to marry so she can steal the inheritance through the wife is a whole different level of wretched."
Wow. The kid caught on and impressed me somewhat with this response. "Tell me about it," I said, giving him a dry smile. It was a real treat being blessed to have her as a mother.
"And as a fake mother-in-law,"
Nat chimed in, reaching into the first aid kit for the disinfecting cream.
"She definitely had some choice opinions of me."
"Okay," Shane said.
"I can follow the whole fake marriage to save your ass thing."
His eyes met mine, then he glanced at the rings again.
"But why are you still wearing the rings?"
We looked at each other, and Nat looked down at her rings.
"I guess we've just gotten used to them," Nat said. "And each other."
I don't mind the feeling of it, I said, looking at her with a smile. Or having her around. She's pretty good company. Perhaps the whole fake marriage thing could become the real deal. We shall see. Nat bit down on her lip. Why don't you get real by completing our food order? Just like that, the warmth faded away, and I knew the dismissal for what it was. The icy curtain dropped back into place the way it had before this trip, and I fought hard against the frustration that began to set in as I stood from the ottoman. Of course, I said, walking out of the room, feeling more distant than I should have. Just like I could sense something was up with Nat's brother, I felt something was going on with Nat.
Chapter 23. Nat.
I like him,
Shane said, watching as Spencer left and the door shut behind him. The two of us were quiet for a second before he finally turned back to look at me, grinning.
To be honest, you deciding to help him with his bitchy mom is easier to believe than you deciding a guy was worth spending more than one night with.
Hilarious, I said, as I scoured the medicine kit for Neosporin or any variation of it. Filtering through the tubes and packages with familiar objects, but unfamiliar names, I finally pulled out a tube with a blue label that said Germaline. Comforted by the sight of the words antiseptic ointment, I unscrewed the top, smeared more on the end of one of the Q-tips in the box, and turned back to Shane. Now that Spencer is gone, I want the truth, I said softly, touching the swab gently to his cuts and ignoring his wincing. Tell me about what happened. Was this because of Dad? He clenched his lips together, avoided my gaze, and shook his head. I reached down, took his hand, and pressed my palm to his. I waited patiently, knowing that my brother wasn't great in silence. Chaos had always been our norm, so loud noises and impatience were something that we both understood well. Perhaps he'd immediately give up the details if I were throwing shit, screaming, and demanding answers. It's what our family dynamic was. It's how we learned to communicate when we were asked questions. Of course, it was a horrible excuse for avoiding me and the question, but I understood it at least. He finally sighed and looked back at me.
I was going back and forth between your place and mine,
he said, biting his lip.
It was too much work to move my entire computer setup, so I'd go to your place to make sure everything was good at the condo, sleep for a bit, and shower with that nice-ass water pressure of yours.
Good, I said. And while you took advantage of that, I hope you got your work done simultaneously.
Definitely,
he said, nodding.
It was all going pretty well, too, until I had to go to the old house for something. I thought I'd timed it correctly so he wouldn't be home. But you know my luck. He walked in while I was sitting in my old room.
For fuck's sake, I answered, setting the Q-tips on the bedside table. Why the hell would you have gone to the house? Why would you even want to? Sometimes I could not understand how my brother's brain worked. Shane shrugged, moving his toes back and forth on the wooden floor next to his bed. His shoulders started twitching, and the jerky way that his body started moving made it clear that he was coming down from one of any number of drugs he was using again. This time, I wasn't going to be gentle with my fucking approach. I wanted goddamn answers about what happened. Tell me the truth, I said, getting down into his face. What made you go to that fucking house again? Were you high? He blinked at me a few times, his eyelids taking on that frantic, moth-like movement that they always did when confronted by something he didn't want to deal with. He did his best not to meet my eyes, but I wouldn't allow him to avoid me. Answer me, bub, I said, my voice pitched low and soft. It was the voice I always used when he was little, and I had to reassure him he wasn't in trouble after our dad would unleash his fury on Shane for something that wasn't even his fault. You know I won't be mad unless you lie to me. Just come out and tell me whatever it was you took. I want to know why you went back to that goddamn house. It was highly infuriating to talk to my brother like he was 8 years old again, but I wanted answers about this stupid-ass decision he'd made. My brother looked back at me. He blinked a few times and swallowed hard.
I took ketamine.
You've got to be fucking joking. I don't know how this is our adult lives. Instead of yelling that thought out loud, I nodded. What made you take that? Were you looking at pictures of Mom or watching old videos again? He nodded, looking down at his hands. God, how did people do this? It was pathetic, infuriating, exhausting, and heartbreaking all at once. But I knew no other way to handle him. How could I want to take his pain away while also wanting to punch him in the face? My heart sank while I tried to remain firm yet gentle, coaxing out more information from him.
I was going through pictures and the videos again. I finished a job and came across an old video of Mom with the two of us when I was a baby.
He stopped and sighed. He looked up at the ceiling, and my anger died immediately. He looked back at me with tears pooling in his eyes.
It got to me, Nat. There's a reason I never look at that sentimental crap, you know? But I just decided to go through an old hard drive of mine and it spun me out hard. Then
He shook his head, looking back down at his hands.
I just needed something to help me escape.
I never give you shit about how much you smoke pot, I said. You know that. But I will give you shit about always needing to turn it up a notch. First it's coke, then it's oxy and whatever other pills you can get your hands on, and now this? Ketamine? There has to be a time when you finally personally tell yourself that enough is fucking enough.
Trust me, he said. I know.
If you took any money off my emergency card to buy that shit, I'm going to...
I didn't,
he said, shaking his head adamantly.
I swear. I had some left from the last time I bought, okay?
Okay, I said, nodding slowly. I wanted to believe him, but the thought of a drug addict having any leftover drugs was laughable. So, you looked through old pictures of Mom, watched videos, and did the drugs. What happened after that? What made you think to go back to that house?
I remembered I still had access to the security cameras through the app on my phone, so I took an Uber. I remembered Dad still had all her clothes and stuff, and I wanted to grab the blue sweater she was wearing in the video. Do you remember the one?
Yeah, I remember, I said, my voice quiet. My memory